Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Only someone like Kaito, who had absolute strength and little desire for power, could resist its corruption and lead effectively. Later, Kaito arranged for the daimyo and his people to tour Hidden Leaf Village for half a day before finally sending them back to the Land of Fire's capital. As for the investment funds, I expect you all to prepare them within 5 days. I will personally return to collect the funds. Is that a problem for anyone? Upon returning, Kaito immediately addressed the gathered investors. The reason for the 5-day deadline was simple: most of their money was already concentrated in the capital. With the presence of gold exchange stations, gathering funds was much faster than traveling to the capital. In fact, 5 days was even a generous buffer, allowing some people time to sell off assets or resources to gather enough funds. No problem. Everyone nodded in agreement. They were eager to finalize their investments as soon as possible so Hidden Leaf Village could begin construction, leading to faster profits. At the same time, many merchants had already started thinking about how to get involved in the projects. Whether it was providing construction workers, building materials, furniture, or electrical wires, there were countless opportunities to make money from this massive development project. Great. That settles it then. See you all in 5 days. Satisfied, Kaito nodded before teleporting away. He left behind a group of impressed and contemplative investors. Chapter 196, Flying Thunder God, Spatial Teleportation. After returning to Hidden Leaf Village, Kaito immediately began summoning the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas who had reached the required level of favorability toward him, signing contracts with them in batches. Without exception, every single one of them agreed without hesitation. No one was foolish enough to refuse. Not only would rejecting the contract potentially offend the Hokage, but the benefits of signing it were simply too enticing to turn down. Even though Kaito hadn't explicitly stated what those benefits were, they instinctively knew it was something incredible. As a result, the number of people under contract with him skyrocketed. And once they completed the contract, every single one of them was utterly shocked, followed by a wave of relief and overwhelming joy. They understood. They had struck gold. Their future was now brighter than ever. I never expected Lord Hokage to have such a massive secret. No wonder he's so ridiculously powerful. An entirely different world. And it's one that's far larger than the ninja world. Just thinking about it makes my heart race. Devil fruits. I can't believe such mystical items exist. I'd do anything to get my hands on one. Exactly. Even the weakest zone-type devil fruit can multiply a person's strength several times over. But aren't the techniques Lord Hokage is teaching us even more important and valuable? Whether it's the primal chakra refinement jutsu that allows us to steadily increase the quantity and quality of our chakra, or the meditation and life force techniques, these are things we could have never even imagined before. With these, even someone like me, a mere chunin, now has a real chance of becoming a jonin, or even reaching Kage level. Agreed. And to think that Lord Hokage created these techniques himself. He truly is a monstrous genius. I still can't believe the Sage of Six Paths had ulterior motives when he first gave chakra to humanity. He left behind hidden traps. Thankfully, we're under Lord Hokage's contract now, and with the primal chakra refinement jutsu, we can purify and eliminate the chakra seeds implanted within us. Otherwise, just thinking about it is terrifying. If we hadn't signed a contract with Lord Hokage, we wouldn't have even known about these secrets, let alone feared them. After leaving the Hokage Tower, these newly contracted ninjas couldn't stop whispering about their experiences in small groups. It took Kaito several days to finish contracting every Hidden Leaf Village ninja who met the favorability requirement and to make the necessary arrangements for them. From then on, every day, these people would appear at the training bases Kaito had established in the pirate world to train their abilities. Their strength began increasing at an astonishing rate. Thanks to sealing techniques concealing their changes, the uncontracted ninja remained completely unaware of the transformations happening around them. Just like that, 5 days flew by. That morning, Kaito teleported directly to the Land of Fire and met with the daimyo and his entourage. He successfully collected the investment of 44.3 billion ryo. Just as he was about to leave, the daimyo called out to him. Fourth Hokage. The daimyo said, I heard from the second Hokage that the Uchiha clan possesses a special medicine, one that can nourish the body, heal all injuries and ailments, and even regulate one's health to extend life for 100 years. Is that true? Oh? Kaito raised an eyebrow slightly. That is indeed true. Why? Are you interested, daimyo? Very much so. Upon receiving confirmation, the daimyo nodded eagerly and rubbed his hands together. Would it be possible for me to purchase some of this medicine? I'm willing to pay a high price. To him, nothing was more important than extending his lifespan. He wasn't above lowering his status, or spending an outrageous sum, if it meant he could live longer. Nothing in the world mattered more than his own life. I can make that happen. Kaito replied with a nod. These medicines are extremely precious, and the annual supply is limited. But you, daimyo, are one of the most distinguished figures in the Land of Fire, and you've shown unwavering support in your investments. Naturally, I wouldn't be so petty as to refuse you. I can supply you with 20 doses of the nourishing medicine each month at a price of 1 million ryo per dose. What do you think? In truth, the production cost of the medicine was almost negligible. But that didn't stop Kaito from hyping it up to ensure the daimyo paid a premium. Of course, the low cost was only due to Kaito's unique method of obtaining and refining it. Regardless, the medicine's effectiveness was undeniable. The daimyo wasn't getting ripped off, in fact, he was getting an incredible deal. Ha ha ha. My thanks, Fourth Hokage. The daimyo beamed with joy. This was fantastic news. He felt that the Uchiha and the Fourth Hokage were truly honest and generous people. Not only were they willing to share such a miraculous medicine with him, but they also set the price at such a reasonable rate. His respect and favorability toward Kaito skyrocketed. However, he still fell short of meeting the requirements for a contract. In fact, he might never reach that threshold. Not that Kaito particularly cared. He simply smiled and said, in that case, daimyo, you can send someone to Hidden Leaf Village every month to collect the medicine. Or, if you prefer, I can have my people or my clone deliver it to you directly and conduct the transaction in person. The daimyo didn't hesitate. An in-person exchange. I wouldn't feel at ease otherwise. This medicine was far too important to him. He couldn't afford any mistakes. Very well, then. It's settled. Tomorrow, I'll send a shadow clone to complete the first transaction with you. Kaito agreed without issue. Excellent. The daimyo nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, the other nobles and wealthy merchants in the room grew restless. They quickly swarmed around Kaito, eager to purchase the same medicine. In the end, Kaito met their demands as well, selling a total of 525 doses of the nourishing medicine. After concluding his business, he bid farewell to the group and teleported back to Hidden Leaf Village. That same afternoon, he held a high-level meeting with the heads of all Hidden Leaf Village's departments. The topic, how to allocate and use the massive funds they had just acquired. After an intense afternoon of heated discussions, Kaito finally mapped out a clear spending plan. Once that was done, he handed over the funds to the finance department, tasking them with managing the distribution across the village. With this much funding, we can finally kickstart multiple research projects at once and even expand operations. Orochimaru, who had secured a whopping 10 billion ryo for the research division, smirked with satisfaction. Kaito, however, cautioned him, not all of this money is for your experiments. A portion must be set aside for establishing factories and production lines for household appliances. The Commerce Department will coordinate with you on this. Make sure you cooperate with them properly. Also, increase the production scale of White Zetsu by tenfold. That shouldn't be a problem, right? He needed more White Zetsu clones for his Edo Tensei, reanimation jutsu, experiments. Using live humans as sacrifices was too cruel for his taste. In the past, he had experimented with animals as sacrifices, but that method only allowed him to revive ordinary creatures or weak individuals. Moreover, the proficiency gained from such practices was minimal, which greatly slowed his progress in mastering Edo Tensei. Reanimating powerful ninjas using White Zetsu yielded the highest proficiency gains. As for Orochimaru assisting in the construction of household appliance factories and production lines, this was a step toward diversifying Hidden Leaf Village's economic streams. Hidden Leaf Village couldn't remain solely dependent on the daimyo's financial support or ninja missions. That would be unsustainable, and frankly, a flawed system. Relying purely on missions would forever trap ninja in the role of mercenaries and assassins. That ran completely counter to Kaito's vision of reforming the ninja world. He had to start changing things from the ground up. Understood. Leave it to me. It won't be a problem. Orochimaru nodded, completely on board with the plan. He had no objections to either expanding White Zetsu production or assisting in setting up industrial operations. In fact, he fully supported it. After all, once the factories were up and running, the research division would have more funds at its disposal. Kaido had already discussed this arrangement with him. The research division would get to keep half of the future profits generated by its technological innovations. There was no way Orochimaru would overlook such a lucrative opportunity. Moreover, producing White Zetsu wasn't just for research purposes, it was also to support Kaido's Edo Tensei training. Orochimaru was quite interested in seeing what kind of advanced abilities Kaido might unlock after mastering Edo Tensei. If Kaido managed to develop a true resurrection technique. Now that would be fascinating. After giving final instructions to the other department heads, Kaido wrapped up the meeting. 10 days later, you have practiced the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Proficiency plus 35. Your Flying Thunder God Jutsu has reached mastery. After completing another round of training, Kaido received the system notification. His Flying Thunder God Jutsu had finally reached the peak of mastery and was now ready for a breakthrough. Without hesitation, he teleported home, activated the seals in his room, and initiated the breakthrough process. The next moment, he felt himself falling into a state of enlightenment. His mind accelerated exponentially, his thoughts surged forward, 1,000, 10,000 times faster than before. Countless ideas burst forth. He began integrating his experiences with the space-time gate's teleportation mechanics and its inherent abilities, refining and elevating the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to a whole new level. A far more powerful spatial teleportation technique was rapidly taking shape. Over an hour later, Kaido finally emerged from his trance. It was time to test his new ability. In the next instant, without using the space-time gate or the Flying Thunder God markers he had placed before, he locked on to a distant location using his observation haki, and in a flash, he teleported 26 kilometers east of Hidden Leaf Village. Then, he deactivated his observation haki, switched to mental perception, and, swish, instantly appeared on top of a large tree 5 kilometers away. Ha ha ha. I did it. Now, I don't need Flying Thunder God markers anymore. As long as I can sense an area using observation haki or my mental perception, I can teleport there at will. No more limitations. No more struggling in situations where I don't have pre-marked locations or when using the space gate would be inconvenient. And it's not just single target teleportation, group teleportation is now twice as efficient and costs half as much chakra. The strategic potential of this technique just skyrocketed. And on top of that, with this new ability, I might even be able to create permanent spatial storage equipment. For contract holders, this won't be too significant since they already have inventory space. But for non-contract holders, this could be a game changer. I should mass-produce some of these in the future. Not only for Hidden Leaf Village's people, but I can also sell them at high prices to other villages and the daimyos. This could be a huge moneymaker. Having confirmed the effectiveness and power of his newly evolved Flying Thunder God, spatial teleportation, Kaido couldn't help but grin. He was beyond satisfied. Chapter 197, Crafting Spatial Storage Gear. If you want to do something, just do it. After getting more familiar with his space teleportation ability, Kaido returned home. In the underground lab of his house, he took out some chakra-conducting metal and began experimenting with crafting spatial storage equipment like space rings and space bracelets. It worked. After an hour or so, Kaido looked at the 2 successfully crafted storage bracelets and 2 storage rings in his hand. He ran a few tests, and after confirming there were no issues, he smiled broadly. Each storage bracelet had a capacity of 10 cubic meters, while each storage ring had 2 cubic meters. There was no way around it. Bracelets had a much larger surface area than rings, allowing for more space-forming inscriptions, which naturally resulted in greater storage capacity. Too bad I don't have any minerals or gemstones with spatial attributes. If I did, I could create storage rings and bracelets with even larger capacities. Kaido muttered regretfully. But suddenly, an idea struck him. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and murmured, if I could get my hands on the munch fruit and use it to devour different metals for experimentation, maybe I could create minerals with spatial properties. After all, in the original future, Wapol managed to develop Wapol metal, which had excellent properties and made him ridiculously rich. If that fool could do it, then if I had the fruit, I could take it even further. Of course, Kaido didn't necessarily plan to eat the munch fruit himself or give it to someone else to consume. Instead, he could have an object or machine eat the fruit and use it specifically to devour metals, synthesizing superalloys with unique properties. For most people, this would be nearly impossible to achieve. Currently, only Vegapunk has the technology to make non-living objects consume devil fruits. But for Kaido, it was no hassle at all. He could simply bring the fruit into his space-time gate and extract its power directly, injecting it into the desired object and forcibly merging them using his spatial authority. Technology? Not needed at all. I wonder if the munch fruit is still on Drum Island? I'll check it out later. Kaido stroked his chin, lost in thought. Right now, Wapol clearly hadn't eaten the fruit yet. If he had, things would be much easier. Speaking of Drum Island, in recent times, Kaido had instructed his contract holders to intensify their infiltration and control over the country. At the same time, he had his mother use Genjutsu to hypnotize and brainwash the old king. She also gave him a longevity pill, extending his life by 50 years. Soon, this country would be entirely in his hands. With that thought, Kaido waved his hand and stored the space bracelets and rings into his space-time gate. Spreading his senses outward, he instantly locked onto his mother's location. The next moment, swish, he used space teleportation and appeared in her room. At that moment, his mother was in the Naka Shrine, presiding over a high-level Uchiha meeting, listening to reports on the clan's financial earnings and the progress of various clan members. Several elders were present as well. Seeing Kaido suddenly appear, everyone turned their attention toward him. Huh? Kaido, why are you here? Naori raised an eyebrow, then asked with curiosity, wait. Was that the Flying Thunder God Jutsu just now? But it seems very different from the usual version. There was no need for a seal or a marker, right? As she spoke, Naori Uchiha's eyes lit up in surprise. Did you just make a major breakthrough in the Flying Thunder God technique? She knew Kaido had been obsessively practicing the technique, aiming to perfect and surpass it as soon as possible. She didn't expect results so quickly. What? Another breakthrough in the Flying Thunder God? The elders and guards, all of whom were contract holders, were equally shocked upon hearing this. Then, curiosity and excitement filled the room. Many of them had been learning the Flying Thunder God technique. If there was an advanced version, they certainly wouldn't want to miss it. As contract holders, each time they teleported between worlds, they could enhance their spatial time talents. Naturally, they wouldn't pass up such a powerful life-saving and combat technique. At this point, the technique had already become a mandatory skill for all contract holders. Not just the Uchiha, but also the Senju, Uzumaki, and even the recently contracted Sakamo Hatake were learning it. The only exception was the first Hokage, who, since he wasn't truly resurrected, couldn't develop or enhance his spatial time talent through world travel. So, for now, he was unable to learn it. It was worth mentioning that ever since Kaido's battlefield rampage and subsequent rise to the Hokage position, fulfilling the Uchiha's long-standing dream, the few remaining clan members who hadn't reached the required favorability threshold for a contract had finally warmed up to him. With their favorability maxed out, Naori Uchiha promptly arranged for Kaido to contract them all. Now, not a single high-ranking Uchiha was left out. Oh, wait, there were two exceptions. One was Madara Uchiha, and the other was Hikari Uchiha. Madara was a special case, and Hikari's mindset and personality had major flaws that needed to be corrected gradually. Kaido and Naori Uchiha had been working hard to guide her, and there had been some progress. But fully bringing her around, and getting her contracted, would take time. This wasn't something that could be rushed. Hey, as expected, Mom, your senses are sharp. Kaido chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. Yeah, I broke through. In fact, I even created a new space-time ability called spatial teleportation or just space shifting. It's far stronger than the Flying Thunder God. Now, I don't need a seal or a marker anymore. As long as something is within my sensory range, I can teleport to it freely. Just a thought, and I'm there. And this is just the beginner level of space teleportation. As my proficiency increases, its effects will become even more powerful. I estimate that once I reach the minor mastery stage, I'll be able to break free from the range limitation and teleport over vast distances. Major mastery and perfection will be even crazier. And it still retains all the abilities of the perfected Flying Thunder God, except now, they're at least 10 times stronger. For example, I can now remotely inscribe a Flying Thunder God mark through mental perception. Also, the chakra cost for group teleportation has been reduced by more than tenfold. Hearing this, the eyes of everyone present gleamed with excitement. The second elder, in particular, grinned and asked shamelessly, Kaido, can you teach us this technique? With this, who would even bother with the old Flying Thunder God? If we can teleport anywhere within our perception range, it's way more powerful and practical. Yeah. Exactly. The other elders nodded in agreement, looking at Kaido expectantly. Calm down. At that moment, Naori Uchiha interrupted them, then turned to Kaido with a smile and said, it can't be that simple. The stronger a technique, the harder it is to master and the greater the requirements. The same was true for the eternal life jutsu you created. So, I assume that to learn this spatial teleportation ability, one must first master the Flying Thunder God jutsu to perfection, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense why this ability retains all the perks of the perfected Flying Thunder God and enhances them tenfold. Huh? The second elder and the others were stunned for a moment before turning to Kaido with questioning gazes. If that was true, then they wouldn't be able to learn spatial teleportation anytime soon. Even mastering the Flying Thunder God to perfection wasn't something they could achieve overnight. If it weren't for the fact that traveling between worlds constantly enhanced their spatial talent. If it weren't for the life force jutsu improving their constitution and lifespan. If it weren't for the meditation jutsu enhancing their comprehension, memory, and learning abilities. Even if they possessed spatial talent, they might never perfect the Flying Thunder God in their lifetime. All of this was thanks to Kaido. He had given every Uchiha an unlimited future. This was why all the Uchihas continuously grew fonder of him and why so many had formed contracts with him. Hey, you're absolutely right. Kaido chuckled and nodded. The stronger a technique, the harsher the requirements. That's only natural. But with all the techniques I provide, you'll all have the opportunity to learn spatial teleportation in the future. So don't rush. Oh, right. Here's the training method, Mom, I'll leave this with you. Once you've read it, you can place it in the clan's merit hall so that clan members can exchange merit points for it later. Saying this, Kaido handed a scroll to his mother. There was no way he would just give it away for free. Aside from the benefits provided at the time of contract formation, any advanced techniques or skills that required a solid foundation would have to be exchanged with contribution points. Alright. Naori Uchiha took the scroll, nodded, and stored it in her personal storage space, intending to read it before placing it in the merit hall. Anything else? She asked. Kaito nodded affirmatively, flipping his hand to produce the two spatial bracelets and rings he had crafted earlier. He handed them to his mother, saying, "These are spatial storage devices I created using knowledge from my spatial teleportation ability, combined with storage sealing techniques and chakra conducting metal. These storage devices are permanent. Once bound by blood, the owner can freely store and retrieve items without any usage limit. Take a look." What? Hearing this, Naori Uchiha and the others were stunned. They quickly took one of the spatial bracelets and examined it with curiosity. Seeing this, Kaido reminded them, "You don't have to bind it with blood to test it. You can simply use your mental energy or chakra to access it temporarily. However, without blood recognition, others can also use it. It's perfect for testing." Naori Uchiha and the others nodded, using their spiritual energy and chakra to probe the devices. Immediately, they sensed the storage space inside. After conducting some retrieval tests, they all looked very satisfied. Naori Uchiha then looked up at Kaido and said, "These are incredible treasures. Although they might not seem like much to contract holders since they're not as convenient or secure as the space-time gate storage, their value lies in the fact that non-contract holders can also use them. That makes them highly valuable. By the way, can ordinary people use them?" Chapter 198, Getting Munch Fruit and Human Fruit. Kaido shook his head and said, "No. It requires the infusion of supernatural energies such as mental power, chakra, or haki. Both ninjas and awakened haki users in the pirate world can use it. However, it's not impossible for me to design and create spatial equipment that ordinary people can use. I'll take some time to craft a batch in the future." He realized that there was indeed a large market for ordinary people as well. "Alright." Naori Uchiha nodded in satisfaction. "That's good. Are you planning to sell this, or?" "Of course, I'm selling it." Kaito nodded firmly. "My contractors don't have much use for it, so Hidden Leaf Village won't need it much either. But this thing is extremely valuable. If we don't sell it to gain funds and resources, it would be a waste. However, we can't sell ones with too large a storage capacity, and we must control the quantity, especially for the ninja craftsmen. Otherwise, it could cause trouble when we unify the ninja world in the future. This kind of equipment would be a game changer in warfare, so they had to be cautious. If too many were made and with large capacities, logistics would become incredibly easy, eliminating concerns about supply chains. At the same time, it would be highly useful for elite squads executing special missions. They had to be careful. Got it. Naori Uchiha nodded in understanding. But it's only for the next few years. Once we make a major breakthrough in strength, these details won't matter anymore. By then, mere spatial equipment won't determine the outcome of war. Exactly. By then, we can distribute them freely. Kaido agreed with a nod. After that, Kaido and Naori Uchiha discussed the specifics of space teleportation before teleporting to Drum Island. As soon as he arrived, he spread out his observation haki, quickly covering the entire island with his perception. The next moment, Kaido teleported again, appearing near the royal treasury. Then, he expanded his mental perception, scanning everything inside the treasury. As expected, the Munch fruit has been in the kingdom's treasury all along. I should have come earlier to check. But it's not too late now. With this thought, Kaido didn't even step inside the treasury. With just a thought, he used his mental power to extract the Munch Munch fruit and another devil fruit, storing them in his inventory. The next instant, he teleported into the space gate's main dimension. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the two devil fruits and began analyzing them. In an instant, he grasped their essence. One was undoubtedly the Parimsha-type Munch Munch fruit. The other was the Zone-type Ox Ox fruit, Bison Muddle. With another wave of his hand, Kaido extracted the Sea's Curse and the Devil's Will from both fruits, sending them back into an unknown part of the pirate world sea, returning them to the collective consciousness of the world. Then, Kaido summoned a massive metal ingot. He directly extracted the Munch Munch fruit's power and embedded it into the metal. Buzz. In an instant, the metal ingot seemed to come alive, forming a giant mouth. Through his control over spatial authority, Kaido immediately understood its function. By feeding various metals into this mouth, he could produce and manufacture special alloys. Simple and efficient. Without hesitation, Kaido retrieved many of the metals he had stored earlier and began testing different combinations. He even tried adding non-metallic materials at times. After several hours of experimentation, he tested hundreds of different alloy properties. Among them, more than a dozen were useful. However, he hadn't yet managed to create a space-attributed alloy. It seemed some key materials were still missing. On the other hand, he successfully created a shape memory alloy and a high toughness, high strength, energy conducting special alloy. He carefully recorded the ratios. With this metal, crafting energy conducting weapons in the future will be much easier. There's no longer a need to use large amounts of highly pure, expensive, and rare chakra conducting metal. With just a small amount of chakra conducting metal or this pirate world conductive metal, we can mass produce it. This is great news. I should produce more of these two metals in the future and provide them to the clan and the village to craft weapons for equipping my loyal contract ninjas, enhancing their strength. Kaido smiled as he thought about it. For ninjas, a powerful chakra-conducting weapon could significantly boost their combat power. But in the past, these metals were both rare and expensive. Unless someone was a direct descendant of a major clan, it was nearly impossible to obtain one. Even within major clans, only a select few had access to such weapons. For example, Sarutobi Azuma's flying swallow blades. Oh. But now, the Sarutobi clan had fallen into disgrace. Most of them were forced to complete mandatory tasks every day to pay off their debts and atone for their crimes. Azuma wouldn't be getting any chakra weapons in the future. Just now, I sensed other devil fruit fluctuations on Drum Island. If my guess is correct, I should find another one. After testing the Munch Munch fruit's abilities, Kaido suddenly remembered his earlier observations when his observation haki and mental perception covered the entire island. Without hesitation, he teleported back to Drum Island, this time arriving in a forest to the east. Once there, he activated his mental perception and carefully scanned the area. A moment later, he vanished again, reappearing atop a large tree hundreds of meters away. He reached out, plucked a devil fruit hanging from a branch, and stored it in his space gate. He extracted the Sea Curse and Devil Will from the fruit and sent them into the distant ocean, ensuring they wouldn't interfere. Next, Kaido analyzed the fruit to determine its type. As expected. The zone type, human fruit, Hito no Mi. A slight smirk appeared on his face as he couldn't help but mock the situation in his mind. That's right, this was the same devil fruit that Chopper would one day eat, the one called the human fruit. A seemingly useless fruit that simply turned the eater into an ordinary human. I have a feeling this fruit isn't as simple as it seems. Let's take a closer look. With this thought, Kaido conducted a deeper analysis of the fruit. The results confirmed his suspicions. Indeed. The radiance of its spiritual essence proves that this fruit is anything but ordinary. In my past life, some people speculated that the reason Chopper became such a genius doctor, invented rumble balls, and developed multiple transformation forms for combat, all stemmed from this seemingly useless human fruit. Some even theorize that this fruit, despite its unimpressive appearance, was actually an overpowered devil fruit because it represented the very concept of humanity itself. Whoever eats it can unlock human potential to an extraordinary degree, mastering anything quickly, possessing incredible learning abilities, and adapting to all kinds of knowledge. I used to doubt that theory, but now I'm convinced. This fruit is completely broken. Thinking this over, Kaido found himself in a dilemma. If that's the case, I can't just dispose of this fruit carelessly. But who should I give it to? And then there's Chopper. That blue-nosed reindeer, no doubt about it. If I don't let him eat this fruit, he'll probably remain an ordinary reindeer forever and end up in a miserable situation. Starving to death might be the best fate awaiting him. But giving it to him feels like such a waste. Maybe I should find a different human fruit for him? Or better yet, contract him first and teach him primal chakra refinement and meditation to awaken his intelligence? For now, a contract was out of the question. Since Chopper hadn't eaten a human fruit yet, his intelligence was limited and didn't meet the standard for a contract. For now, I'll just transmit some chakra to him, turn him into a ninja beast, and boost his intelligence a bit before making a contract and passing on cultivation techniques. As for this human fruit, I'll hold on to it for now and discuss it with Mom and the others. With that decision, Kaido teleported a short distance away to where the blue-nosed reindeer he sensed earlier lay injured. This reindeer, Chopper, was startled and tried to flee. But with an injured leg, he stumbled and collapsed. Relax, I won't hurt you, Chopper. Come with me. Using his mental transmission, Kaido conveyed his goodwill. Only then did Chopper calm down, though his eyes were still filled with fear as he stared at Kaido. Kaido reached out and placed his hand on Chopper, immediately casting healing jutsu. In no time, Chopper's injuries were completely healed. Before the little reindeer could run away, Kaido put him under a Ganjutsu-induced sleep and stored him in a time-stop chamber within the space gate. With that done, he teleported away from the pirate world. That evening, during dinner, Kaido decided to inform Mikoto and the others about his newly mastered space teleportation technique. What? Kaido, you actually managed to create an advanced version of Flying Thunder God? That's insane. I've only just finished learning the technique. Minato exclaimed, utterly shocked. Kaido's progress was so ridiculously fast that Minato felt like he'd never catch up. Yeah, kid, you're learning way too fast. It's frustrating. Tsunade grumbled. Mikoto and Kushina both nodded in agreement. Haha, can't help it. Just the way I am. Kaido laughed, shrugging casually. TCH. Everyone gave him a look of disdain. Spatial teleportation is definitely powerful, but the entry requirements are insanely high. We won't be able to use anytime soon. Minato said with a hopeless shake of his head. Even though his talent in space-time ninjutsu was exceptional, and his daily interdimensional travel was further honing this talent, mastering Flying Thunder God to perfection would still take years, possibly over a decade. This new space teleportation technique? For now, it was just a dream. Oh, by the way, today I also found the munch fruit, the ox fruit, and a human fruit on Drum Island. And I even found Chopper before he ate the human fruit. Kaido then proceeded to share his experiments with the munch fruit and his analysis of the human fruit's true potential with everyone. Chapter 199, 10x Comprehension and Talent Boost. What? The munch fruit can be used like this? You've already created 2 types of super alloys so quickly? If we have this chakra-conducting alloy, doesn't that mean Hidden Lee Village will never run out of chakra weapons? Not just weapons, even armor could see a major upgrade. Tsunade was completely shocked. This was an incredible breakthrough. Pretty much. Next, I'll have the village collect a large amount of ordinary metal ores to mass-produce these 2 alloys. At the same time, I'll also have the village and the contract holders gather more minerals and even rare plant and animal materials from both worlds to continue experimenting with new alloys. Kaito nodded as he spoke. Got it. Naori Uchiha also nodded. I'll have my clan gather more materials as well. When the time comes, we'll produce more of these alloys for our own use. But more importantly, that human fruit. Is it really as amazing as you said? Can it really boost a person's talent and comprehension? If true, that would be an invaluable treasure. Hearing this, Mikoto and the others eagerly turned to look at Kaido. They wanted it. It should be. Kaito nodded with confidence. I've analyzed it thoroughly. But to know the exact effects, someone will have to eat it and test it out. Any volunteers? Since he could extract the fruit's power at any time, there was no risk involved. I'm in. Me too. Count me in. Kushina, Mikoto, Minato, and Tsunade all raised their hands instantly. Who wouldn't want a fruit like this? Here it is. You guys can decide among yourselves. Kaido flipped his hand, revealing the human fruit and placing it on the table. Rather than choosing someone himself, he figured it was better to let them sort it out. In the end, Minato was the first to back out. After a fierce competition between the remaining 3, Kushina finally won the fruit. Without hesitation, she took a bite and ate it. After a while, so? How do you feel? Do you feel like your brain just leveled up? Tsunade and the others stared at her curiously, eager for an answer. Kushina hesitated for a moment before replying, I don't feel anything particularly special. I do sense a stronger connection to my body and better control over it. Also, my mind does feel clearer. But other than that, I don't notice any major changes. Saying this, she turned to Kaido. Kaido, are you sure you didn't get it wrong? Impossible. Kaido shook his head. Try training or studying a technique and see for yourself. Just feeling it out won't prove anything. Since the fruit was supposed to enhance comprehension and learning ability, the only way to verify its effects was through practice. That makes sense. Kushina's eyes lit up as she immediately teleported to the backyard training ground to begin practicing her cultivation technique. Kaido and the others quickly followed to observe. Before long, the person most familiar with the technique, Kaido, noticed something shocking. With every repetition of her training, Kushina's understanding of the technique was improving rapidly. At least 10 times faster than before. Holy! It actually works. Tsunade and Naori Uchiha both gasped in disbelief. Mikoto and Minato, being slightly weaker, couldn't perceive the full extent of the change. After a while, Kushina finally reached her physical limit and had to stop. She looked down at her hands, eyes sparkling with excitement. This is insane. It's like I just got a cheat code. The human fruit is up. This has to be the strongest devil fruit ever. I've decided, I'm keeping it. But the next moment, Tsunade smacked her on the head. Ow! Kushina winced and looked up to see Tsunade standing there, arms crossed. She pouted, eyes filled with resentment. Tsunade, what was that for? Pa. You deserved it. Tsunade smirked. You really thought you could keep this brokenly overpowered fruit all to yourself? Dream on. We'll be taking turns using it. With this kind of monstrous comprehension boost, there was no way she was going to let it go. With the fruit's help, she was certain that her Flying Thunder God technique, Sage Chakra refinement, and other skills would improve at an insane rate. Her path to surpassing Kage level would be dramatically shortened. Even Naori Uchiha couldn't resist. I agree. Keeping this fruit locked to one person is a complete waste. Like Tsunade said, we should all take turns using it. After all, everyone has a limit to how much they can train in a day. We can rotate usage so that the fruit is always benefiting someone. Of course, even if we take turns, there still won't be enough time for everyone to use it daily. But a 2-day or 3-day rotation should work fine. What do you guys think? He glanced at the others. Sounds good. I think it's fair. Agreed. One by one, they all nodded in agreement. In the end, Kushina could only look at Kaito with a pleading expression. Kaito sighed helplessly. This is what everyone decided. I can't do anything about it. Fine. We'll take turns using it then. There are 7 of us here, including Lady Mido. 1 person per day, how does that sound? He also wanted to experience the effects of the fruit himself. As for the fact that he had already eaten a devil fruit and hadn't fully integrated with it yet, that wasn't a problem at all. He could temporarily extract the rumble fruit from his body or even seal it away for the time being. Both options were completely viable. In fact, since he had already removed the will of the devil fruits, he could even consume 2 devil fruits simultaneously as long as he kept their energies separated, preventing them from clashing and causing his body to collapse. Alright. Sounds good. We don't have much choice anyway. With everyone in agreement, Kushina could only accept it, though she was a little disappointed. At least she'd still get to use it once a week, right? What's that? Worried that removing the devil fruit would make it ineffective? That wasn't an issue at all. She was using it to enhance her comprehension of techniques, not for its physical powers. Whether the devil fruit was inside her or not didn't matter. Once she learned something, it became her own ability. This wasn't just about developing devil fruit powers, it was about true mastery. Actually, there's another benefit. Kaido added. Since we're all taking turns using this fruit, our collective energy will enhance its power over time. Just like how devil fruits become stronger as generations of users develop them, this one will continue to grow in strength as we use it. Tsunade's eyes lit up. So, the more we use it, the more powerful it will become? Exactly. Kaito nodded firmly. That's amazing. Everyone was thrilled. This was a huge advantage. Following that, at the group's request, Kaito took them into the space-time gate to extract the human fruit, allowing everyone to experience it firsthand. Even Uzumaki Mido was brought in to test it out. Once everyone had their turn, Kaido handed the fruit's power over to Kushina and said, let's not count today, we've already wasted a lot of time. We'll officially start the rotation tomorrow. Also, I've been thinking. We don't actually train for a full day, right? If only one person uses it for an entire day, it's kind of wasteful. So why don't we divide the day into 3 shifts? That way, we can maximize the fruit's potential. I can leave a shadow clone in the space gate to handle the extraction and reassignment of the devil fruit power. How does that sound? Since everyone needed to sleep at some point, using a full day per person would waste precious time. A rotating schedule would make the most of the fruit's effects. Everyone's eyes brightened at the idea. That actually makes a lot of sense. This way, we can maximize its efficiency. Alright, let's do it. Seeing that everyone was on board, Kaito confirmed the new rotation schedule. He also set up a separate space in the space gate and stationed a permanent shadow clone there to manage the devil fruit's distribution. Of course, to prevent memory overload, he would dispel and replace the clone daily. Otherwise, if he let the shadow clone accumulate 10 or 15 days worth of experience before dispelling it, even with his powerful mental strength, the flood of memories would be overwhelming. There was no need to overdo it. By the way, now that we're using the human fruit, what about Chopper? Where is he? What do we do about him? At that moment, Mikoto suddenly remembered and turned to ask Kaito. Clearly, she was quite fond of Chopper, that adorable little reindeer. It would be a shame if he just disappeared like that. Oh, right. Kushina and the others also turned their attention to Kaito. Kaito chuckled. I knew you guys would ask. Here he is. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a sleeping Chopper into the room and explained, I've been thinking about this too. Giving him back the human fruit isn't really an option. This fruit is way too important for us now. But if we don't give him anything, he'll just become a regular reindeer again. That would be cruel to him. So, I plan to use my primal chakra refinement jutsu to help him condense his own chakra seed, turning him into a true ninja beast and awakening his spiritual intelligence. Once he reaches the required level of intelligence, I'll form a contract with him and teach him new techniques to further enhance his abilities. What do you guys think? This was the best solution he could come up with. That actually sounds like a great idea. Tsunade, Nari Uchiha, and Minato all nodded in approval. Mikoto and Kushina, however, furrowed their brows slightly. Mikoto hesitated before saying, but if we do it this way, Chopper still won't be able to transform into his original future self, right? He won't be that same adorable and intelligent Chopper anymore. Chapter 200, Replicating the Human Fruit? Exactly. Kaito nodded firmly. So, to solve this issue, we either return the human fruit to him, or we find another devil fruit like human fruit for him. The problem is, it wouldn't be the same. Even if we gave him another human fruit, it wouldn't grant him the exact same form or abilities he was supposed to have in the future. There was no perfect solution. Unless they were willing to give up the effects of the human fruit. But that was obviously out of the question. Even though Mikoto and Kushina felt sympathy for Chopper, they couldn't make that choice. Because the effects of this fruit were too important to them. Unless, one day, they no longer needed its power, then maybe. But that day was still far off. Especially since the fruit's abilities would continue to evolve as they used and developed them further. Mikoto hesitated, deep in thought. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her head, and she turned to Kaito. Kaito, I remember that in the future of the pirate world, Vegapunk successfully replicated zone-type devil fruits, right? Is there a chance that the human fruit could be replicated as well? If not, what about using the same synchronization technology as the artificial seraphim to share the abilities? She was still hoping for a perfect solution. Well, Kaito pondered. Vegapunk does have the technology to create artificial zone-type devil fruits. But whether he can replicate a special zone type like the human fruit, I'm not sure. But we can try to contact him and ask. Conveniently, I'm meeting with Monkey D. Dragon in a few days. Through him, I should be able to arrange a meeting with Vegapunk. As for the Seraphim synchronization technology, it's definitely not perfected yet. If replicating the human fruit doesn't work, then we'll just have to wait and see if that method becomes viable. That said, Kaito believed that with Vegapunk's abilities, creating an artificial human fruit shouldn't be too difficult. After all, the guy had already managed to replicate Kaido's mythical zone fish fruit. Zone types were fundamentally different from Parimsha and Logia types. Replicating them seemed to be a lot easier, even for mythical zones. I see. Then let's ask him. Hopefully, it'll work out. Mikoto's eyes lit up with anticipation. Yeah. Kaito nodded and, after thinking for a moment, waved his hand, sending Chopper back into the time-sealed space. He turned to Mikoto and the others and said, for now, I'll keep Chopper in the time-sealed space, keeping him in a dormant state. We'll decide what to do after we've spoken with Vegapunk. Good idea. Everyone agreed without hesitation. With that settled, they left the space gate and returned to Kaido's house to finish their dinner. By the way, shouldn't we inform Kira about Chopper? Out of nowhere, Tsunade remembered something and turned to Kaito. After all, in the future, Kira had practically raised Chopper like her own son. She had a right to know what was going on. Yeah, we should. Let's finish dinner first, then we'll tell her. Kaito had no objections. He had no intention of hiding it from Kira anyway. Half an hour later, after dinner, they contacted Kira immediately. You actually found Chopper? Where is he? The next second, Kira teleported in, looking anxious. Right here. Kaido waved his hand, and Chopper appeared, landing gently in front of Kira. She immediately caught him, holding him close. After examining his sleeping form, she channeled chakra into his body to check his condition. However, she frowned and looked up. What's going on? And why can't I sense any trace of devil fruit abilities in him? Did he not eat the fruit yet? That's right. Kaito nodded. I actually found him alone and injured in the eastern forest of Drum Island. But he hadn't eaten the devil fruit yet. However, I did find the devil fruit elsewhere in the same forest. The thing is what? Kira's brows furrowed. She had a feeling something wasn't simple about this. If everything was normal, Kaido should have already fed Chopper the fruit. Well, here's the situation. Kaido proceeded to explain everything he had discovered about the human fruit and the experiments he had conducted. He even temporarily extracted the fruit's ability from Kushina and transferred it into Kira, allowing her to experience its effects firsthand before retrieving it back into Kushina's body. I never expected this supposedly ordinary and unimpressive human fruit to have such terrifying potential. No wonder Chopper became so intelligent and capable in the future. Everyone completely underestimated the power and potential of this devil fruit. After testing it herself, Kira was stunned. At the same time, she couldn't help but let out a wry chuckle and shake her head. Now I understand why you're so conflicted about whether to give this fruit to Chopper. This is really a tough decision to make. Having experienced its effects firsthand, she knew exactly how valuable this fruit was. If Chopper had already eaten it, that would be one thing. But the key issue was that he hadn't yet, and now, Kaido had found the fruit first. Even Chopper himself had been saved by Kaido. At this point, she didn't know what to say. She was well aware that, while Kaido and the others seemed to be living peacefully in the ninja world, there was still a major hidden threat looming over them. Furthermore, in the distant future, there would be even more powerful enemies waiting for them. They desperately needed the effects of this devil fruit to accelerate their growth in strength. So she couldn't bring herself to ask them to give it to Chopper. But without this fruit, Chopper's future would be completely different. Gaining intelligence wasn't the issue, Chakra could accomplish that. But Kira still hoped to see the lively, adorable, and slightly shy Chopper from the original timeline. Is there really no other solution? Is there any chance Vegapunk could replicate this fruit? Kira turned to Kaido and the others and asked. Hey. You're thinking the same thing as us? Kaido chuckled and said, we actually had the same idea. Luckily, I'll be meeting with Dragon in a few days. At that time, I'll ask him to introduce us to Vegapunk so we can see if he can replicate it. If he can, that would be perfect. If not, we'll have to find another way. For now, I think it's best if we keep Chopper in a time-locked space for now, letting him remain in suspended animation. What do you think? Hearing this, Kira looked down at Chopper with a bit of reluctance before nodding. That's the only choice we have for now. She stepped forward, handed Chopper back to Kaido, and watched as he once again sent him into the time-locked space. Only then did she speak again. Speaking of Vegapunk, I actually met him in the past. It's just that I eventually stopped traveling, and we lost contact. Later on, I heard that the world government took an interest in him and forcibly took him away. When you go meet him, be careful. It's best if you don't let the world government or the Marines find out, or you'll be in big trouble. The world government has always kept a tight grip on Vegapunk. They would never let him go as long as he was useful to them. And once they had drained him of all his value, they definitely wouldn't let him live either. When that time came, they would eliminate him to remove any potential future threats. Of course. Kaito smiled and nodded. With the teleportation ability of the Dimensional Gate and my newly developed space ability, it shouldn't be too difficult to avoid the world government and the Marines while contacting Vegapunk. I can even hide or seal my chakra and all my aura, making it hard for Haki to discover me. His abilities were so overpowered that things impossible for others were mere child's play to him. Alright. As long as you're confident, I'll wait for your good news. Kira nodded knowingly, then chatted with Kaido and the others for a while longer, mainly discussing control over Drum Island. Afterward, she teleported away. Tsunade and the others also left one after another. Kaido, has Dalton's favorability towards you reached the required level? At this moment, Nari Uchiha turned to Kaido and asked. Let me check. Kaido paused for a moment, then used his ability to check and replied, yes, it has. Good. Nari nodded and said, didn't you mention that you also obtained the Oxox fruit, bison form, on this trip? How about giving it to Dalton and forming a contract with him? Then, let's appoint him as the Minister of Defense for Drum Island. He can help train the island's military, maintain order, and deal with any pirates or troublemakers. He's a talented person, we should make good use of him. It will save us a lot of trouble. People from the ninja world weren't suited for this kind of role. It was a matter of function and education, not something that could be changed overnight. Sounds good. I was thinking the same thing. Let's do it, I'll handle it right away. With that, Kaido bid farewell to the group and teleported to Drum Island to find Dalton. After a conversation, he successfully convinced Dalton to sign a contract and officially brought him under his command. From now on, you're the Minister of Defense for the kingdom. Train hard with the techniques I've taught you, strengthen yourself, train the army here, and protect this country. Ensure its peace and stability. Also, take this ox fruit. It was originally meant for you in the future, so it's only fitting that you have it. As he spoke, Kaido took out the ox fruit and handed it to Dalton. Dalton, having formed the contract, had already received a lot of information about the past and future of the pirate world. Naturally, he was aware of his own fate and the future of Drum Island. Thank you for your generosity, Lord Kaido. I will never betray your trust. I swear to protect this country and never let pirates, outsiders, or Wapol and his men ruin it again. Dalton solemnly accepted the devil fruit and swore his allegiance to Kaido. Chapter 201, Monkey D. Dragon. Very good. Kaido nodded in satisfaction, patting Dalton on the shoulder. I trust in your abilities and loyalty. Keep working hard. From now on, Drum Island will only get better and better. Here, take this fruit and eat it. Yes. Without hesitation, Dalton took the devil fruit and devoured it in just a few bites. Even though he had already learned from the contract's information that this fruit had been modified to remove its defects and hidden dangers, he was still surprised by its sweet and delicious taste. Rumor had it that devil fruits were supposed to taste awful. I can't believe even the taste was improved. As expected of Lord Kaido, you're truly incredible. Dalton exclaimed in admiration. Haha. That's nothing worth mentioning. Kaido chuckled, waving his hand. Alright, let's go report to the old king, get your position officially transferred, and then you can take office. Yes. With that, Kaido teleported Dalton to the palace. There, after meeting the old king and arranging for Dalton to be appointed as the Minister of Defense of the kingdom with full military authority, Kaido left the pirate world and returned to the ninja world. 5 days later, in the pirate world, on Shimatsuki Island in the East Blue, inside a living room at the Ishin Dojo, Kaido sat across from Kashiro and Monkey D. Dragon. Dragon was deeply engrossed in the red-covered book he held. The more he read, the more fascinated and excited he became. After a long while, he finally closed the book, looking up with eyes full of admiration and reverence. This book is absolutely brilliant. After reading it, I realize how shallow and one-sided my past thoughts were. I was never truly prepared to form a revolutionary army and take on the world government. My previous ideas were so naive, full of mistakes and loopholes. Without a complete and well-structured ideology, even if I had built a revolutionary army, we would have been doomed to fail. Now, in this book, I've finally seen the light, the real way to overthrow the world government and change the world. At that moment, Kaido used his talent to check Dragon's status and discovered that his favorability toward him had skyrocketed to 89. An astounding number. This was the power of faith and conviction. Kaido felt that all the time and effort he had spent adapting and rewriting this book specifically for the realities of the pirate world had been completely worth it. He drew upon the vast reservoir of political and strategic knowledge from Earth, every lesson from minor skirmishes to global conflicts, from the rise and fall of kingdoms to the tides of revolution. No detail was too small, no tactic too insignificant. Every battle, every maneuver, every shift in power throughout history became a weapon in his arsenal. Result: raising Dragon's favorability to this level in one go. It was just time to form a contract. Once contracted, Dragon would become a completely trustworthy ally, and Kaido's plans for the pirate world could officially begin. People with ideals, ambition, and strong beliefs, as long as they were shown the right path, gaining their trust was actually quite easy. Easier than most, in fact. Of course, this was only possible because Kaido had the memories from his past life to draw from when writing the book. Otherwise, trying to win over someone like Dragon would be a near impossible task. Kaido waved his hand humbly. This is just a compilation of ideas. No. Dragon shook his head firmly. This is not just a simple collection of ideas. I can tell that you put serious thought and effort into this. Only through deep understanding and careful deliberation could you have created such a masterpiece. Additionally, I am in the process of forming the revolutionary army to overthrow the world government. Your book will serve as the ideological foundation for me and my comrades. With that in mind, I sincerely invite you to join us. Would you be willing to become part of the revolutionary army? If Kaido were to join, Dragon firmly believed that with his ideological guidance and assistance, they would surely succeed in toppling the world government and establishing a new order, bringing happiness and prosperity to the people. As for how someone as young as Kaido could write such a profound and insightful book, Dragon had no doubts. This world was full of geniuses. Besides, from the moment they met, Kaido had given off an aura of danger. It was clear that his power was anything but ordinary. Even his good friend Koshiro, whom he had planned to recruit, showed an inexplicable deference to Kaido. That alone spoke volumes. Let's set that aside for now. Kaido didn't directly refuse but nodded thoughtfully. I fully understand and support your ideals. Like you, I have long grown disgusted with the corruption and chaos of this world and the world government. That is why I have been secretly making preparations to overthrow them and establish a new order myself. In fact, I've already made significant progress in the shadows. In this regard, our goals are completely aligned. I believe we should join forces. However, before that, I would like you to sign a contract with me. Only then can I fully trust you and work alongside you to overthrow the world government and create a new world order. This contract will bring you immense benefits and greatly increase our chances of success. But at the same time, it will impose certain restrictions, preventing you from ever betraying or harming me. Koshiro and his family have already signed the contract with me, which is why their strength has increased so dramatically in such a short period of time. What do you think? Now that Dragon's favorability was this high, Kaido wasn't going to waste the opportunity. Who knew if, after his initial excitement cooled, Dragon's trust in him would waver? That was a real possibility. Oh? A contract with such miraculous effects? Dragon was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Kaido to bring such a thing. He couldn't help but look toward Koshiro. Seeing this, Koshiro smiled and nodded. That's right. I've already signed a contract with Kaido, and the benefits I received are enough to change my destiny. My recent power surge is proof of that. If possible, I hope you can also sign a contract with Kaido, Dragon. That way, we can truly be like-minded allies. This will also make it more likely for your dream to come true. Because, in a way, your dream is also part of Kaido's dream. Hearing Koshiro's explanation and persuasion, Dragon fell silent. His mind was racing as he considered the situation. After a long moment, he finally looked up, having made his decision, and said to Kaido, "Alright, let's do the contract. I trust that you won't harm me." In the end, Dragon's extreme favorability toward Kaido, along with his belief and admiration, led him to make this choice quickly. But this decision made both Kaido and Koshiro happy. Good. Trust me, you won't regret this. Kaido nodded immediately and formed a mysterious rune at his brow, sending it toward Dragon while explaining the contract's method, its benefits, and its restrictions. Without hesitation, Dragon reached out and touched the rune imprint. Instantly, a voice echoed in his mind. He had already made his decision, so there was nothing to hesitate about. The next moment, the rune imprint entered his forehead and settled in his consciousness. At the same time, a flood of information about the past and future of the pirate world, as well as some details about the ninja world, poured into his mind. More insights from the book, along with powerful techniques like the life force, primal chakra refinement, meditation methods, and more, surged into Dragon's consciousness. He was completely consumed by the wave of new knowledge. Over an hour later, Dragon finally reopened his eyes, exhaling deeply. His expression was complex as he looked at Kaido and Koshiro before speaking with emotion. "I can't believe it. So this is the truth. Kaido, you're not even from this world, you're from the ninja world. It's simply unbelievable, and those techniques. Each one of them is an absolute game changer. No wonder Koshiro's power has skyrocketed recently. With techniques like these, it all makes sense. I feel like I owe you even more now. These things are way too valuable. Not to mention, there's also the wealth of information about the past and future of our world." Pausing for a moment, Dragon furrowed his brows and looked at Kaido. "Is everything in those future visions real?" "Of course." Kaido affirmed with a nod, but then shook his head slightly. "However, at this point, those visions should only be considered references. Because my presence has already changed a lot of things, and even more will change in the future. But as a reference, they can still help us predict trends and make the right preparations." Hearing this, Dragon nodded in understanding. "That makes sense. With so much knowledge of the past and future, even if some parts have changed due to your presence, it still allows me to plan and make better decisions. Damn. I never expected that in a future without you, the Revolutionary Army would struggle so much. Honestly, I don't even see a realistic chance of success in that timeline. It all comes down to the lack of a unified and complete ideological framework. The Revolutionary Army in that future was always just a scattered resistance. In the end, it was never able to achieve anything substantial. On the other hand, Luffy. That kid really turned out to be the chosen one of the era? Haha, that's pretty interesting. But unfortunately, he's just too reckless. I don't want to crush his dreams, but if you're asking me to entrust the future to that brat, I'd have to say no thanks. He simply couldn't imagine what the world would look like if Luffy led the charge against the world government. That kid had no understanding of governance. And he had no constructive ideology. He just acted purely on impulse and personal desires. That kind of thinking was completely unsuitable for building a new world order. So, overthrowing the world government and establishing a new order had to be left to him and his teacher. Haha. Hearing Dragon's words, Kaido couldn't help but laugh loudly. Luffy's personality does limit him to just that role. But when he's older, he still needs proper foundational education and ideological training. Not just him, Ace and Sabo need the same. Right now, I've already established schools in this island and several other bases. In the future, when I establish a 4 Emperors level faction in the New World and secure a territory to create a new country, I will expand this educational system. At the same time, I'll carry out various reform experiments in that nation, so we can develop the most suitable administrative framework. That way, once we overthrow the world government, we'll have a well-structured and superior system ready to replace the old order, guiding the world toward a better future. Chapter 202, Discussing Future Plans. Oh? Dragon's eyes lit up as he looked at Kaido and said, I didn't expect you to think this way, Kaito-sama. This is actually a brilliant idea. If we operate under the name of a 4 Emperors crew as cover, even if we implement reforms within our territory, it won't attract too much attention from the world government. This plan has a real chance of success. The education and training of talent are indeed crucial. We need to cultivate more qualified allies who share our ideology. Only then will we have a chance at success. Compared to your plan, mine seems so naive and opportunistic. It looks like I should stop building the revolutionary army and instead join your plan directly. When Dragon compared his own plan to Kaido's, he felt like his so-called strategy was nothing more than a pile of garbage. It simply didn't compare. No. Kaido shook his head immediately and said, I have no objections if you want to join me. In fact, I fully support it. But you still need to build the revolutionary army. In fact, you should refine its structure further based on the principles in the book I gave you, establishing a core ideology that aligns closely with mine. Then, continue optimizing your approach, just as you would have in the original timeline, by spreading your influence throughout the many kingdoms of the 4 seas. Recruit and train like-minded individuals, focusing on the common people, and continuously expand and unite your movement. Once we have developed enough strength and influence, we will use 1 or more decaying kingdoms as test cases, launching uprisings to overthrow the old, rotten regime. We will then establish new countries based on our principles and framework. I need you to use the revolutionary army as a distraction, drawing the world government's attention. Meanwhile, I will continuously deploy people to infiltrate the navy, various kingdoms, and major factions. We will also try to turn the navy against the world government, making them our own. When our top-tier combat strength reaches a sufficient level, I will begin. At the same time, we will convert several of the strongest pirate forces and make them work for us. Only after that will we fully emerge from the shadows, rally our elite forces, and launch an assault on the Red Line. We will destroy Pangaea Castle, eliminate the Celestial Dragons, the 5 Elders, and the true masterminds behind the world government, the ones who originally created it, Imu. After that, our infiltrators within major factions and kingdoms will join forces with the Revolutionary Army and the Navy to topple those countries, wipe out the old order, and build a new world based on our core ideology. What do you think? Kaido took his time explaining his full strategic plan for the world of pirates to Dragon in detail. After hearing it all, Dragon's round face was full of admiration. He exclaimed, Kaito-sama, your plan is far grander than my revolutionary army strategy. Whether it's the systematic infiltration of kingdoms, pirates, or even the Navy, I hadn't considered any of this before. Especially the Navy, do you really think they can be turned to our side? Facing Dragon's curious gaze, Kaido chuckled and nodded. Of course. While the Navy is, on the surface, just a lapdog of the world government and the Celestial Dragons, its core principles is still about upholding justice. Even if these principles were initially crafted as a propaganda tool to justify the world government's rule, most mid- and low-ranking naval officers genuinely believe they are fighting for justice, cracking down on crime and piracy, and protecting innocent civilians. This belief is what led many of them to join the Navy in the first place. Even among the Navy's high command, there are still individuals who are genuinely committed to justice. The new world order we will establish will naturally need them. If we can successfully sway the Navy to our side, it will be crucial to fully overthrow the old system and establish a new one while ensuring global stability and minimizing chaos. Of course, there will still be a faction within the Navy that is corrupt, greedy, and lawless, as well as those who are genuinely loyal to the world government and the Celestial Dragons, eager to be their lapdogs. These cancers will need to be eradicated when we take control of the Navy. Hearing this, Dragon's admiration for Kaido grew even stronger. He felt that everything Kaido said made perfect sense. Indeed, the Navy was an essential target for infiltration and conversion. Without hesitation, Dragon said to Kaido, "Kaito-sama, I understand. You're absolutely right. As you know, I am the son of the Navy's hero, Vice Admiral Garp. I also served in the Navy for several years and made many good friends there. Should we start by infiltrating through them? In fact, when the time is right, it might even be possible to bring my father over to our side." Dragon was all about family loyalty. In his mind, rather than letting his old man remain stuck in the Navy, it would be far better for him to join them. In fact, he even wanted his father to max out his favorability with Kaido as soon as possible and form a contract with him. That way, Garp would be able to obtain various benefits, extended lifespan, improved physical potential, and a higher ceiling for personal strength, making him even more formidable. If his father could form a contract with Kaido early on, given his talent, a few years of training might allow him to crush the admirals and beat them to a pulp. That might actually work. Kaito nodded knowingly and said, "We can start influencing those people, but we can't rush it. This has to be done step by step. Going too fast will only put them in danger. As for your father, it's even more critical to take our time. I'll find a way to get close to him. I'll gain his and Sengoku's trust, gradually increasing their favorability toward me. Once they're under contract, the Marines will naturally fall into my hands and become my weapon. Is that so?" Dragon listened with admiration and said, "As expected, you've thought everything through. Indeed, we can't rush this. I'll print some books and secretly distribute them to my old Marine comrades, slowly influencing their ideology. It'd be best if you could contract my father and the others as soon as possible." Getting the high-ranking Marines under contract was exactly what Dragon wanted to see. Though realistically, he knew it wouldn't be that easy. The Marines were full of different factions. Not everyone could be won over, and choosing sides was inevitable. "All right. I'll handle it." Kaito smiled and nodded in agreement. They continued talking for a long time, discussing ideological frameworks and future plans in detail. Dragon kept asking questions, and Kaido answered them patiently. They even shared 2 meals during their conversation. Finally, late at night, they wrapped up the discussion and went to rest. The next day, Dragon hurriedly left the island, preparing to establish the Revolutionary Army and raise its banner as planned. Of course, in the early stages, he needed to gather like-minded individuals to join while also providing them with ideological training and setting up a clear framework. As for supplies and funding, Kaido had already promised to fully support Dragon. To ensure the Revolutionary Army grew rapidly and smoothly, he would send provisions directly each month. There was no need for Dragon to dispatch people to receive the goods. Kaido could simply transfer everything from his storage space to Dragon, making the process quick, efficient, and safe. Before Dragon left, Kaido also asked about Vegapunk's whereabouts. Right now, Vegapunk has been taken by the world government and moved to the secret Egghead Island base in the New World. The security there is extremely tight. Not only are Marine elites guarding it, but there are also CP0 agents under the world government. Even I have a hard time getting close to him. I can only communicate with him through covert means from time to time. Why? Kaido, are you interested in him? Dragon revealed the information and inquired. Yes. Kaito nodded without hesitation. A genius scientist like him is someone I'm very interested in. I want to bring him to my side, have him develop advanced technology for me. I need his help in researching devil fruits and more. If possible, I want to meet him as soon as possible and have a proper discussion. Do you have a way to make that happen? Currently, Kaido's greatest interest in Vegapunk was his devil fruit research. He wanted to replicate as many zone-type human fruits as possible. This way, his people could each have one, eliminating the need for fruit sharing, drastically improving their training efficiency. Additionally, he wanted to give Chopper one of these fruits, helping him return to his potential future self and gain immense growth capabilities. If nurtured well, Chopper might even become a medical genius on par with Tsunoda or Kira. Chapter 203, Asking for Vegapunk and Discovering the Germa 66. Dragon pondered for a moment before responding. With just my personal connection to Vegapunk, this will be extremely difficult, almost impossible. But if we combine it with your strength and abilities, Master, then it might just be possible. Give me a month. I need that time to get in touch with Vegapunk and make the necessary arrangements. Once everything is set, I'll let you know and take you to meet him. How does that sound? He couldn't always contact Vegapunk at will, it depended on luck and the scientist's situation. No problem. Kaido agreed without hesitation. He understood Vegapunk's current circumstances. Just let me know once you've made contact. Make sure Vegapunk stays as safe as possible. He just needs to provide us with a meeting location. I'll handle the rest. Besides, with teleportation and space manipulation abilities, a lot of obstacles can be bypassed. Of course, teleportation required a contract holder to have visited a location before. However, Kaido had already contracted special animals and even insects as summoning creatures. These creatures, though small in size, were highly intelligent and powerful, perfect for infiltrating heavily guarded bases and mapping out locations. On top of that, his space-based teleportation abilities allowed him to sneak into many high-security areas with ease. When you have hacks, you're practically invincible. Got it. I'll make sure to let him know. Dragon nodded, feeling warmth in his heart. Kaido was kind, valuing lives above all else. He truly admired that. With that, Dragon hurriedly left. Once his ship had sailed far enough, Kaido and Koshiro returned to the living room. Kaido turned to his teacher and said, "Master, Dragon's situation is basically settled. The pirate ship has long been completed, and all preparations have been made. When do you plan on setting sail? Time waits for no one. Building a reputation also takes time. Tomorrow." Koshiro smiled. "I've been preparing all this time, just waiting for Dragon's matter to be resolved. Everything at home is already arranged. Besides, with the ability to teleport home at any time, there isn't much to worry about. By the way, Kaido, are you officially joining the pirate crew? Even if you mostly use shadow clones, will you appear as yourself, or will you disguise your identity?" "I'll change my appearance." Kaido shook his head. "Later on, I'll need transformation and disguise techniques. Besides, I can't rely on clones, it would be too easy to detect with observation haki. I also have a chakra sealing technique and another one to conceal my chakra in emergencies. At some point, if we start infiltrating the Marines, that means I won't be able to constantly rely on shape-shifting techniques, I'll have to be there in person. Besides, those methods are easily exposed to masters of observation haki. It's better to use my real appearance in future situations. Also, when I join the Marines, it won't be as your disciple or resident of this island. Instead, I'll assume an identity from Kokoyasi village. At the same time, I've also covered my tracks here, so there's no risk of my connection to you causing any problems." Clearly, he had been planning this for a long time. As for the identity in Kokoyasi village, Belmir, an ex-marine, could vouch for him, eliminating any risk of exposure. Was Belmir trustworthy? Hey, absolutely. Not only were Nami and Nojiko close to him, but even Belmir had been won over after all these years. She had completely recognized and supported him. More importantly, she knew about his plans to overthrow the world government and infiltrate the Marines. And she fully supported it. Because she utterly despised the corruption within the Marines. She loathed the world government and the celestial dragons, those parasites at the top. She wanted to change everything. And Kaito was the man who could make it happen. For years, she had been training hard to improve her strength. She had now reached the level of a Marine headquarters colonel, far from the weak woman she once was. No longer someone Arlong could kill so easily. In fact, she had been waiting for Arlong to show up. She was determined to rewrite her fate and personally take down the Arlong pirates. She even planned to anonymously report Major Nezumi to the higher-ups, helping cleanse the Marines of its filth. If reporting him didn't work, she'd take matters into her own hands under a different identity. One way or another, she wouldn't let scum like Nezumi remain in the Marines. Kaido completely agreed with her. "In that case, I can set my mind at ease." Koshiro nodded in understanding and made a request. "Once I set sail, please help me watch over my home. Even if you're too busy, arrange for someone to keep an eye on it. I wouldn't want pirates to invade while I'm gone." He still felt a bit uneasy. "Relax." Kaido waved his hand with a chuckle. "Not only have I built a training base here, but there are people patrolling every day. Besides, Kuina and the others aren't weak anymore. In the East Blue, there aren't many pirates who could challenge them. Not to mention, you still have your wife, a sword master in her own right. So, don't worry. Everything will be fine." For someone like Koshiro, who had been a homebody for so many years, it was understandable that he had so many concerns before setting out. "Haha. You're right. I'm just overthinking. Let's do it this way, then. Tomorrow, make sure Hashirama sends a shadow clone at least for now, and also have Tsukumo, Uchiha, Uzumaki Reiko, and the others come along." Since this was a pirate crew, it wasn't going to be just Koshiro setting sail alone. Kaido had arranged for elite members from the Uchiha, Uzumaki, and Senju clans to accompany him. Along with his own and the first Hokage's shadow clones, this lineup was top tier even in the New World, let alone the East Blue. The next morning, Kaido and the others gathered at the base on the island. Once everyone was present and farewells were said, Koshiro and his group didn't set sail from there directly. Instead, they teleported to a small island base over 100 kilometers. From there, they headed to the port and boarded the Uchiha ship that had been waiting. They raised the anchor and set sail into the vast sea. Kaido himself, along with Mikoto and the others, didn't came to see them off, to avoid risks and prevent the Navy and world government from discovering their secrets. Once Koshiro and his crew set off, Kaido and his team resumed their own work. Meanwhile, in the ninja world, Hidden Leaf Village's expansion and reconstruction plans were progressing rapidly. With Hashirama, Madara, and many other ninjas working hard, beautiful and innovative buildings were springing up one after another at an astonishing pace. Every day, things looked different, leaving villagers and outsiders amazed at the progress. On this particular day, Kaido suddenly received a message through the communication space. He chose to receive it and quickly learned that his ninja dragon, while mapping the North Blue, had unexpectedly spotted Germa 66. This was a target Kaido had been searching for. Since the dragon was already keeping an eye on the North Blue, it naturally paid close attention to Germa's movements. Without hesitation, Kaido stopped his training, informed Mikoto and the others, and teleported back home in the ninja world. With a quick scan, he then teleported straight into one of the research labs in the science division. As soon as he appeared, Orochimaru, Tobirama, and one of his shadow clones, who were conducting experiments, all turned to look at him. Orochimaru, want to go on a trip? Kaido asked with a smirk. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Kaido, you're actually here in person? Something big must be up. He knew that whenever Kaido came personally, it was always important. And usually, it was something exciting. He was looking forward to it. Yeah. Kaido nodded and, after glancing at Tobirama, sent Orochimaru a mental transmission. The ninja dragon spotted Germa 66's location in the North Blue. I'm planning to head over and forcibly recruit Vinsmoke Judge and take over Germa's kingdom. At the same time, I want you to take charge of their scientific research. Interested? He could handle it himself, but it would take too much time. Germa's research materials were bound to be extensive, and assimilating all of them wouldn't be quick. So, it was best to leave that to Orochimaru. Sure enough, the next moment, Orochimaru licked his lips excitedly. That sounds perfect. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Without hesitation, Orochimaru created a shadow clone to stay behind and assist Obirama and Kaido's clone with the experiments. His real body gave Tobirama a nod, then disappeared along with Kaido in a flash of teleportation. Obirama sighed and shook his head. Always so secretive. Can't they just tell me? He didn't bother asking the shadow clones, either, and simply resumed his experiments. Clearly, he had gotten used to this by now. And he knew that Kaido, along with his elder brother and sister-in-law, were deliberately keeping certain things from him. His brother and sister-in-law often spoke highly of Kaido, subtly hinting that he should build a good relationship with him. But they never told him why, which left him feeling helpless at times. Chapter 204, The Bloodline Factor Technology. Over time, Tobirama's impression of Kaido Uchiha had indeed improved significantly. Whether it was Kaido's personal talent in training or his scientific research skills, Tobirama found himself increasingly acknowledging the young man's abilities. As for his governance over Hidden Leaf Village, there was no need to even question that. However, deep down, Tobirama still had some lingering reservations. He found it difficult to fully accept reality just yet. That said, if things continued as they were, he would eventually meet the contract's conditions sooner or later. In the pirate world, somewhere in the North Blue at this moment, a fleet of massive, snail-shaped ships was sailing across the sea. This was none other than Germa 66's fleet, essentially their entire kingdom in motion. High above in the sky, the ninja dragon soared through the air, closely following the unique fleet. With a swift whoosh, Kaido and Orochimaru suddenly appeared on the dragon's back. Spreading his observation haki and mental perception, Kaido instantly locked onto Germa 66's fleet below. He immediately sent a mental message to the ninja dragon. Great work. You've done an excellent job tracking them. This matter is in our hands now. You can continue exploring the world. The dragon responded without hesitation. Understood. I'll take my leave then. Kaido nodded, then placed a hand on Orochimaru's shoulder and locked onto a specific location within the Germa 66 fleet using observation haki. In the next instant, whoosh, they teleported away. Feeling the weight lifted from its back, the dragon flapped its wings and swiftly disappeared into the distance. Meanwhile, Kaido and Orochimaru had landed aboard one of the snail ships. Kaido's mental perception immediately spread out, encompassing the entire Germa 66 fleet. Within moments, he pinpointed Vinsmoke Judge's exact location. With another flash, He and Orochimaru teleported straight into a laboratory inside one of the ships. "Who's there?" Judge was sharp. He instantly sensed the intruders and turned around in alarm, his expression changing drastically. At the same time, his hand discreetly reached for the transformation button on his battle suit. Sharingan Genjutsu, Labyrinth Mirage. But Kaido was faster. Before Judge could react, Kaido's Sharingan activated, and a powerful illusion engulfed him instantly. Judge froze in place, completely ensnared. "Hey, Kaido-kun, your Genjutsu skills keep getting more terrifying." Orochimaru chuckled, licking his lips as he observed the laboratory. "And this is just with a 3 Tomoe Sharingan. I can't even imagine how powerful your illusions will be once you awaken the eternal Mangekyo. The Sharingan. It truly is a bloodline to be envious of." Orochimaru was captivated as he examined the lab's contents. No matter how many times he saw it, he couldn't help but marvel at the Sharingan's immense potential. After all, it was one of the fastest ways to power. Kaido laughed, shaking his head. "If you want it so badly, then hurry up and finish developing the Uchiha bloodline serum. Once you do, you'll be able to obtain Uchiha blood and awaken the Sharingan yourself. In fact, if you can crack the Senju bloodline as well, and inject both into your body, then in the future, unlocking the eternal Mangekyo or even the Rinnegan will be much easier." As he spoke, Kaido approached Judge and placed a hand on his head. Activating his powerful mental abilities and Genjutsu expertise, he began extracting Judge's memories. With his immense mental strength, mastery of illusions, and the memory extraction techniques he had learned from Hidden Leaf Village's interrogation department, Kaido easily broke through Judge's mental defenses. His memory scan had begun. "Ugh! You're overestimating me." Orochimaru sighed bitterly, shaking his head. Bloodline limits aren't that easy to research, especially the Senju and Uchiha bloodlines. So far, with you, me, and Tobirama's clone working together, we've spent nearly half a month just making some progress on magnet style. There's still a long way to go before we can create a bloodline serum for that, let alone for the Uchiha or Senju clans. The research on magnet style was only possible thanks to Kaido's resources. After all, the body of the third Kazekage had once been in his possession. Of course, it was no longer with him. During Hidden Leaf Village's peace negotiations with the Sand Village, one of their conditions was the return of the third Kazekage's corpse. If Hidden Leaf Village refused, Sand was prepared to drag the war out indefinitely rather than sign a surrender agreement or pay reparations. After consulting with Orochimaru and Tobirama, Kaido had agreed. However, before returning the body, he had already extracted plenty of blood, cells, and chakra samples for research. And now, those samples were proving invaluable. If they could successfully create a magnet-style bloodline serum, Kaido wouldn't mind using it himself. After all, he had always been interested in magnet style. In fact, he believed that through the process of cracking its secrets and creating the serum, he would naturally gain mastery over the ability as well. So far, the research progress was advancing rapidly. Although they didn't have Sand Village's official training methods for magnet style, the samples themselves contained all the mysteries of the ability. As long as they could unravel and reconstruct those mysteries, they could master it. For most people, this would be impossible. But for Kaido? It was only a matter of time. Especially with Orochimaru and Tobirama assisting him. See? We're already making progress on magnet style. Once we successfully develop the serum for it, we'll have valuable experience. After that, researching the Uchiha and Senju bloodline serums will be much easier. Not to mention, we just acquired Germa 66's bloodline factor technology, artificial human technology, and a massive amount of human-related research data and materials. I can already confirm that bloodline factor technology is going to be a huge help in our research on KK Genkai. Kaito said excitedly. Oh? Hearing this, Orochimaru lost interest in checking the other materials and instruments in the lab. Instead, he eagerly walked over to Kaido and asked, "You got the bloodline factor technology from his memories? Can you share it with me right now?" After all, this was the main reason he came here. As long as he obtained this knowledge and technology, then Smoke Judge himself would become much less important. Of course, if Judge could be completely subdued and made to assist in research, he would still be valuable. But based on Kaido's previous intel, then Smoke Judge was extremely arrogant and proud, making him difficult to tame. Let alone convincing him to form a contract with Kaido. And without a contract, he couldn't be trusted with certain secrets, meaning he wouldn't be able to participate in critical research. That would greatly diminish his value. Judge was no Vegapunk, his research capabilities were far inferior. If he couldn't be contracted, neither Orochimaru nor Kaito would feel comfortable keeping him around. Of course. Kaito nodded affirmatively. Once I finish sorting and copying the useful information from his memories, I'll send it to you. Orochimaru licked his lips in excitement. Much appreciated. This is turning out better than expected. Vinsmoke Judge was really turning out to be useful. An hour later, Kaito finally completed the extraction and sorting of Judge's memories. He deleted all the useless information, keeping only the bloodline factor research, technical knowledge, and extensive experimental data. Strangely enough, the commotion here hadn't alerted the rest of Germa 66, saving them a lot of trouble. It seemed Judge frequently spent long hours in the lab, so him being gone for an hour or two wouldn't raise any suspicion. Phew. Finally done. That guy had way too much junk in his memories. Sorting and extracting them was exhausting. Kaito sighed as he withdrew his hand. Before Orochimaru could even ask, Kaito raised his hand and tapped Orochimaru's forehead. A stream of light shot into Orochimaru's mind. In the next moment, waves of information flooded into Orochimaru's brain. He quickly shut his eyes to process everything. Seeing that Orochimaru would take a while to digest the data, Kaito began exploring the laboratory. Using the memories extracted from Judge, he successfully located the lab's hidden vault. Instead of bothering with passwords, he simply used his spiritual energy to infiltrate the vault and teleport its contents into his storage space, various technological blueprints, rare minerals, and research materials. However, he didn't touch the large sum of money stored there. To him, the tens of billions in cash weren't particularly valuable. Besides, he had other plans for Vinsmoke Judge. He'd check with Orochimaru first, though. Another hour passed. During this time, Kaito focused on studying the bloodline factor technology and related data, thoroughly absorbing and understanding the information. His goal was to fully integrate this knowledge as quickly as possible. Finally, Orochimaru opened his eyes. His face was full of excitement. Subarashi. Absolutely subarashi. This bloodline factor technology and the extensive experimental data are invaluable for our research on KK Genkai and enhancement serums. With all this, I'm confident we can crack magnet style and develop a magnet style bloodline serum within a month. This was a major find. Haha. As long as you're confident. Kaito laughed and nodded. He had the same feeling. In fact, he suspected they'd finish the magnet style research even faster than Orochimaru predicted. What do you think we should do with Vinsmoke Judge? This guy isn't easy to subdue, let alone contract. He's kind of a liability. Kaito turned to Orochimaru and asked. Chapter 205, Draining Judge's Value to the Fullest. Orochimaru stroked his chin as he studied Judge, pondering for a moment before saying, We've already taken everything we need. Perhaps we can spare his life for now and let him continue his research. In fact, we could even provide him with a few research topics that he might find interesting, topics that would also be highly beneficial to us. We could even leave him some research materials, making him our unwilling worker. This way, we don't have to worry about whether he's willing to cooperate or if he can be bound by a contract. As long as we periodically come back to harvest his research results, it's enough. What do you think? Killing him outright would be too much of a waste. After all, he was still a top-tier scientist. People like him were extremely rare in both the pirate world and the ninja world. Not squeezing every ounce of value out of him would be a terrible waste. Oh? Hearing this, Kaito raised an eyebrow and looked at Orochimaru as if he were a ruthless capitalist exploiting workers to the bone. But he had to admit, Orochimaru's idea aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. He immediately nodded. Let's go with your plan. Good. Orochimaru nodded before asking, what kind of gift do you think we should leave for Judge? Orochimaru pondered for a while before saying, how about the Shikatsumiyaku bloodline, Mika Bone Pulse? You still have a few corpses from the Kaguya clan, don't you? We could give him some of their remains and let him study them to see if he can unlock the secrets of the Shikatsumiyaku. I believe he'd find it fascinating. It would be a valuable addition to his research on bloodline factors and artificial humans, yet it wouldn't expose any of our core secrets. A bloodline that could strengthen bones would definitely be of great interest to Judge. Of course, this would inevitably lead to him discovering the presence of chakra. But without the knowledge of chakra refinement or access to proper shinobi training, he wouldn't be able to harness it properly. At most, he could utilize it passively in some limited capacity. Shikatsumiyaku, huh? Kaito nodded in understanding. Sounds good. Let's leave him a chunk of Kaguya flesh. With a wave of his hand, Kaito retrieved a Kaguya clan Jonin's corpse. He then sliced off a large chunk of flesh and placed it in a specialized preservation chamber in Judge's lab, one that maintained the biological activity of tissue samples. After that, he stored the remaining corpse back in his sealed dimension, where time was essentially frozen. Come to think of it, these Kaguya clan corpses had been collected years ago, back when Naori Uchiha assisted the Uzumaki clan and killed several Kaguya shinobi from Hidden Mist Village. Aside from this one, There were still 4 more Kaguya corpses and 3 from the Hazuki clan. Back then, Nari Uchiha had stored them in her inventory before handing them over to Kaito, who transferred them into the frozen time-space for preservation. As a result, these corpses were still as fresh as the day they had died. This was all part of Kaito's long-term plan to collect various bloodlines for future research. By the way, did you take the schematics and samples for the combat suits and rocket boots? I think those 2 pieces of tech are pretty useful and worth studying. Maybe we could modify them and use them for Hidden Leaf Village's future ninja combat gear. What do you think? Orochimaru suddenly brought up the idea, looking at Kaito expectantly. He firmly believed that with these combat suits, Hidden Leaf Village's ninja would gain a significant power boost. I've already taken the schematic diagrams. Kaito nodded. As for the samples, let me check. He focused his mind, scanning the area with his mental energy. In an instant, he locked onto the locations of 2 combat suits and 5 pairs of rocket boots. With a mere thought, he telekinetically retrieved them and stored them in his personal inventory. Turning back to Orochimaru, he said, "All done. Let's go." Orochimaru had no objections and immediately activated a teleportation technique, returning to his office in Hidden Leaf Village's research division. A moment later, Kaito also arrived. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and placed the stolen schematics, some research materials, a full combat suit, and 2 pairs of rocket boots onto Orochimaru's desk. "Here, these are for you. Study them well. I expect a full deconstruction and replication soon. For the combat suits, don't just copy them, simplify them as well. Make several different versions. A basic model for Geinin, a more advanced version for Chunin, and a full-fledged version for Jonin. Ideally, I'd love for every Hidden Leaf Village ninja to have the best version, but that's not realistic. I've already examined the schematics. The production process is incredibly complicated, and mass production is extremely difficult. The biggest issue is the scarcity of key materials. They're hard to find and ridiculously expensive. Distributing them to every Hidden Leaf Village ninja is simply impossible. At least, not in the short term, unless there's a major technological breakthrough that drastically reduces costs. Even outfitting only the Jonin would be a massive investment. If possible, we should focus on further optimizing the technology, making it cheaper and easier to produce. Right now, thanks to Hidden Leaf Village's recent economic growth, money wasn't a huge issue, but that didn't mean they could afford reckless spending. I understand. Orochimaru said eagerly, his eyes gleaming as he looked at the materials and finished products on the table, nodding repeatedly. Even without Kaido's reminder, he knew this well. Ninja battle suits need to be not only powerful but also cost-effective. If they're too expensive, they won't be widely used. As for selling them to other villages, that's out of the question. This is a critical technology that directly boosts the village's strength, no way they'd share it. Alright, then that's settled. I'm leaving now. Seeing Orochimaru's enthusiasm, Kaito nodded in satisfaction and teleported away. He. Now, let's see what secrets you hold. Orochimaru chuckled in obsession as he picked up a battlesuit container and a stack of research documents, diving straight into his work. 1 month earlier, the Hidden Stones Village ninjas tried to ambush the Hidden Sand Village ninjas, but the Hidden Sand Village ninjas got wind of the plan and prepared a counter-ambush. In the end, they clashed in the desert of the Land of Wind. The Hidden Sand Village ninjas had the upper hand at first, dealing heavy casualties to the Hidden Stones Village ninjas. Unfortunately, the Hidden Stones Village ninjas still had superior overall strength, especially with the terrifying presence of Onoki. The battle ended in mutual destruction, with both sides losing hundreds of lives before retreating. Onoki was frustrated beyond words. Damn it. I never expected the Hidden Sand Village ninjas to be so cautious. They saw through our plan and turned it against us, leading to this disaster. I'm so pissed. Now that the Hidden Sand Village ninjas were on guard, and their morale was high after the battle, attacking them again would be too difficult. Especially since the desert was their home turf, it would be a nightmare to fight them there. Moreover, most of the Land of Wind was a barren desert. Even if they conquered land, it might not be worth it. So, Onoki abandoned the idea of attacking the Hidden Sand Village ninja and decided to withdraw his troops back to Hidden Stones Village. Meanwhile, the Third Raikage led thousands of Hidden Clouds Village ninjas in a surprise attack on the northern coast of the Land of Earth. They caught the Hidden Stones Village ninja completely off guard. Hidden Clouds Village ninja stormed through cities, looting everything valuable and shipping it back to the Land of Lightning. Onoki received the shocking news in the middle of this chaos. What did you just say? Say it again? Raikage led thousands of Hidden Clouds Village ninjas in an invasion of our northern coastal cities. And they've already pushed into our territory? Onoki's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes. Lord Tsuchikage. Please send reinforcements quickly, or it will be too late. The messenger ninja pleaded with tears in his eyes. It was a massacre. The city's Hidden Clouds village ninjas conquered were completely wiped out. Most of the Hidden Stones village ninjas stationed there had been slaughtered. Even those who tried to hide were hunted down and killed. The messenger was one of the few who managed to escape and bring the warning. Ordinary civilians also suffered heavily in the attack, with countless dead or turned into refugees. By now, more than 10 cities in the northern land of Earth were in chaos. Raikage. I will never forgive you for this. Quick. Gather all available Jonin for an emergency meeting. We're launching a counterattack. Onoki roared in fury, issuing orders to his guards outside the tent. Yes, sir. Soon, the camp's Hidden Stones village ninja Jonin gathered. After hearing Onoki's report, the entire room erupted in outrage. What? Hidden Clouds village ninja launched a surprise attack on our northern coast? And under Raikage's command, they've already taken over 10 cities and invaded our territory? How is this possible? What's going on? Why did Hidden Clouds village ninja attack us now? Shouldn't they be fighting Hidden Leaf village? It's probably because of the mineral deposits recently discovered on the northern sea islands. We fought over them and took control, dealing Hidden Clouds village ninja a huge loss. They're likely retaliating. That makes sense. Damn Hidden Clouds village ninja, why did they have to strike now? What's the point of arguing? The priority now is to send reinforcements immediately. Agreed. I propose sending an elite force to slow down Raikage and the Hidden Clouds village ninjas' advance. We can't let them continue rampaging through our land. Even if we drive them out later, the damage will be unbearable. Agreed. Seconded. Chapter 206, The Death of Third Raikage. The Hidden Stones village shinobi quickly came up with a plan. In the end, Onoki decided to personally lead an elite force of over 10 squads consisting of Jonin and elite Chunin to the northern region of the Land of Earth. Their goal was to intercept and halt the rampaging Raikage and his forces as swiftly as possible. The main army, meanwhile, would gather supplies and set out soon after. A few days later, Onoki and his elite Hidden Stones village ninjas successfully intercepted the third Raikage, putting a stop to the attacks from him and the Hidden Clouds village forces. They managed to engage him in battle and hold him back. By the time the main Hidden Stones village forces arrived, it was already too late for the Raikage and the Hidden Clouds village ninjas to retreat unscathed. In the end, just as fate had originally intended, the third Raikage chose to stay behind alone, buying time for his comrades to escape. He single-handedly held off an army of over 10,000 Hidden Stones village ninjas, engaging in an intense battle that lasted 3 days and 3 nights. Eventually, he succumbed to exhaustion and fell in battle, worn down to death. However, despite successfully taking down the third Raikage, Onoki didn't feel any joy. For one, Hidden Clouds village had been utterly ruthless in their attacks. Every city they captured was immediately looted to the bone, with every valuable stripped away at top speed. The stolen resources were then transported back to Hidden Clouds village through maritime routes. They had left no stone unturned. As a result, over a dozen cities in the Land of Earth had been reduced to ruins, and countless civilians were displaced, plunging the country into chaos. It was clear that it would take years, if not longer, for the Land of Earth to fully recover from these losses. Secondly, although the third Raikage had been slain, Hidden Stones village had suffered massive casualties in the process. In total, they had lost at least 1,000 to 2,000 ninjas. Adding that to the losses suffered at the hands of Kaido in the Land of Rain, as well as the failed ambush against Hidden Sand village, Hidden Stones village had lost nearly 4,000 to 5,000 shinobi overall. That was a devastating blow to their forces. Onoki felt even more frustrated knowing that by killing the third Raikage, Hidden Stones village had now created an unresolvable blood feud with Hidden Clouds village. It was inevitable that the two villages would engage in constant shadow warfare in the future. This was completely different from what Onoki had planned. After suffering a major setback against Kaido, he had realized the immense threat posed by both him and Hidden Leaf village. His initial plan was to wrap up the war with Hidden Sand village and then reach out to both Hidden Clouds village and Hidden Mist village, proposing an alliance to deal with Kaito Uchiha and Hidden Leaf village together. But now, with the third Raikage dead by his hands, things had changed. Even though Hidden Clouds village had been the aggressor, killing a Kage-level figure was not something that could be brushed aside so easily. For the next few years, any possibility of collaborating with Hidden Clouds village to counter Hidden Leaf village was nearly impossible. Damn it. This is such a mess. With a long sigh, Onoki waved his hand and instructed his subordinate, Kitsuchi, send the Raikage's body back to Hidden Clouds village. And while you're at it, try to probe them for peace talks. We can't afford to keep fighting Hidden Clouds village. Kitsuchi hesitated. But will Hidden Clouds village even agree? The one who's likely to take over as the new Raikage is the third Raikage's son. This hatred runs deep. Hidden Clouds Village had a well-established system for training future Raikage candidates. The third Raikage had started grooming his son for the position years ago. So, despite his death, Hidden Clouds Village wouldn't experience major internal turmoil. At most, there might be some political power struggles, but nothing that would be publicly visible or out of control. This level of stability was precisely what made Hidden Clouds Village, and by extension the other major villages, so wary. However, at this moment, Onoki was far more concerned about Hidden Leaf Village. And yet, he had no way of dealing with them. To make matters worse, recent news from Hidden Leaf Village revealed that Kaito Uchiha had officially become the fourth Hokage. Not only that, but he had the full support of the entire village, securing an unshakable position. Even more terrifyingly, he had used the Edo Tensei technique to resurrect Senju Hashirama, Madara Uchiha, and Senju Dobirama. This information gave Onoki an even bigger headache. Hidden Clouds Village was the one in the wrong this time. Given Hidden Leaf Village's growing threat, they should agree to negotiations. The only question is, will the 5 Kage Summit still happen? Try to find out when the time comes. As for Hidden Leaf Village's use of forbidden techniques to desecrate the dead, we need to do everything we can to suppress and prohibit that. Otherwise, they'll become even harder to deal with. After giving his instructions to Kitsuchi, Onoki couldn't help but complain internally about the third Raikage's actions. The man had already sent out invitations and even dispatched messengers to discuss hosting a 5 Kage summit. And yet, he still launched an invasion into the land of Earth. All for the sake of a few mines? Completely ignoring the bigger picture. Onoki was beginning to regret fighting Hidden Clouds Village over those mines. It had been a costly mistake. And in the end, those mines were lost anyway. What a disaster. I understand. Should I set out now? Kitsuchi asked after nodding in understanding. Yes. Leave immediately. The longer we wait, the more complicated things will get. Onoki waved his hand in dismissal. Yes, sir. Kitsuchi immediately had the third Raikage's body sealed within a scroll, took the letter from his father, and prepared to depart with a few elite shinobi. Several days later, Kitsuchi arrived at Hidden Clouds Village. There, he was received and summoned by the newly appointed fourth Raikage, Yondaime Raikage. Faced with the overwhelming hatred and killing intent in the fourth Raikage's eyes, Kitsuchi presented his father's letter and the sealed scroll containing the third Raikage's body. He also conveyed the purpose of his visit. Although the fourth Raikage was extremely reluctant to negotiate peace with Hidden Stones Village at this moment, he ultimately agreed for the sake of the bigger picture. As for the 5 Kage summit, when Kitsuchi brought it up, the fourth Raikage responded bluntly, "Of course, the 5 Kage summit will proceed as planned. The time remains set for 1 month from now, and the location is still the Land of Iron. I fully expect the Sushi Kage to be there." He was looking forward to confronting the Sushi Kage in person. Even if he couldn't take revenge right now, he was going to make sure to verbally lash out at him as a way to vent his anger. And when the opportunity came, he would absolutely avenge his father. Besides, what was happening in Hidden Leaf Village was even more concerning to him and all of Hidden Clouds Village. That was why the 5 Kage summit had to go on. And they had to achieve their goals there. Understood. Before I left, the Sushi Kage specifically told me that as long as Hidden Clouds Village is willing to proceed, he will definitely attend. Kitsuchi immediately nodded in response. After that, Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village spent several days going back and forth in negotiations before finally signing the peace treaty. Back to the present timeline. That day, Nara Shikayama entered the Hokage's office, holding an invitation letter, and said, "Lord Hokage, the new 5 Kage summit is happening in 5 days. Shouldn't you start preparing for departure? After all, traveling to the summit location would take some time." "No need." Kaito paused for a moment before waving his hand dismissively. "I'll just teleport there when the time comes. The map for that location has already been marked. You should know this well, Shikayama." Indeed, Nara Shikayama had been successfully contracted by Kaito some time ago. He had earned enough favor points with Kaito back during the battle in the Land of Rain, so there was no issue discussing such things with him. Technically, Shikayama was part of the previous generation of the Inoshikacho trio. Among that generation, he was the only one who had gained enough favor to be contracted. However, after forming the contract, he had changed his approach, frequently gathering the new generation of Inoshikacho for special training and constantly instilling in them tales of Kaito's greatness. His goal was to accelerate the process of getting the next generation contracted by Kaito as well. Because only those who were contracted truly understood how great the benefits were. For the sake of the future of the Inoshikacho clans, this was a necessary step. And so far, it was going well. Narashikaku and Akimikicho's favorability levels were steadily rising. Even though he couldn't see their exact stats, he could feel the progress. That was enough. Yeah, I know. Shikayama sighed and nodded. But is it really okay to just teleport there like that? What's the problem? Kaito said nonchalantly. Everyone already knows I can use the Flying Thunder God jutsu. As for the fact that I left a Flying Thunder God marker in the Land of Iron, I doubt they'll care too much about that. Even if they did care, there's nothing they can do about it. True. In that case, we can just go on the day of the summit. No need to rush. Shikayama nodded in agreement before asking, so, who will be accompanying you to the summit? A Hokage needed guards for such an important event. Kaito stroked his chin thoughtfully. How about I bring the second Hokage, Madara Uchiha, and the first Hokage? Shikayama was momentarily stunned before letting out a bitter laugh and shaking his head. Isn't that a bit much? From what we've gathered, the main reason they're calling this summit is to unite against Hidden Leaf Village and, more specifically, to ban the Edo Tensei technique. If you bring those three along, it's like a direct slap in their faces. It'd be satisfying, sure, but I'm worried they might just decide to join forces and start a war with us on the spot. We can't rule that out. At this point, they've probably seen Hidden Leaf Village's recent developments and are extremely wary of you. They might even be looking for an excuse to rally everyone against us, treating Hidden Leaf Village as a major threat. Shikayama honestly didn't think they stood a chance against Hidden Leaf Village. Even if all four major villages teamed up with smaller hidden villages to form a grand alliance, Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't be afraid. Victory was guaranteed. Just the first Hokage or Madara Uchiha alone could easily take care of any so-called allied shinobi forces. Not to mention Kaido himself, the fourth Hokage, who wielded the terrifying powers of the Rumble fruit combined with his mastery of lightning style. As long as he had a bit of preparation time, he could unleash a massive lightning storm capable of wiping out thousands in an instant, even without a naturally cloudy environment like the Land of Rain. And he was still improving. His development of lightning style and the Rumble fruit was constantly progressing. Honestly, I wouldn't mind if they did unite against us. Kaito said with a grin. That way, I could settle everything in one decisive battle and unify the ninja world in a single stroke. But for now, Hidden Leaf Village still has areas that need improvement. The training of new talent and the reformation of the Will of Fire are far from complete. And if we wiped out the other villages too quickly, it would create deep-seated hatred and slow down the process of contracting more people. So, for now, we should avoid triggering a new shinobi world war. Chapter 207, Breaking the Limits Again. I have decided. Kaito paused for a moment and said, this time, I'll take the second Hokage and Minato with me to this 5-Kage summit. The others have things to do. If they think they can completely ban Hidden Leaf Village from using the Edo Tensei, they're dreaming. At the very least, I will not undo the Edo Tensei on the first Hokage, the second Hokage, Madara Uchiha, Denzo, and the others that I have already revived. However, to mislead them, we can agree not to resurrect non-Hidden Leaf Village shinobi in the future. That should be enough of a compromise. Of course, in exchange, I will demand that they agree to fully open Hidden Leaf Village's trade routes. That way, we can easily sell Hidden Leaf Village's goods, such as household appliances, to the major countries and shinobi villages. What do you think? Kaito was not the type to take losses lightly. Trading Edo Tensei restrictions for commercial trade rights was an excellent deal. Once trade routes were established, he could use economic influence to infiltrate and bind the major nations, gradually taking control of their economic lifelines. And when the time was right, he could deal a fatal blow and effortlessly dominate the entire shinobi world. Shikayama, standing to the side, nodded in agreement. Exactly. If we make too many concessions, they'll think we're easy to push around and keep demanding more. Setting up trade routes is a well-balanced condition. It makes it easier for us to execute our economic infiltration plan. Alright then, it's decided. You go ahead, I'll personally inform the second Hokage and Minato. Kaito nodded in satisfaction. Alright. Shikayama promptly responded and left. 3 days later finally reached my limit, huh? Guess it's time to awaken my eternal Mangekyo. After practicing the Sharingan meditation multiple times, Kaito could feel that his eyes had reached their developmental peak. There was no further growth. He stopped meditating, opened his eyes, and murmured with excitement. At this moment, he could clearly sense that his eyes were on the verge of a complete transformation, the perfect evolution into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. However, he didn't rush. Instead, he chose to first break past the limits of the Sharingan meditation and achieve true enlightenment. Without hesitation, Kaito resumed the Sharingan meditation. In the next instant, he entered a profound state of enlightenment. His mind became thousands of times sharper and clearer. Countless inspirations and insights flooded his consciousness. He began refining and upgrading the Sharingan meditation method. Before long, the foundation of a brand new meditation technique took shape in his mind, rapidly filling out and becoming more complete. He had no idea how much time had passed, but eventually, he reached the peak of his theoretical development. With this new meditation as a base, he merged it with all his meditation techniques, creating an advanced technique specifically tailored for Sharingan users. This time, the breakthrough was incredibly smooth and rapid. In just a short while, the evolved meditation method had fully taken shape. You have used the Sharingan meditation and surpassed the limits of perfection. You have achieved enlightenment and comprehended the eternal vision. Meditation. Shortly after, Kaito emerged from his state of enlightenment. However, he didn't open his eyes immediately. Instead, he began practicing his newly developed meditation technique, the eternal vision. Meditation. Instantly, he felt his Sharingan break through its limits. His ocular power underwent a fundamental transformation. In the next moment, he abruptly opened his eyes. His Sharingan activated. The 3 tomoe in each eye spun rapidly, moving faster and faster until they became after images. As this transformation took place, the newly evolved ocular power surged through his eyes, nerves, and visual pathways, enhancing them to new heights. Minutes later, his Sharingan completed its metamorphosis. It had evolved into something far superior to any he had seen before. At the same time, his eyes had completed their transformation. The spinning tomoe finally stopped, radiating an aura of deep mystery. Kaito could also sense that 2 unique ocular abilities were forming within his eyes. Only 2 abilities, but he could already tell they would be incredibly powerful. Now, with his eternal Mangekyo awakened, the world around him appeared vastly different. His vision had become thousands of times sharper. He could even vaguely perceive the atomic structures of dust particles in the air. What terrifying insight! He stepped out of his room and instantly appeared on the rooftop, gazing around to adapt to his new perception. Just as he was about to step down, Nari Uchiha teleported to his location. Upon seeing Kaito's unique new Sharingan, she was visibly excited. "Kaito, you broke through? You awakened the eternal Mangekyo?" "Yeah." With a thought, Kaito teleported to stand before Nari Uchiha, smiling as he nodded. "Just finished evolving it. Feels incredible, so much stronger than the 3 tomoe Sharingan. The 2 can't even be compared. Though, my ocular abilities are still developing. I estimate they'll take about 3 months to fully mature." "Oh?" Nari Uchiha was surprised. 3 months? That's way longer than my Mangekyo's abilities took. Mine only needed half a month before they were ready. They matured almost instantly. That means your abilities must be on a whole different level. Kaito chuckled. "Yes, they're so powerful that it's worth the wait." Nari then said. "So another 3 months to wait. It doesn't really matter. Recently, I've made significant progress in my research on Mangekyo techniques," Kaito said with some pride. "I originally estimated that I would need another 6 months to fully decipher the method for developing Mangekyo abilities. But now that I've awakened the eternal Mangekyo, even though my new abilities haven't fully formed yet, my insight has multiplied dozens, maybe even hundreds, of times over. This will drastically speed up my research. I don't know exactly how much time it'll save, but it'll definitely be a lot. Once I finish my research, I'll be able to learn other Mangekyo techniques, so I won't be lacking in Dujutsu abilities. You don't need to worry, Mom. For someone with his talent, nothing was impossible." "Is that so?" Nori's eyes lit up as she nodded with a smile. "That's great. I'll be looking forward to the completion of your research." "Oh, right." She suddenly paused and asked, curiously, "Since your Sharingan has evolved into the eternal Mangekyo, did your meditation method also break past its limits? Have you created an even more powerful technique?" Though her meditation technique hadn't yet reached full mastery, that didn't stop her from being excited about an even stronger method. This would be crucial for improving spiritual power, accumulating ocular energy, and even unlocking the Rinnegan in the future. It was also extremely important for other Uchiha members trying to awaken the eternal Mangekyo. Not everyone could brute force their way into it like Kaito. "Of course." Kaito smiled and reached out, pressing a finger against his mother's forehead, transferring the technique directly to her mind. Nori immediately felt a rush of profound information flooding into her consciousness. She quickly closed her eyes to process it. After a long moment, she opened her eyes again, excitement gleaming in them. "As expected from my son. This advanced meditation method is incredible. Not only does it enhance the quantity and quality of one's soul and spiritual energy, but it also continuously improves the potential and essence of the Sharingan, allowing the eternal Mangekyo to evolve even further. Even people without the Sharingan could awaken their own unique eyes through this. Though such eyes would be far more limited, They would mostly grant enhanced perception and dynamic vision rather than the specialized abilities of the Sharingan or Rinnegan. But for ordinary shinobi, this was already priceless. Of course, non-Sharingan users who trained in this method would face significant difficulties. They'd need to invest far more time and effort into nurturing their eyes. So, Kaido had also created a pure meditation method solely focused on strengthening the soul and spirit, ideal for anyone who had already mastered the crystal meditation jutsu. Indeed. Kaido nodded. This eternal vision meditation jutsu is perfect for unlocking the eternal Mangekyo and even the Rinnegan. However, it turns out that unlocking the Rinnegan still requires a special trait found within the chakra of Vajra and Indra. I plan to obtain samples of chakra from the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha to study and analyze. If I can fully understand the core principles behind their chakra traits, I might be able to develop a method to artificially condense those properties into a training technique. That way, I can pass it down to our clan. In the future, the Uchiha could potentially have Rinnegan users across the board. He was confident he could achieve such a groundbreaking feat. Then I'll be looking forward to your good news. Nori smiled warmly. She had no doubts about her son's abilities. She then remarked, "Your eternal Mangekyo is terrifyingly powerful. I feel like I can't even activate my own Mangekyo in front of your eyes." There's no doubt, the eternal Mangekyo is on a whole different level compared to the standard version. Looks like I need to intensify my training with the Sharingan meditation jutsu, reach mastery, and then transition to this new method to awaken my own eternal Mangekyo. Half a month ago, she had already sensed that her eyes had reached their limits. The only way to further enhance them was to evolve them into the eternal Mangekyo. But since she hadn't found a breakthrough method, she had put it on hold. Now, with the eternal vision meditation jutsu, all those problems were solved. By following this new method, she would be able to complete the final evolution of her ocular power and awaken the eternal Mangekyo without needing to transplant another Mangekyo from a blood relative. Chapter 208, Hashirama's urge to be fully revived. With this eternal vision meditation method, another curse of the Uchiha has been broken. This is great. Naori Uchiha murmured with a smile. This had been the wish of many generations of the Uchiha clan. Now, it was finally fulfilled by her son. Then let me wish you an early awakening of your eternal Mangekyo, mother. I believe that once you achieve it, your strength will take another leap forward. Kaido also smiled and nodded. Speaking of strength, he could feel that with the awakening of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, his bloodline had undergone a transformation. This enhancement affected not only his physical body and cells but also his chakra, all of which had undergone a metamorphosis, becoming significantly stronger. He had officially stepped into the ranks of the Super Kage level. And this was just the beginning. His eternal Mangekyo still had a long way to go before reaching its full potential. Yet, even now, he felt that he stood at the peak of the Super Kage level. He could already go toe-to-toe with Hashirama and a peak-level Madara Uchiha without the Rinnegan, without necessarily losing. The improvement was immense. Yes. It won't take long. I feel that with some effort, I should be able to perfect the Sharingan meditation method within 3 months. Then, I can transition to the Eternal Vision meditation method and achieve the Eternal Mangekyo. Naori Uchiha smiled and nodded, making a rough calculation. After chatting with his mother for a while, Kaido went to find Mikoto and the other Uchihas, passing on the advanced Eternal Vision meditation method to them. He also taught a modified Eternal Vision method, the upgraded version of the Crystal Meditation method, to Minato, Kushina, Tsunade, Hashirama, and Uzumaki Mido. However, all of them could only study the advanced meditation method in theory but couldn't practice it yet. They hadn't even perfected the Sharingan meditation method or the crystal meditation method. Only Uzumaki Mido was really close. Her crystal meditation method was nearing perfection. Given two, she would likely reach completion and transition to the next stage. You're improving too fast. I feel like your strength might have already surpassed mine and Naori's. After roughly understanding the advanced meditation method, Uzumaki Mido looked at Kaido with a sigh. She could sense a deadly threat from Kaido. That was proof of just how terrifyingly fast Kaido had improved. Of course, part of it was because Kaido had just made a major breakthrough and hadn't fully learned to restrain his aura. Given that Mido was highly skilled in sensing and analyzing chakra, she was able to perceive this change. More or less. Kaido chuckled and nodded. I guess you could say this was just years of accumulation finally paying off. Accumulation, huh? Mido shook her head with a wry smile. How could this be called accumulation? Kaido had only been training for a few years, yet he had already reached such a level. It had nothing to do with long-term build-up, he was simply a monstrous genius. So, fourth Hokage, how long do you think it'll take for you to awaken the Rinnegan? At this moment, Hashirama couldn't help but jump into the conversation. Well, Kaido pondered for a moment and replied, "At least 1 to 2 years. I'll need to perfect the first half of the Eternal Vision meditation method before I can awaken it." The new Eternal Vision meditation method was divided into 2 parts. The first half focused on training the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The second half was for advancing to the Rinnegan. 1 to 2 years, huh? That's too long. By then, you might have already touched the 6 paths level combat power. Even if not, you'll be pretty close. If I get revived at that point, I probably won't be much help in the ninja world anymore. Hashirama sighed in disappointment. He still wanted to contribute more to the village. Don't worry. Actually, reviving you won't take that long. Kaido quickly reassured him, I've been working hard on perfecting the Edo Tensei technique, preparing for a true resurrection. I estimate that in about 2 months, I should be ready. At that time, your revival will be guaranteed, so there's no need to rush. Edo Tensei was a critical technique, and Kaido had never slacked on mastering it. In the future, it wouldn't just be Hashirama, he had quite a few people from the pirate world he wanted to revive too. For example, Roger. Just imagine, if Roger were revived and joined the battle at Manaford, what kind of scene would that be? Of course, Ace was already under his contract, and Kaido had been personally guiding and teaching him. Ace's strength was steadily increasing. By the time Ace reached adulthood and set sail, his strength might already be on par with an admiral. At that point, the Navy's plan to capture and publicly execute him to trigger the Manaford War might not even be possible. Not to mention, Kaido's interference had already decreased the likelihood of Ace joining the Whitebeard pirates in the future. Unless Kaido wanted him to infiltrate them as a spy. Of course, that wasn't necessarily to take them down. Simply drawing them over to his side would be a good move. After all, most members of the Whitebeard pirates still had a sense of honor and principles. Unlike Kaido's and Big Mom's crews, most of those guys deserved to die. Oh? Only 2 more months? That's great. Hearing this, Hashirama's frustration instantly vanished, replaced by excitement. But he quickly calmed down. By the way, 4th Hokage, how are Tobirama and Madara feeling about you lately? Any chance of getting them under contract soon? Hashirama knew that if Tobirama and Madara weren't bound by Kaito's contract, things could get tricky. Tobirama would probably be fine, he could be revived alongside Hashirama without much issue. But Madara? No one could say for sure. No one knew what was really going on in Madara's mind. And if he were fully revived, would he still pursue his old plans and ambitions? Sure, Kaido had told him the truth about Black Zetsu, but that didn't necessarily mean he would fully align with Kaido's plans. Madara was as stubborn as ever. Tobirama is doing better, his favorability towards me is at 59. It's still not high enough to contract him, but at least I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Kaito said. But Madara. He is only at 42. His progress is painfully slow, and there's nothing I can do about it. So, when the time comes to truly revive you, I can bring Tobirama along, but Madara will have to wait. You understand the reason, right? Hashirama nodded, appreciating Kaido's honesty. I get it. Leave Madara to me, I'll find a way to persuade him. He's just being his usual stubborn self. If we push him right, he'll come around. As for Tobirama? Hashirama had completely set him aside for the moment. Kaido chuckled. Well, keep at it. I'd like to contract Madara sooner rather than later. 2 days later, at the Hokage office in Hidden Leaf Village. Tobirama, Nara Shikayama, Uzumaki Mido, Hashirama, Nari Uchiha, and others had gathered. Kaido announced, for the next few days, I'll be leaving the village in your hands while I head out with Tobirama to attend the 5 Kage summit. Any issues? Everyone shook their heads. No problem. We'll handle the village. Great. Then let's get going, I'm sure the other Kage have already arrived. Let's go, Tobirama. Kaito walked over to Tobirama and Minato, placing a hand on each of their shoulders. With a thought, he teleported them directly to the Land of Iron Summit Hall. Looking at the snowy landscape, Kaito stuck out his tongue. Damn, this place is harsh. No wonder it produces such resilient swordsmen. It was all thanks to the environment. Kaito had intentionally chosen to arrive on a road close to the meeting hall. Taking their time, he, Tobirama, and Minato walked towards the entrance. After presenting their identification, the samurai guards let them through. 2 guards quickly ran off to inform their leader, Mifune. Before Kaido and his group even stepped inside the meeting hall, Mifune arrived in a hurry. The moment he spotted Tobirama, his pupil shrank in shock. But he quickly composed himself and turned to Kaido with a respectful tone. Hokage-sama, you've finally arrived. The other 4 Kage are all waiting inside, you're the last one. Should we head in now? At the same time, Mifune marveled at how lifelike Tobirama looked, realizing just how advanced Hidden Leaf Village's Edo Tensei had become. Now, he truly understood why the other villages were so wary of Hidden Leaf Village over this matter. Kaito simply responded, "Let's go straight in. Wouldn't want them getting impatient and throwing a fit." "Understood. This way, please." Mifune stepped aside and gestured for them to follow. Leading the way, he guided them into a spacious conference room. The moment Kaido and his companions stepped inside, the four Kage and their guards all turned their gazes toward them, their expressions varying. Yes, even Hidden Sand Village had finally elected a new Kazi Kage. It was Raza. Despite becoming Kazi Kage years earlier than in the original timeline, Raza had managed to secure his position. The recent war defeat had severely reduced the Wind Daimyo's financial and resource support for Hidden Sand Village. To make matters worse, the Daimyo had decided to outsource a significant number of missions to Hidden Leaf Village instead. This nearly drove the elders like Ebizo crazy. They thought their Daimyo had completely lost his mind. Since when did a country support another village over its own? Didn't the Daimyo care about the safety of the Wind Country? But the Wind Daimyo had always been like this, never quite satisfied with Hidden Sand Village. That said, the real focus of everyone's attention was on Tobirama. Sensing the strong death energy and the faint cracks on Tobirama's body, while also feeling the immense chakra he contained, the Kage and their guards all took a sharp breath. So, the revival is real. And he's back with his full power? Unbelievable. At the same time, they realized Hidden Leaf Village had just become an even bigger problem. TCH, Hokage, you're finally here. You're the last one to arrive. Onoki clicked his tongue and smirked teasingly. Chapter 209, The 5 Kage Summit begins. It doesn't matter when we arrive, as long as we're not late, right? Kaido chuckled lightly at the remark, then walked straight to the central conference table with the second Hokage and Minato. Without hesitation, he took the last remaining seat. He removed his Hokage hat and placed it on the table. Resting both hands on the surface, he scanned the 4 other Kage with a relaxed smile before speaking first. The reason you've called this 5 Kage Summit is obvious. You want Hidden Leaf Village to completely ban the use of Edo Tensei? That's unrealistic. I think it's better if we have a proper discussion and reach a conclusion that works for everyone. Kaido wasn't in the mood to beat around the bush. If they were willing to accept his conditions, allowing Hidden Leaf Village to secure trade routes across the major nations, then some compromises could be made. But if they refused, well, that wouldn't be his problem. Right now, he held the true power. As expected, Onoki and the others visibly tensed. Onoki and Raza, who had witnessed Kaido's terrifying strength firsthand, wore grim expressions but didn't immediately object. They understood very well that antagonizing him now would be unwise, if not outright suicidal. The 4th Raikage, however, was completely unaware of Kaido's true power. Hearing those words, he immediately slammed his fist on the table, leaving a deep crater in its surface. His chakra flared violently as he shot up from his seat, glaring at Kaido. What do you mean by that, Hokage? We haven't even started the negotiations, and you're already dismissing us? Where's your sincerity? Or do you plan to start a war right here? Onoki and Raza exchanged glances, sighing inwardly. This should be interesting. Oh? Kaido raised an eyebrow, unfazed by the Raikage's chakra pressure. The next second, his own chakra erupted, dozens of times stronger than the 4th Raikage's. Boom. His presence alone shook the entire conference room. His chakra condensed into a near-tangible force, blending with Conqueror's haki, sweeping through the entire hall. Crack. 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 The walls, chairs, and even the table began to crack under the sheer force of his aura. The overwhelming pressure hit everyone like a tidal wave. Their bodies felt impossibly heavy, and their minds wavered under the intense shock, barely managing to stay upright. The 4th Raikage, being the primary target of Kaido's pressure, was hit the hardest. His knees buckled, his muscles tensed to their limits, veins bulging as he desperately fought back with his own chakra, only to find himself forcibly crushed to the ground. You! The Raikage gritted his teeth, beads of sweat rolling down his face as he resisted. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Kaido's chakra, which was so dense it looked almost solid. How are you this strong? This was just the pressure from his chakra. If Kaido were to actually make a move, just how terrifying would that be? His mind raced as he recalled intelligence reports on Kaido Uchiha, the ones he had once scoffed at. The stories of him single-handedly defeating Hanzo and the 3rd Kazi Kage. The reports of him wiping out thousands of enemy shinobi, including AIM, Hidden Stones Village, and Hidden Sand Village forces, using a single lightning technique. At the time, the Raikage had dismissed those reports as exaggerated nonsense. But now, maybe they weren't so ridiculous after all. A heavy silence filled the room. The Raikage's expression darkened further. He realized just how reckless he had been in trying to challenge Kaido Uchiha. For the first time, he doubted whether even a combined effort from the 5 major villages could truly stand against Hidden Leaf Village. Especially since Kaido was still so young. Young meant aggressive. Young meant unwilling to compromise. The Raikage glanced at Onoki and Raza, hoping for some kind of reassurance. But what he saw in their eyes shocked him even more. They, too, looked utterly shaken. Wait. Did they not expect Kaido to be this strong either? Has he grown even stronger since the war in the Land of Rain? The Raikage's mind buzzed with uncertainty. Raikage. Kaido finally broke the silence, his tone calm yet sharp. Are you sure you want to go to war with Hidden Leaf Village? If that's the case, then fine. We accept. This summit can end right now. You can go back home and start preparing for battle. As he spoke, he slowly stood up, his sharp gaze locked onto the Raikage. His dominant posture only added to the pressure. Veins bulged on the Raikage's forehead as his fists clenched in anger. But the more he thought about it, the less he dared to actually challenge Kaido. Because if Kaido was speaking with such absolute confidence, then he must truly believe he can take on all of them and win. A war like this, full of uncertainty, could lead to devastating consequences. Hidden Cloud's village couldn't afford to take that risk. Gritting his teeth, the Raikage reluctantly withdrew his chakra, forcing himself to sit back down. He waved a hand dismissively. No. Let's not be so hasty. I was just joking, Hokage. Surely you're not the type to take a simple joke so seriously? I agree with you, actually. Instead of fighting, we should focus on discussing how to handle Hidden Leaf Village's use of Edo Tensei and come up with a fair solution for everyone. Yes. Negotiation is key. Fighting is pointless, peace is always the best option. The entire room fell into awkward silence. Onoki and Raza. Do you even hear yourself right now? So the guy who just lost his temper, openly challenged the Hokage, and was ready to declare war on Hidden Leaf Village. Wasn't you? They had seen people change their attitudes before, but never this fast. Even the Raikage's bodyguards, C and Mabui, couldn't help but cover their faces in embarrassment. They felt utterly speechless. Seriously. Their Raikage was still as hot-headed and impulsive as ever. But thankfully, he wasn't a complete fool. Otherwise, today's meeting might have ended in disaster. Just thinking about the lingering oppressive aura from the 4th Hokage made them break into a cold sweat. This man was not someone they could handle. PFFT. Raikage, you really are something. You're much more entertaining than your father. Onoki smirked, looking at the 4th Raikage with a mocking expression. You. The 4th Raikage immediately turned to glare at Onoki, his eyes burning with rage. If the timing weren't so wrong, he would have smashed this old man into the ground with one punch. How dare he bring up his father in front of him? Wasn't his father killed by Hidden Stone's village shinobi? This was a straight-up slap to the face. Yet, because of Kaido's overwhelming presence, he needed to unite with Onoki and the others to put pressure on Hidden Leaf Village during the negotiations. So, even though he loathed Onoki at this moment, he had no choice but to swallow his anger. Meanwhile, Kaido, watching the Raikage's sudden shift in attitude, was left utterly speechless. Since the Raikage had already backed down, and considering that Hidden Leaf Village was still in the early stages of reform, prioritizing peace and development was a wise choice. So, Kaido didn't push further. He slowly withdrew his oppressive aura, sat back down, crossed his fingers on the table, and scanned the room. Since you've came to your senses, Raikage, let's continue the discussion. But, don't pull this stunt again. I don't have a good temper, and I won't always be this forgiving. He ignored the Raikage's flushed face and continued, I won't beat around the bush. I know exactly why you're all here. If you want Hidden Leaf Village to completely abandon Edo Tensei, that's impossible. However, we can promise that we will only use it on our own dead, never on shinobi from your villages. But in return, I want an agreement from all of you. You must fully open your trade routes to Hidden Leaf Village. Our merchants must be allowed to do business freely in your lands without being taxed or forced to pay protection fees. Think it over carefully. If you agree, everyone wins. If you refuse, well, it's not like we need your permission. But in that case, we can't guarantee that Edo Tensei won't be used to revive your ancestors. After speaking, Kaido leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms, and looked at the other Kage without saying another word. Standing behind him, the second Hokage slightly raised an eyebrow at this display of dominance. As expected, this kid is strong-willed. But I like it. This is how a leader should act. Back then, my brother kneeling to beg the other villages for peace was embarrassing. If Kaido had been Hokage back then, the shinobi world might have already been united by now. In that moment, the second Hokage's respect for Kaito skyrocketed. If Kaito could check his stats right now, he would see that the second Hokage's favorability toward him had soared. Minato, standing beside them, smirked slightly, impressed by how domineering Kaito had been as he was thinking. Power is the foundation of confidence. I have to work harder and get stronger. This. Onoki, the Raikage, and the others were momentarily stunned. They looked at each other, unsure of how to respond. Kaito's conditions weren't particularly harsh. But they weren't easy either. Opening trade routes completely to Hidden Leaf Village and waiving all taxes and protection fees? That would cause financial losses for their villages. But aside from that, they didn't see any other significant downsides. So, should they agree? Lord Hokage, would you be willing to give us some time to discuss this in private? Onoki finally spoke up. Fine. You have 10 minutes. Don't waste our time. Kaito nodded, granting their request. But no matter how they discussed it, his conditions would not change. Chapter 210, The Unrestricted Trade Agreement Good. Onoki nodded in satisfaction after hearing the decision. He stood up, gestured towards Raikage and the others, and then walked out. Seeing this, the other Kage also got up and temporarily left the meeting room. Once they entered the adjacent lounge, Onoki first set up a soundproof barrier before turning to the others and saying, "You've all heard the Hokage's stance and conditions. Personally, I think we can agree. This trade agreement doesn't seem to be a big deal. But I have a nagging feeling that things aren't that simple. There's probably something in the Hokage's conditions that I haven't fully grasped. What do you all think?" Since he couldn't see through the entire picture, Onoki decided to gather opinions and see if any of the other Kage had figured something out. That was the reason he called for this discussion. Raza shook his head directly. "I also feel like there's more to it, but I can't pinpoint exactly what. Besides, we don't seem to have any other choice right now. We can only agree. If we refuse, and Hidden Leaf Village really goes ahead with resurrecting our fallen predecessors, the consequences will be something we can't afford." His first thought was of the third Kazekage, who had died on the battlefield, along with countless Sand Shinobi. If all those people were revived, it would be a disaster. It might even lead to Hidden Sand Village being completely crushed by Hidden Leaf Village. That was absolutely unacceptable. "Yeah, I feel the same way." Onoki nodded in agreement. There was no way they could afford to go to war with Hidden Leaf Village right now. Especially since he had sensed that Kaito had undergone yet another drastic transformation in power since their last encounter. He had become even more terrifying. It gave Onoki the same feeling as when he had once faced Madara Uchiha, completely unbeatable. "I don't see any problem with the trade agreement itself. We can agree to it." Yagura nodded decisively. Until they fully understood Hidden Leaf Village's true situation, he had no intention of waging war against them. What concerned him most was how wary Onoki and Raza were of Kaito Uchiha. This made him wonder, could the reports from the Rain Country battlefield have been true after all? Otherwise, he couldn't understand why these two veteran Kage were so fearful of Kaito. Raikage, being the impulsive type, didn't hesitate to ask directly, "I can tell you two are scared of Kaito Uchiha. Can you tell me why? Is it true what they said about the Rain Country battlefield? That he single-handedly killed the third Kazekage and wiped out thousands of your elite forces from both villages?" Onoki and Raza's expressions darkened at his words. After a brief moment of silence, they exchanged glances and eventually nodded. "It's true." Onoki spoke. "Back then, Kaito Uchiha already had the power to defeat me and could annihilate over 1,000 elite shinobi with a single lightning-style attack. That kind of lightning style, if it hits, even a jonin would be dead on the spot. That's why we ultimately chose to surrender to him. And now, Kaito Uchiha has grown even stronger than he was a month ago. And not just a little stronger, his power has increased at least twice. It's completely incomprehensible. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it myself. Right now, he gives me the same feeling as Madara Uchiha in his prime. Completely invincible. So, we have no choice but to agree to the terms. Of course, Raikage, if you don't believe it and want to test Hidden Leaf Village and Kaito Uchiha's strength, we won't stop you. In fact, letting Hidden Cloud's village test Hidden Leaf Village's strength wasn't a bad idea at all. After all, it wasn't their people who would be dying, right? If there was an opportunity to weaken Hidden Leaf Village or even defeat them, Onoki wouldn't mind joining in later. Otherwise, he preferred to lay low for a few years, rebuild their strength, and recover from the damage that had been inflicted on them before making any moves. Raza had similar thoughts. After their previous defeat, the daimyo of the Land of Wind had once again cut funding for Hidden Sand Village. Even though Raza, as the Kazekage, could use his magnet style to extract gold from the sand to support the village, they still had to reduce their number of shinobi and shift toward an elite-focused system. Otherwise, the village simply couldn't afford to sustain a large force. Raikage's expression darkened as he listened to Onoki. His suspicions were confirmed. Kaido Uchiha was a true monster, so terrifying that both Onoki and Raza feared him and wouldn't even consider resisting. But Onoki's latter words annoyed him. Did they think he was an idiot? He wasn't foolish enough to challenge Kaido Uchiha head-on without first gathering enough intelligence. Sure, he had almost acted recklessly before, but that was only because he hadn't realized how powerful Kaido was. Now that he knew, there was no way he'd be so reckless. With a cold smirk, he said, "Onoki, your suggestion is great. Just don't suggest it again. Since you all agree to the Hokage's conditions, I'll go along with it too. However, given Hidden Leaf Village's overwhelming strength, I think we need to maintain closer communication moving forward. We should consider sharing intelligence about Hidden Leaf Village to some extent. What do you all think?" Relying solely on his village's intelligence network, Raikage wasn't sure he could gather enough useful information about Hidden Leaf Village anytime soon. But if the four major villages worked together, things would be much easier. After all, this was a matter that concerned all their interests. A temporary alliance wouldn't hurt. Oh? Onoki raised an eyebrow at Raikage before nodding. "I have no objections." "Sounds good." "Same here." Raza agreed without hesitation. "No complaints from me either." Yagura added. "Good." Raikage nodded in satisfaction. "I'll send someone to follow up and finalize the details with you later. For now, let's head back." With that, he turned and left the room, making his way back to the conference hall. Onoki and the others followed closely behind. Not long after, they returned to the meeting room. After exchanging glances, Raikage spoke first. "Hokage, we've agreed to your proposal. As long as you don't use Edo Tensei to resurrect people outside of Hidden Leaf Village, we will approve the trade agreement. From now on, any Hidden Leaf Village merchants or trade caravans will not be charged taxes or protection fees in Hidden Clouds Village." Onoki added, "Hidden Stones Village will do the same." Raza followed, "So will Hidden Sand Village." Yagura nodded. "No objections from Hidden Mist Village either." "Good." Kaito nodded in satisfaction, then waved his hand. 5 copies of the contract appeared before them, 2 for each Kage and 1 for himself. Gesturing at the documents, he said, "I've already drafted the agreement. Read through it, and if there are no issues, sign it. That'll save us from unnecessary trouble." The technique he had just demonstrated made the Kage's pupil shrink in shock. Aside from Mifune, the general of the Land of Iron, the other Kage exchanged subtle glances with their guards, signaling them to investigate. They suspected that Kaito might have secretly placed a Flying Thunder God seal on their tables while they were away. However, their guards quickly confirmed that Kaito had never moved from his spot or tampered with anything. This realization made their hearts sink. If there had been no prior setup, it could only mean one thing: Kaido Uchiha had modified the Flying Thunder God technique to no longer require preset coordinates for teleportation. This was not good news. If there were no coordinate restrictions, did that mean he could teleport anywhere he wished at will? Even if there were limits to his range, his power, especially his assassination capabilities, would be on another level entirely. Fighting him would be even more dangerous. Understanding this, the Kage's expressions darkened. Their wariness toward Kaido deepened. But now was not the time to dwell on it. Until they found a way to eliminate him, they had no choice but to play along. Thus, they picked up the contracts, carefully reviewed them, and, upon finding no issues, signed their names. Once they confirmed everything was in order, Kaido casually waved his hand, teleporting 1 copy of each contract into his storage space. He then stood up and said, "Keep the remaining copies for yourselves. This 5 Kage summit is over unless you have any other matters to discuss." The 4 Kage exchanged glances but had no choice but to nod in agreement. There was nothing left to negotiate. They hadn't expected the summit to end so abruptly, but at least they had managed to put restrictions on Hidden Leaf Village's use of Edo Tensei. Even if they had paid an unknown price for it. Great. Then I'll take my leave. Kaido didn't care what they thought. Seeing no objections, he signaled for Dobirama and Minato. The 3 of them vanished instantly using the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting straight back to Hidden Leaf Village. Hiss. Seeing this, Onoki and the others couldn't help but gasp. 3 people who can use the Flying Thunder God technique? The second Hokage and Kaido Uchiha were already known, but that blonde brat can use it too? How is that possible? Minato looked barely over 10 years old. They had assumed he was just tagging along to observe. Who would have thought he was also a prodigy? This won't do. We have to eliminate him. If he also masters Kaito's ability to teleport without coordinates, taking him down will become nearly impossible. He'll become an enormous threat to us. Onoki and the others all reached the same grim conclusion. In their hearts, they had marked Minato as a target that must be eliminated at all costs. Chapter 211, The Rapid Changes. Minato was still unaware that Onoki and his people had already developed a strong intent to kill him and were planning to send assassins after him at the first opportunity. Along with the second Hokage and Kaito, he directly used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to instantly teleport back to the Hokage's office in Hidden Leaf Village. Phew. This kind of long-distance teleportation really takes a toll on me. Even with my current mastery of the Flying Thunder God, the burden and chakra consumption are still too much. Minato sighed as he sensed that his chakra reserves had dropped to just 10% upon arrival. His face was slightly pale. If my chakra reserves weren't several times that of an average Kage, and if my chakra quality wasn't high, I really wouldn't be able to handle this. The second Hokage glanced at him and remarked, "You still need more practice." But honestly, mastering the Flying Thunder God to this extent at such a young age, that's quite impressive. That being said, he was quite curious. Why were so many people, including Tsunade, Orochimaru, and even his sister-in-law, learning the Flying Thunder God Jutsu? Some of them had even successfully mastered it. Those who hadn't mastered it yet weren't lacking in talent, they just hadn't had enough time to learn it properly. Based on his observations, their progress was going well, and it was only a matter of time before they learned it. This was strange. Take his sister-in-law, for example. She had tried to learn the Flying Thunder God Jutsu from him in the past but eventually gave up because she lacked the talent for it. So why did she suddenly have the talent now? Obirama's gaze shifted to Kaito. His instincts told him that this had something to do with Kaito. Unfortunately, he couldn't just outright ask. This was clearly a deep secret of Kaito's, and even his sister-in-law and Tsunade wouldn't tell him about it. "You're back already? The negotiations are over? How did it go?" In the Hokage's office, Uzumaki Mito and Naori Uchiha, who had been discussing matters with Kaito's shadow clone, were surprised to see them return so quickly. Kaito nodded, dispelled his shadow clone, and sat down in the Hokage's seat. With a smile, he took out an agreement and handed it to Naori Uchiha and Mito. "It's all settled. Everything went smoothly. The agreement is signed. Starting today, we can conduct trade freely with the 4 great shinobi villages and the 4 great countries without paying taxes or protection fees. So, the organization and management of the trade caravans will be up to you, Mother. This is an important task. Get it done as soon as possible. The electrical appliances from our factory and the basic nutrition pills from the Uchiha should be sold to the other countries and villages to establish trade routes. It's time to start making money. We can't keep running at a loss, relying only on the daimyo's support. That's not sustainable. A strong financial foundation was necessary for his future plans." "Oh?" Naori Uchiha took the agreement, quickly skimmed through it, and smiled. "This is great. Mito and I will arrange everything as soon as possible. However, while the 4 great countries agreed to waive taxes and protection fees, I doubt they'll play fair. So, we need strong escorts for the trade caravans. Each caravan must have at least 2 Jonin-level ninjas, accompanied by multiple ninja squads. Also, for transporting goods, can we use spatial rings and bracelets to move some of the stock? This would not only ease the transportation burden but also make it safer and cheaper." "Agreed." Uzumaki Mito nodded in approval. "Sounds good." Kaito also nodded. "In the next few days, I'll make more spatial rings and bracelets for the village. Eventually, when the time is right, we could even sell spatial rings to the 4 great countries and villages. But when that time comes, we'll need to negotiate the price properly. No way we're letting them off easy. We'll make sure to charge them a fortune. So, instruct the trade caravans to keep the number of spatial items a secret for now. That way, when we sell them later, we can increase the price. If they become too common, they'll try to bargain the price down, and we can't have that." "Understood. I'll take care of it." Naori Uchiha and Uzumaki Mito nodded. They planned to use contractors for escorting the goods. Not only was this safer, but they also wouldn't have to worry about loyalty issues. Contractors would never betray Kaito. Regular Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, on the other hand, couldn't be trusted as completely. Only contractors were 100% guaranteed to be loyal and wouldn't leak information about Kaito. After finalizing the details of the trade caravans and goods with his mother and Uzumaki Mito, Kaito left a shadow clone to handle affairs while his real body teleported away to train. The next few months Kaito used numerous shadow clones for intense training while also managing the village and overseeing the Uchiha pirate crew's activities. With the help of Hashirama, Madara, and many skilled ninjas, Hidden Leaf Village underwent rapid reconstruction and expansion. The village was changing at an astonishing speed. Narrow dirt roads were quickly widened, and even paved with concrete. A well-designed underground drainage system was also installed. New buildings were taller and more refined compared to before. At the same time, due to the combined efforts of Hidden Leaf Village and the Fire Daimyo, a large number of Fire Country residents started migrating to Hidden Leaf Village. The population of Hidden Leaf Village was growing by the day. Of course, the increase in population also brought greater pressure on security and logistics. Luckily, Kaido and his team had prepared in advance, so there were no major problems. Everything was progressing smoothly and steadily. Meanwhile, things were getting interesting in the pirate world. From the moment the Uchiha pirate crew set sail, they had been sweeping through the East Blue, crushing every pirate they encountered as they advanced towards Logue Town. It didn't take long for them to gain fame in the East Blue, drawing the attention of the Navy. Due to their overwhelming strength, the stationed Navy officers promptly reported their activities to Marine headquarters. At that time, Sengoku, who was still a fleet admiral, frowned as he received the intelligence report. He called over Garp, handed him the report, and asked, "Garp, they're from the East Blue, just like you. Do you know anything about this newly emerged pirate crew?" Chapter 212, The Rising Uchiha Pirates. Garp took a bite of his donut while curiously flipping through the intelligence report in his hands. After skimming it quickly, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Huh? Since when did such a powerful pirate crew pop up in the East Blue? What's more, the captain is just some brat, but his crew. There are quite a few formidable ones among them. Interesting. This name. Shimatsuki Kashiro. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Garp paused for a moment, deep in thought. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he smacked his forehead. Oh. I remember now. That Kashiro guy made a name for himself on the seas more than a decade ago. He was famous across Wano and even the Grand Line. But then, he suddenly disappeared. I thought he was dead. Didn't expect him to show up again. And now he's a great swordsman? Not only that, but he's serving as a crew member under some brat? That's a little weird. Sengoku, do we have any more detailed intel on them? Something about this pirate crew felt off to him, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what. We're still gathering information. Sengoku shook his head. It'll take some time. But one thing is clear, this pirate crew is no joke. If we don't eliminate them soon, they could grow into a major threat in the future. Garp picked his nose casually, showing little concern. But they've never harmed civilians, right? In fact, haven't they been actively taking down other pirates along their route? I think they're not too bad. We can't wipe out all pirates anyway. Keeping some like them around might not be such a bad thing. He didn't seem to have any hostility toward the Uchiha pirates. You're too naive. Sengoku sighed and shook his head. A pirate is still a pirate. The moment they raised their Jolly Roger, their fate was sealed. Just because they don't harm civilians now and only target other pirates doesn't mean they'll always be that way. No matter what, we can't just ignore a rising force with this much potential. The problem is, even if we send an ordinary vice admiral from headquarters, they might not come back alive. That's why I want you to go in person and deal with them. If possible, wipe them out. If not, at least recruit them into the Seven Warlords system. What do you think? At this point, the Seven Warlords of the Sea system hadn't been officially implemented yet, it was still in the discussion and selection phase. But the world government had already made it clear that this system would be put in place. Their reasoning was to balance the power of the seas. Of course, Sengoku and the others weren't happy about it. They knew that this wasn't just about balancing power, it was also a way for the world government to keep the Marines in check, preventing them from growing too strong. The whole balance thing? Just an excuse. If they really wanted to maintain control over the seas, they could just conduct large-scale marine recruitment, strengthen their forces, and suppress the pirates, especially the three emperors of the New World. But instead, the world government was pushing the Seven Warlords system. It was clear there was more to it. Even Zephyr had openly expressed his frustration about it. But there was nothing they could do to stop it. The Seven Warlords system would happen, no matter what. So Sengoku thought, rather than giving those positions to truly vile pirates, why not recruit some that weren't as notorious? Of course, at the end of the day, a pirate was still a pirate. Sengoku wasn't naive enough to think they were actually good people. The Seven Warlords, huh? Garp furrowed his brow. He even stopped eating his donut, clearly annoyed. Is there really no way to stop this plan? Zephyr still hasn't cooled down over it, you know. There's no way around it. Sengoku sighed helplessly. You know how it is, the orders from the Five Elders are absolute. They will push this plan forward, and we can't stop them. As for Zephyr, I'll try talking to him more. But whether he likes it or not, he'll have to accept it. Sengoku felt frustrated, too. If he could, he'd flip the entire world government and the 5 elders upside down, enforcing his own sense of justice. But the truth was, the Marines just weren't strong enough. And even within the Marines, there were spies and loyalists planted by the world government, tying his hands. Hell, even if he were the fleet admiral already, he doubted he'd have the power to fully enforce his own vision. The thought made him even more frustrated. Alright, got it. I'll head to the East Blue tomorrow and check out this Uchiha pirates myself. Besides, I should visit my grandson while I'm at it. Hope he's doing well. Garp chuckled to himself, thinking about Ace and Luffy. A smile of warmth and nostalgia crossed his face. Good. I'll leave it to you. Sengoku nodded in satisfaction. But then, as Garp mentioned his grandson, Sengoku's mind drifted to Garp's son, Dragon. Frowning, he asked, have you heard anything from your son, Dragon, lately? Our intelligence suggests he's been gathering people, recruiting forces. From the information we've collected, it looks like he's planning something big. And I've got a bad feeling about it. Can you find him and ask him what the hell he's up to? The world government and even the 5 elders are starting to take notice of his actions. Even though Dragon hadn't formally established the revolutionary army yet and was still in the recruitment phase, some information had already leaked. That was enough to put the government's spy organizations, like CP, on high alert. After all, that was their job. Garp raised an eyebrow. That brat? What's he up to this time? I don't have a clue where he is. Ever since he left the Marines all those years ago, I've barely kept track of him. The last time I saw him was over a year ago. Hearing Sengoku's words, even Garp felt a little uneasy. During their last meeting, he could tell Dragon had changed a lot. His resentment toward the world government and the celestial dragons had deepened, and his ideas had become far more radical. That wasn't a good sign. Of course, if Garp really wanted to contact Dragon, he could. After all, they were father and son. Dragon had left him the way to reach out if necessary. But that was something Garp would never tell anyone, not even Sengoku. I see. Sengoku nodded, then added, if possible, try to get in touch with him soon and find out exactly what he's planning. If he's thinking of doing something too extreme, stopping him now would be best. Otherwise, if he really does something that directly challenges the world government, it'll be too late. Chapter 213, The True Resurrection Jutsu. Alright. I'll do my best. Hearing this, Garp's expression became slightly serious as he nodded in agreement. At the same time, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, Dragon, what are you planning? Don't do anything foolish. The world government and the celestial dragons aren't as simple as you think. They're not that easy to deal with. If they were, he and Sengoku wouldn't have had so many headaches over the years. And he wouldn't have constantly refused the position of admiral. Wouldn't it be easier to just overthrow the world government? Surely, no one actually thought he lacked the guts or courage to do it, right? He simply knew it was impossible. 2 months later. Ninja World, Kaido's backyard training ground. I've finally mastered Edo Tensei to its fullest extent. Now it's time to push beyond its limits. Kaido opened his status panel, his gaze fixed on the perfected Edo Tensei technique. A smirk played on his lips. Without hesitation, he released the person he had revived in front of him. Then, he waved his hand again, pulling a white Zetsu from the space gate. With a single step, an Edo Tensei summoning array formed instantly beneath him. Pressing his hands together, he chanted, Edo Tensei. The next moment, the struggling white Zetsu twitched before its body was forcefully transformed once again. At the same time, Kaido fell into a deep state of enlightenment. His comprehension and cognitive abilities were enhanced by an unimaginable factor, beyond tens of thousands of times his normal capacity. Edo Tensei had shattered its limits. His mind raced, rapidly constructing the foundation of a true resurrection technique, combining the principles of Edo Tensei with medical ninjutsu, soul manipulation, and knowledge of the physical body. With inspiration flooding his mind, time lost meaning. No one knew how long had passed before the true resurrection technique finally took shape. It was no longer just a concept. Step by step, Kaido had pieced it together like a grand puzzle. Building upon this skeletal framework, he refined and perfected it at an astonishing speed. Your Edo Tensei has surpassed its limits. Entering a state of enlightenment, you have fused your knowledge of medical techniques, soul energy, spiritual essence, and physical studies to successfully create the resurrection jutsu. Though time stood still in his mind, in reality, Kaido remained in a trance for over 5 hours before slowly opening his eyes. Exhaling deeply, a look of exhilaration filled his face as he processed the knowledge he had just unlocked. I can't believe it actually worked. This resurrection jutsu doesn't even require a perfect corpse. As long as I have a small part of the deceased, a bit of blood, a strand of hair, anything, It can be performed. The chakra cost is significant, but honestly, that's nothing. Of course, the stronger the target, the higher their life force, the greater the chakra required. To fully resurrect someone like the first Hokage, Kaido estimated he would need to expend at least 30% of his total chakra. And that was no small amount. Kaido's chakra reserves were already massive. With his constantly improving physique and spiritual power, his chakra pool had been expanding at an explosive rate. Once he perfected his primal chakra refinement jutsu, allowing him to accumulate chakra indefinitely, his reserves grew even faster. At this point, his total chakra was comparable to the Nine Tails. The only difference was quality. For now, the Nine Tails chakra was superior. After all, as a fragment of the 10 Tails, the Nine Tails chakra was naturally dense, powerful, and even capable of physically manifesting into flesh. But Kaido had already come a long way. After years of refining his source chakra, his chakra quality had reached a formidable level. He estimated that in another 2 to 3 years, he would surpass the Nine Tails in chakra quality. By then, without relying on any external power, he could break through his limits and touch the level of the 6 paths. Now, let's test this resurrection jutsu. With his thoughts organized, Kaido turned his gaze to the person he had previously revived using Edo Tensei but had not yet fully reanimated. Raising his foot, he stomped lightly. The Edo Tensei on the ground immediately transformed into a completely different formation. Clasping his hands together, Kaido activated the jutsu. The intricate seal beneath him flared to life as his chakra surged into it. ZZT. The body before him, previously held together by Edo Tensei, began emitting faint steam. The cracks on its surface started to heal rapidly. Thump. 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 Inside, an incredible transformation was occurring. The sacrificial white zetsu liquefied entirely, merging with the genetic remnants of the deceased. From there, the body began regenerating, starting with the heart, then the circulatory system, followed by the bones, muscles, and finally, the skin. The moment the heart was fully reconstructed, it started beating again. Kaido, with his advanced medical perception, could feel every detail of the process. Damn. This is insane. Even he couldn't help but be amazed. It was hard to imagine a mere human achieving such a feat. Yet, here he was, doing exactly that. After more than an hour, the last remnants of flesh had formed, seamlessly fusing with the soul of the deceased. At the same time, all traces of negative energy, the residual yin and death aura, were completely purged. The person had been fully, truly resurrected. Snap. Kaido finally ceased channeling chakra and snapped his fingers. The revived person slowly opened his eyes. For a moment, he looked dazed, as if awakening from a deep sleep. Then, as his vision cleared and he recognized Kaido, his expression changed drastically. You're that brat. You, Genjutsu, Misty World. Before he could finish, Kaido cast a Genjutsu, putting him into a trance. Then, Kaido began examining the man's condition. After more than 10 minutes of careful inspection, Kaido confirmed that the man had been fully resurrected, no side effects, no issues. Satisfied, he lifted the Genjutsu. As soon as the man snapped back to reality and tried to speak again, schlick. Before he could utter another word, Kaido's chakra blade sliced clean through his neck. His head hit the ground, eyes wide in disbelief, before his body crumpled. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A massive fireball erupted from Kaido's mouth, instantly reducing the corpse to ashes. This man was nothing more than a Hidden Stones village ninja he had once killed on a mission. Naturally, he hadn't used fallen Hidden Leaf village shinobi for these experiments. Even when practicing Edo Tensei, he had always avoided using the souls of his own village. He had discovered early on that repeated use of Edo Tensei eroded a soul. After enough revivals, a spirit could break apart entirely, ceasing to exist. The stronger the shinobi had been in life, the more revivals their soul could endure. But pushing them past their limit meant obliteration. Destroying souls like that was beyond cruel. Kaido would never use Hidden Leaf Village's fallen warriors to refine his Edo Tensei technique. Instead, he had used the enemy shinobi he had killed in battle. Back during the Rain Country War, he had realized the importance of collecting blood samples from those he defeated. He had stored many of them in his space gate, ensuring he would always have high-quality experimental subjects. Now that his resurrection jutsu was perfected, there was no need to continue grinding its proficiency through repeated use. He didn't want to destroy any more souls. It's time to revive the first Hokage. With the resurrection jutsu complete and tested, Kaido wasted no time. He contacted his mother, Uzumaki Mido, the first Hokage, and Orochimaru via telepathic space transmission, summoning them all to him. Swish, 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 swish. Within moments, they had all arrived. Looking at a yet-to-be-filled crater in the ground, Naori Uchiha raised an eyebrow. Kaido, what's the rush? Why did you call us? Yeah, what's going on? The others chimed in. Kaido grinned. Nothing much. I just perfected Edo Tensei, creating a true resurrection jutsu. What? Are you serious? Impossible. Everyone was stunned. The first Hokage, the most excited among them, turned to Kaido with bright eyes. You're saying I can truly be brought back to life? Kaido nodded. Exactly. That's why I called you all here. It's finally time to bring you back. With this, things will be much easier moving forward. He continued. And you'll be able to keep growing stronger, aiming for the 6 paths level. The first Hokage burst into laughter. Amazing. Finally. This is happening even faster than I expected. Well? What are we waiting for? What do you need me to do? I'll handle it right away. He was beyond excited. Being stuck in an Edo Tensei body had been inconvenient in so many ways. The inability to eat, drink, or even experience basic human pleasures had been frustrating enough. Not to mention training, outside of meditation techniques, he could only watch as others improved. Wait. At that moment, Naori Uchiha frowned, cutting in. She turned to Kaido with concern. Kaido, how does this resurrection jutsu work? What are the requirements? More importantly, will it harm you in any way? If it would cost Kaido dearly, Naori was absolutely against using it. Before Kaido could respond, the first Hokage's excitement faded slightly, and he, too, grew serious. I got carried away. You're right, Naori. Kaido, if this technique will hurt you, then I refuse. I can wait if necessary. You should perfect the technique further if needed. Or, we could hold off until we acquire Madara's Rinnegan. Or until one of us awakens the Rinnegan ourselves. Even with their personal interests and Hidden Leaf Village's future at stake, the first Hokage put Kaido's well-being above all else. Naori Uchiha, for once, found herself respecting the first Hokage's sense of priorities. Exactly. Naori said. If this jutsu endangers you, we can wait. Uzumaki Mido spoke up as well. I'm with them. If there's a risk to you, don't use it. I agree. Orochimaru added. Chapter 214, Senju Hashirama's True Revival. Relax. Seeing everyone's concerned expressions, Kaido felt warmth in his heart. He waved his hand with a smile and said, I never do things I'm not confident in, especially if they could harm me. The resurrection technique I created only costs chakra, nothing else. The stronger the target, the higher their life level, the more chakra required. And I don't even need a live sacrifice, just a bit of the target's blood, cells, or even a strand of hair as a medium, and the resurrection will be successful. With your strength and life level, first Hokage, I have to use a lot more chakra. But I can recover that chakra pretty easily by taking a high-grade nutrition pill. At most, it takes half an hour to restore everything. If necessary, I can even fully recover my chakra in just a few minutes. The worst that'll happen is a bit of strain on my body, meaning I'll need some extra rest afterward. So, you don't need to worry about this technique having any negative effects on me. Hearing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, excitement took over. Only chakra consumption? That's barely a limitation at all. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed slightly as he spoke. With nutrition pills, chakra refinement techniques, and meditation methods, restoring consumed chakra was a trivial matter. There was no need to drain oneself excessively. Indeed. Everyone else nodded in agreement. In that case, let's revive the first Hokage first. At this moment, Naori Uchiha turned to Kaido and said. Yeah. Kaido nodded firmly. That's exactly my plan. The sooner we revive the first Hokage, the sooner he can continue training and growing stronger. As he spoke, he turned to Hashirama and pointed to an open area nearby. First Hokage, stand over there. This won't take long. Hashirama blinked in slight surprise. Don't I need to break the Edo Tensei first? No need. Kaido shook his head. Your Edo Tensei body already contains your cells. I can use the resurrection technique directly to bring you back to life. Oh, I see. Hashirama nodded in understanding, then curiously asked, what about the white Zetsu sacrifice used in my previous revival? It's not still inside me, right? That thought made him uncomfortable. Of course not. Kaido chuckled and shook his head. That ties into how my resurrection technique actually works. During the process, the white Zetsu's body is completely broken down and absorbed as nutrients for your cells, combining with the chakra I inject to reconstruct your flesh and blood body. By the time it's done, your body will be entirely your own, just like before you died. So, there's nothing to worry about. And with my control, I can even bring you back in your peak state. Otherwise, reviving Hashirama with a body exhausted from overuse of his life force and cell division would mean he wouldn't last long anyway. I see. Then I've got no complaints. Hashirama nodded, stepping forward to the designated spot. Kaido raised his foot and stomped down, causing intricate symbols to rapidly emerge from beneath him, forming a mysterious array around Hashirama. Sage mode, activate. Clasping his hands together, Kaido instantly entered Sage mode. He wanted to use this opportunity to test a few of his theories. He activated the array, injecting Sage Chakra into it. Buzz. Sizzle. Instantly, vast amounts of Sage Chakra transformed into a special energy that surged into Hashirama's Edo Tensei body, rapidly converting it into living flesh. A faint steam began to rise from Hashirama's skin as the cracks on his Edo Tensei body vanished, replaced by fresh, living tissue. Thump. 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 His heart reformed first, beginning to beat once more. In just a few minutes, his new body was fully constructed, his soul seamlessly merging with it. He was completely and utterly alive again. What's more, the contract runes had long since erased any lingering deathly aura from his soul. Through meditation techniques, he had even elevated his soul and spiritual energy beyond his former peak. There was no post-revival weakness whatsoever. Boom. In the next moment, feeling his restored flesh, the rush of fresh air into his lungs, the sheer vitality coursing through his being, Hashirama couldn't help himself. A surge of terrifying chakra exploded from his body, visibly manifesting around him. Ha ha ha. Overwhelmed with joy, he threw his head back and laughed, hands on his hips. He was alive again. This long-forgotten sensation of life filled him with excitement and gratitude for this new beginning. Thud. But before he could revel in it for long, Uzumaki Mito suddenly flashed to his side, raised a hand, and smacked him hard on the head. What the hell are you laughing about? She scolded. Put that chakra away. Do you want to alert all of Hidden Leaf Village? Hashirama, Immediately, he shut his mouth, crouching down and drawing circles on the ground, looking utterly dejected. Veins popped on Mito's forehead as she resisted the urge to smack him again. Stand up. Yes, ma'am. In a flash, Hashirama snapped to attention, standing obediently beside Mito. Humphrey. Let me check your condition. Don't move. Mito glared at him before placing her hand on his body, sending her chakra and spiritual energy through him for a detailed examination. In no time, she withdrew her hand, looking at Kaido in amazement. This resurrection technique of yours is truly incredible. To think it really has no side effects, and it even brought Hashirama back at his peak strength. This is unbelievable. Logically, this shouldn't be possible. After all, Hashirama's body was completely gone. Just using a small sample of his cells to perfectly recreate his peak physical condition feels almost mythical. How is this even possible? Hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed as he glanced at Hashirama, then turned his gaze to Kaido, licking his lips. I'm quite curious about this as well. Even Naori Uchiha looked over in curiosity. Kaido waved his hand dismissively. It's actually quite simple. I extracted the necessary information from both the cellular sample and Hashirama's soul. You're underestimating the amount of data contained in human cells. Similarly, you're overlooking the secrets hidden within the soul and its deep connection with the body. This wasn't nonsense. In both his previous life and in the worlds of the ninja and pirates, cloning technology had already proven that a complete body could be recreated from just one cell. Of course, those clones lacked any acquired experiences or training results. But Kaido's resurrection technique could perfectly replicate even those details. Hashirama's cultivation level had also been restored to its peak, an almost unimaginable feat. I see. Mito and the others frowned slightly, as if they hadn't expected such an answer. Orochimaru rubbed his chin in contemplation. It seems my research into human cells is still far from complete. I need to focus more on this field moving forward. Conveniently, he had recently looted a vast amount of genetic research materials and bloodline factor technology from Germa 66. Fully understanding this information would greatly enhance his knowledge of cells and bloodline factors, which would be invaluable for his future research. Just don't get too obsessed. The mysteries of human cells can't be fully understood in a short time. Take it step by step. For now, developing the KK Genkai enhancement serum should be the top priority. Kaito reminded him. Of course. Orochimaru nodded confidently. He was never one to get too fixated on a single pursuit. Kaito, you only used about 10% of your chakra for this resurrection, right? Was that because of Sage Chakra? At this moment, the ever-observant Naori Uchiha looked at Kaido and asked. The others paused and quickly turned to sense Kaido's chakra. Sure enough, he had barely expended any. They immediately realized the implications. That's right. Kaito smiled and nodded. Mother, You really are observant. Until now, I had only tested resurrection using regular chakra. This time, I specifically used sage chakra to see the effects and differences. As you all saw, the chakra cost was reduced by more than half. It's clear that the quality of chakra greatly affects the consumption rate of the resurrection technique. Using senjutsu is much more efficient. Of course, at his current level, recovering sage chakra was still more troublesome than regular chakra. But that was only a temporary issue. In a few more months, once he perfected his primal chakra refining jutsu and combined it with sage chakra refinement, he would develop a more advanced method. By then, he would completely phase out ordinary chakra from his system. Good. Naori Uchiha smiled and nodded. That's excellent news. At this moment, Hashirama couldn't help but ask Kaido, "Hey, Kaido. What's the current favorability level of my younger brother, Tobirama, and Madara toward you? How much longer until you can contract them?" He knew that Kaito would only resurrect the second Hokage and Madara once they were under contract. Otherwise, it wouldn't happen. And that was understandable. Kaido's secrets were too great. If he didn't take such precautions, things could easily go wrong. Well, let me check. Kaido opened the system and examined the stats. He replied, Tobirama's favorability toward me is already at 64. In a few more months, it should reach the contract threshold. But as for Madara Uchiha, he's only at 45. He's still far from the requirement. If you want him to be fully resurrected, you'll need to keep talking to him and helping change his attitude toward me. Otherwise, his revival will be indefinitely delayed. To be honest, even Kaido was surprised by how quickly Tobirama's favorability was increasing. It seemed that, despite his prejudice against the Uchiha, Tobirama was still a rational and emotional person. As long as Kaido continued to do good things for Hidden Lee Village and regularly discussed research with him, Tobirama's impression of him kept improving. Madara, on the other hand, was a much tougher nut to crack. Chapter 215, Madara's Struggle Really? Hearing this, Hashirama was first delighted. I didn't expect Tobirama to change so quickly. That's a good thing. I hope he can reach the contract standard as soon as possible. Once he does, I hope you can put aside past grievances and make a contract with Tobirama, then revive him. No problem. Kaido didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. The sooner he contracted the second Hokage, the better. That way, he could trust him more and entrust him with more responsibilities, turning him into an even more reliable workhorse. Hashirama, unaware of Kaido's true thoughts, beamed with joy upon hearing his response. Then, he thought about Madara and sighed. As for Madara, I'll do my best to persuade him. But I feel like it'll be really tough. I'll have to take it step by step. Sigh, that guy is so stubborn. Well, that was a common trait among the Uchiha. At least, it was for the Uchihas of the past. Now, because the entire clan was under contract and had practiced the meditation technique, the mental and personality-altering effects of unlocking the Sharingan had essentially been eliminated. In a few more months, once the newly contracted Uchiha mastered the Sharingan meditation jutsu, the influence of their eye awakening on their psyche and personality would be completely eradicated. By then, the Uchiha clan would be reborn. If he wasn't stubborn, he wouldn't be Madara. Just let things happen naturally. There's no need to rush. Kaido chuckled and shook his head. Yeah, I suppose that's all we can do. Hashirama nodded and decided to stop worrying about it for now. Instead, he stretched out his arms and moved his body. Haha. I'm finally fully revived. Now I can officially start training in life force techniques and refining my chakra again. Just thinking about it filled him with motivation. After chatting for a while longer, everyone dispersed. Hashirama immediately ran off to find Madara. Huh? Hashirama, you? Before Hashirama could even start boasting, Madara had already noticed something drastically different about him. His pupil shrank as he stared intensely and asked, "You've been fully revived? Did you guys find my Rinnegan?" Otherwise, there was no way to explain why Hashirama was completely revived. The thought that his Rinnegan had fallen into Kaido's hands made Madara feel even more conflicted. He both hoped and feared this was the case. He hoped it was true because it meant Black Zetsu's schemes had failed. Right now, Black Zetsu must be seething. He feared it because he had his own plans, and if Kaido had the Rinnegan, getting it back would be incredibly difficult. Huh? Hearing Madara's assumption, Hashirama scratched the back of his head in confusion. No, why would you think that? Oh. Before Madara could ask further, Hashirama suddenly realized something. You think I was revived using your Rinnegan, don't you? Is that not the case? Madara looked at Hashirama in disbelief. Haha. Of course not. Hashirama laughed heartily, hands on his hips. Kaido and the others haven't found your Rinnegan yet. And none of them have awakened the Rinnegan either. The reason I'm alive is that Kaito developed a true resurrection technique based on Edo Tensei. Just now, he used this forbidden jutsu to bring me back. Technically, this was highly classified information that Hashirama shouldn't be revealing to Madara or anyone else. But considering his revival was impossible to hide from Madara, unless they were to prevent the two from meeting entirely, Kaito had permitted Hashirama to disclose this to Madara and Tobirama. It was also a way to build goodwill with them. Who knew? Maybe their desire for resurrection would make them more inclined toward Kaito. What? Hearing Hashirama's words, Madara's expression changed drastically. You're saying that brat, Kaito, created a true resurrection technique? And that's how you were revived? How is that possible? This was actual resurrection. To Madara, that was something only 6th paths level beings could achieve. Just like his Rinnegan. It wasn't something mere mortals should be able to grasp. Yet now, he was being told that Kaito, a kid, had taken hold of this power on his own? Madara found it utterly absurd. But he knew Hashirama well enough to recognize that he wasn't lying. So, what he just said must be true. This realization shook Madara to his core. Looks like I've really underestimated that brat. No wonder he managed to orchestrate my downfall at just 10 years old, achieve so much, and hold such grand ambitions. With talent like that, I suppose it's not surprising. Madara sighed in admiration. Then, a new thought entered his mind. Could Kaito also resurrect him? He knew Hashirama had been bringing up Kaito frequently, trying to change his view of the boy and push him to Kaito's side completely. Before, Madara had scoffed at the idea. But now, if it meant getting resurrected, maybe playing along wouldn't be such a bad idea. As for truly changing his mind and fully siding with Kaito, Madara wasn't thinking that far yet. He admitted the kid had some skills, but that alone wasn't enough to make him completely work under him. His pride wouldn't allow it. With that in mind, Madara decided to test the waters and asked Hashirama, so, is there a chance for me to be revived as well? If I could be revived, I wouldn't mind standing on Kaito and Hidden Leaf Village's side to some extent and lending a hand. Hearing this, Hashirama felt delighted, but he still shook his head and said, in theory, as long as you truly and sincerely want to stand with Kaito, reviving you would be as simple as a single word from him. But the key is that you must be genuinely sincere. If you're not truly sincere, then forget it. So, you should change your opinion of Kaito as soon as possible and fully recognize and support him. Otherwise, I don't know when you'll actually be revived. Rules couldn't be broken. Huh? Madara was dumbfounded. How do you guys even measure whether I'm sincere or not? Is this something that can be quantified? He felt like he was being brushed off. Hashirama had changed. However, Hashirama then added, maybe others can't, but Kaito actually can. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to be revived just now. What? Madara was even more stunned. You're saying that kid, Kaito Uchiha, can actually test if someone is truly sincere toward him? Yes. Absolutely. Hashirama nodded firmly. So, don't even think about pretending or trying to exploit loopholes, it won't work. Only if you are truly willing to stand on Kaito's side will he fully revive you. And you'll return at your peak strength. Otherwise, you'll just have to remain in this Edo Tensei form and keep working for him. Besides, Hashirama's expression suddenly turned serious as he looked at Madara. Given your strength in life, you should be well aware that the Edo Tensei body isn't truly immortal. Not to mention its weaknesses against sealing techniques, simply being in this undead state constantly consumes your soul and mental strength. Your soul is being slowly eroded. If you stay in this form too long, your soul could eventually deteriorate to the point where you start losing memories, and in the end, your soul will completely collapse, making resurrection impossible. Kaito has already confirmed this through extensive practice with Edo Tensei. A soul has its limits, too. So, Madara, if you want to be revived, you should change your attitude toward Kaito sooner rather than later. Otherwise, before your soul is too damaged, I'll have to ask Kaito to release your Edo Tensei form and send you back to the afterlife. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll lose you forever, my friend. He wasn't joking, he genuinely meant it. Madara's expression grew complicated as he looked at Hashirama, hesitating before muttering, Hashirama, you really are impossible to hate. I'll keep what you said in mind. I'll think it over. Enough talking, let's get back to work. Otherwise, that annoying brat Kaito will just make me do the work against my will. He hated that feeling of being controlled. Alright. Get to it. I'll keep trying to persuade Tobirama. Hashirama nodded and got back to work as well. However, without the infinite chakra from Edo Tensei, he couldn't continuously use wood style to construct buildings as he had before. In a way, he even felt weaker now. But Kaito knew this and had no regrets. Slowing down the reconstruction of Hidden Leaf Village was acceptable, But having Hashirama regain his full strength through training was far more important. He needed a Sage of Six Paths level fighter to remove the final obstacles ahead. Hearing Hashirama bring up Tobirama again, Madara scoffed, "Don't even mention that bastard to me. I'd rather he never gets fully revived, and his soul gets completely erased." He could forgive almost anyone, but not Tobirama. Unless Uchiha was revived and willing to forgive Tobirama himself. Otherwise, it was impossible. Chapter 216, Vegapunk's location confirmed. Alright, fine. Hearing Madara's words, Hashirama could only sigh helplessly. It seemed that mending the relationship between his younger brother and Madara would be an uphill battle. Maybe. Later on, I can have Kaido find a way to revive Uchiha. Izuna first using the Edo Tensei technique. Hashirama pondered to himself. It was clear he genuinely hoped his brother and Madara could reconcile. Inside the lab elsewhere, Orochimaru had just teleported back to the Science Research Division's lab. What happened? What made you rush back like this? Senju Tobirama looked up, puzzled. As far as he knew, there weren't any urgent matters lately. It's nothing too serious. Orochimaru replied with a sly smile. Kaido has managed to create a true resurrection technique, using Edo Tensei as a foundation. He has completely revived the first Hokage. I came to get you so we can go witness the moment together. Orochimaru knew very well what Kaido had planned for Tobirama. He also believed that reviving Tobirama completely as soon as possible would benefit their research. Only by practicing life force techniques and meditation methods could Tobirama keep up with them, continuously grow, and improve his research capabilities. Otherwise, remaining in his Edo Tensei state would eventually limit him. It wasn't just a matter of diminishing returns. If things went on like this, Tobirama would eventually be left far behind. It was difficult to find top-tier research partners who worked together, and Orochimaru didn't want to lose such a valuable ally. What? Tobirama was stunned. He immediately looked up at Orochimaru in disbelief. A true resurrection technique? My brother has been completely revived? Are you serious? Was that even possible? After spending time collaborating on research with Kaido's shadow clones, Tobirama knew all too well that this kid was a monstrous genius, far beyond himself. His learning ability, analytical skills, and growth speed were terrifying. It was as if he was evolving every single moment, truly unbelievable. If it were Kaido, then creating a true resurrection technique wasn't entirely impossible. But what concerned Tobirama more was the nature of this so-called true resurrection. If Hashirama had been revived, then of course, Tobirama wanted the same for himself. He wanted to fully return to the ever-evolving Hidden Leaf village. He had no desire to return to the Pure Land. Living in the mortal world was far too tempting. This was paradise. Of course it's true. Orochimaru nodded with a grin. Why would I lie about something like this? If you don't believe me, you can use your Flying Thunder God technique and teleport directly to the first Hokage to confirm it yourself. I assume you've left a marking on your brother, right? Without wasting another second, Tobirama abandoned his research and instantly disappeared in a flash of teleportation. Orochimaru smirked and continued his experiments. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tobirama had teleported directly next to Hashirama. Huh? Tobirama? What are you doing here? Hashirama was briefly surprised by his brother's sudden appearance, then quickly realized, oh. Orochimaru must have told you about my complete resurrection, right? That's right. Tobirama nodded firmly, his gaze locked onto Hashirama. He closely observed him, his expression a mix of shock and uncertainty. Brother. You've really been completely revived? No side effects at all? Why does your life force feel just as strong as it was during your peak? Ha ha ha. Hashirama laughed heartily. That's because Kaido revived me at my peak. Otherwise, considering the state I was in before I died, even if I were resurrected, I wouldn't last long before deteriorating again. Tobirama's pupils contracted sharply. He can't even control the state of resurrection? His technique is that powerful? Madara Uchiha, standing nearby, was equally shocked. Clearly, he hadn't paid attention to that detail before. So the time of resurrection can be controlled too? That brat really created an overpowered technique. Madara muttered to himself. He desperately wanted to obtain such a technique, but he knew it was impossible. Ha ha ha. That's exactly how powerful it is. Hashirama laughed again, then turned to Tobirama with a serious expression. That's why, Tobirama, you need to change your attitude toward Kaido. You need to earn his trust. Only then can I secure a chance for you to be fully resurrected too. Otherwise, sooner or later, your soul will deteriorate from the strain of Edo Tensei, and you'll be forced back to the Pure Land. I don't think that's something you want to happen, is it? Hashirama knew his brother too well. Maybe, when Tobirama was first resurrected using Edo Tensei, He had no intention of staying in the mortal world for long. But things had changed. Time had passed, and his perspective had shifted. Just like Hashirama himself, Obirama now wanted to stay in the world of the living, to contribute to Hidden Leaf Village, to witness its growth, and to help unite the ninja world under true peace. And after learning about the world of pirates, Hashirama was eager to explore it himself. He dreamed of making his mark there too. Right now, he was thoroughly enjoying hearing about the adventures of the Uchiha pirates. Alright, I understand. I'll seriously consider it. Obirama fell silent for a moment before nodding solemnly. Deep inside, however, he was already convinced. If Kaido could check his affinity stats now, he'd see that Obirama's favorability towards him had just shot up by several points, reaching 69. I'm leaving for now. With that, Obirama didn't linger and teleported away. 3 days later, Kaito was in the middle of training when he suddenly received a message from Dragon through their communication network. He took a look and immediately lit up with excitement. Finally. We got through. What's up, Kaito? Mikoto and the others turned to him, curious. Kaito grinned. Dragon just sent word, he's finally made contact with Dr. Vegapunk and confirmed his location. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Oh? Mikoto and the others brightened up. So does that mean we'll soon be able to mass-produce more of the human fruit? If so, we can each have our own and won't need to take turns anymore. And Chopper can finally become a real Chopper? Because of the fruit's massive training and learning enhancement benefits, they had been using it in rotation, making the most of its effects every single day. While it was great for training, having to switch users regularly was a hassle. They all wanted their own copies of the fruit. Most likely. As long as Vegapunk can replicate it, it won't be a problem. Kaito nodded, then said, Alright, I won't waste time talking. I'm going to meet Dragon. You all keep training. With that, he focused his thoughts and vanished from the spot. In an instant, he appeared right next to Dragon. Who's there? The moment he arrived, several Revolutionary Army members raised their weapons and prepared to attack him. Stand down. Dragon quickly intervened. This is the mentor I've told you about, the guide of the Revolutionary Army, Kaito Uchiha. Show some respect. What? This is Kaito-sama? The revolutionaries were stunned, then hurriedly lowered their weapons and bowed with admiration. Kaito-sama. It's an honor to meet you. We apologize for our rudeness. Kaido could tell they genuinely respected him. The moment they learned his identity, their favorability toward him skyrocketed. Each one had at least 80 points, with some even surpassing 90. It was crazy. So this is what having devoted followers feels like? Dragon, you really know how to build loyalty. Kaito smirked inwardly. No need for all that. He said, shaking his head with a smile. We're all on the same side. No need for formalities. Yes, sir. They straightened up but continued looking at him with fanatic devotion, making him feel slightly uncomfortable. Thankfully, Dragon noticed and waved them off. Go back to your tasks. I have something important to discuss with our mentor. Yes, sir. The revolutionaries immediately left. Thanks. Kaido sighed in relief before asking, how did you track down Vegapunk? Where is he now? Dragon replied, we used an old contact method he left behind. It took a lot of effort, but we finally got a chance to reach him. He's aware of your existence now and has also received the ideological framework I sent. He greatly admires you and is eager to meet in person. But security around him is extremely tight. Meeting him won't be easy. However, I told him you'd definitely have a way. He just needed to send the coordinates. Vegapunk agreed and sent me a location. I checked it, it matches the coordinates of Egghead Island that you previously provided me. This revelation made Dragon respect Kaido even more. It was like he could see the future. The more they confirmed his intel, the more they realized just how accurate it was. The few inaccuracies weren't really mistakes, rather, they were things that had changed due to Kaido's own presence. Oh? So he's already on Egghead Island? That saves me a lot of trouble. Kaido raised an eyebrow, then mused, only issue is, I haven't unlocked the new world's map yet. Looks like I'll need to make a trip there first and light up the area around Egghead Island. Chapter 217, Contracting Vegapunk. The Revolutionary Army can handle this. Dragon turned to Kaido and asked, by now, there should be quite a few members in the Revolutionary Army who meet the contract requirements, right? This was the result of his dedicated efforts over the past month. Yes. Kaito nodded firmly. Dozens of Revolutionary Army members in this area have all met the contract standards. You've done well, better than I expected. I'll contract them later. However, as for the New World, I won't trouble the Revolutionary Army with that. First, your speed is too slow. Second, you need these people more on your side right now. Third, I personally want to make a trip to the New World to explore the terrain and look for suitable devil fruits to hunt down later. So, I'll handle it myself. What's most important for you right now is continuing to recruit like-minded people, expanding your influence, and strengthening your forces. Once you're fully prepared, you can raise the banner of the Revolutionary Army. The main reason Kaido didn't want to rely on the Revolutionary Army was their lack of speed. He simply couldn't afford to wait. Speaking of which, Vegapunk's favorability toward him had surprisingly shot up to 83 points. Even Kaido found this unexpected. It could only be explained by Dragon's remarkable ability to influence and persuade people. Plus, Vegapunk was an emotional person with big ideals, making him more susceptible to the revolutionary ideology Kaido had handed over to Dragon. As a result, his favorability toward Kaido had skyrocketed. This was also one of the reasons Kaido was eager to meet Vegapunk. Once the contract was in place, he could ensure Vegapunk's absolute safety and make better use of his talents. That so? Alright then. Dragon pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. I already gave you the coordinates earlier. Do you need the contact method now? No need. Kaido shook his head. Once I arrive at Egghead Island, I'll contact you if necessary. After contracting Vegapunk, regular communication methods would become obsolete. Because by then, nothing would be more efficient and secure than the communication space. Dragon nodded in understanding. Alright, I'll contract the Revolutionary Army members here first. Kaido didn't waste time and had Dragon gather the members. He quickly completed the contracts with them. As they processed the information from the contract, Kaido turned to Dragon. I'll leave the explanations to you. I'm heading out now. Got it. With Dragon's nod of approval, Kaido immediately teleported away. In the next moment, he appeared high above the vast ocean. Lord Kaido, what brings you here? A voice rang out in his mind. It was the ninja dragon, sensing his presence. I need to head to Egghead Island in the New World. Here are the coordinates. Take me there as fast as possible. Kaido transmitted the coordinates and the reason for his trip directly to the ninja dragon through mental communication. I see. In that case, we'll first teleport to the North Blue, as close to the calm belt as possible. Then, we'll fly across it directly into the New World. That's the shortest route. The ninja dragon responded at once. Good. Let's teleport now. With a nod, Kaido agreed. The next moment, the ninja dragon teleported them to a location near the calm belt. Then, it spread its wings and soared at full speed across the calm belt. In just over an hour, they had entered the New World. Following Kaido's coordinates, they continued flying toward Egghead Island. 3 hours later, the ninja dragon carried Kaido high above Egghead Island, soaring at an altitude of 10,000 meters. From this height, Kaido activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and gazed down at the island below. With his enhanced vision, even from this distance, he could clearly see everything happening on Egghead Island. At the same time, his immense mental power spread out, covering the entire island inside and out. It was worth noting that, thanks to his continuous practice of the Sharingan meditation jutsu, his mental power had been steadily growing. Ever since unlocking the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, his perception had skyrocketed. Currently, his mental perception extended across a terrifying 15-kilometer radius. And it was still expanding by over a meter every day. There was no telling how vast his mental perception could grow in the future. It had no limits. Found him. With his incredible mental perception, Kaido quickly locked onto Vegapunk's real body. But instead of contacting him immediately, he first called Monkey D. Dragon over. Huh? We're in high altitude? The moment Dragon arrived, he immediately noticed something was off. Looking down at the ancient ninja dragon beneath him and the clouds around him, he was visibly surprised. That's right. Kaido nodded. We're directly above Egghead Island, and I've already locked on to Vegapunk's location. Now, I need you to contact him and have him find a secluded place where he can be alone. That way, we can meet him without interference. Can you do that? Technically, Kaido could have just teleported Vegapunk over directly. With his teleportation abilities, that would have been a piece of cake. But he was worried that the world government might have placed tracking or surveillance measures on Vegapunk. That's why he chose not to take any risks. He trusted that once Vegapunk received Dragon's message, he would take the necessary precautions to remove any monitoring devices. No problem. Give me a moment. Dragon nodded and took out a special communication device, quickly operating it. Through his mental perception, Kaido noticed that Vegapunk froze for a moment upon receiving the message. However, he swiftly adjusted his demeanor and continued his research as if nothing had happened. About 10 minutes later, Vegapunk finished making arrangements with his assistants. Then, he entered a secure room within the base. After a few more operations, Dragon's communicator lit up with a message. Vegapunk was ready for their arrival. Ninja Dragon, wait here for us. Kaido instructed. Let's go. The next moment, Kaido grabbed Monkey D. Dragon, and with a flash, they teleported directly into Vegapunk's room. Oh? This kind of teleportation ability. It's far superior to mine. The moment they appeared, Vegapunk couldn't hide his amazement. You must be Mentor Kaido. I'm Vegapunk. I've read all of your book theories. I have to say, they are absolutely eye-opening. Compared to you, our previous thoughts were too shallow and fragmented. Only your ideology can guide us in overthrowing the world government's rule and lead the people of the world toward true peace and prosperity. The instant Vegapunk saw Kaido, his excitement was apparent. First, he was in awe of Kaido's teleportation, but soon, his expression turned into sheer admiration as he praised Kaido's theories like a fanatic. Kaido raised an eyebrow and shot a strange look at Dragon. His gaze clearly said, "What the hell did you say to him?" Vegapunk looked like a full-on zealot. The only reason his favorability wasn't already maxed out at 90+ points was probably because, as a top-tier scientist and the wielder of the brain fruit, he was still rational enough to maintain some self-control. Dragon, noticing Kaido's look, simply smiled faintly, keeping his secrets to himself. Sure, his introduction played a role, but Vegapunk's enthusiasm mainly came from his own comprehension of Kaido's theories. After all, since their communication had been limited, Dragon had only given him a brief introduction and handed over the book. Kaido didn't dwell on it. With a wave of his hand, he set up a barrier around the room to prevent any surveillance. He then scanned the entire room with his mental energy, ensuring there were no hidden bugs or tracking devices. Only after confirming everything was secure did he smile and say, "You flatter me. I'm not as great as you make me out to be. But I will do everything in my power to overthrow the world government and help build a new order. I want to create a world where people can live happy and peaceful lives. A world where everyone can pursue their own ambitions without oppression." Vegapunk's eyes lit up. That's already an incredible vision. Oh, by the way, I assume you came to see me so urgently because you need something? If there's anything I can do, just say the word. More or less. Kaido nodded. But that can wait. First things first, for your safety and to ensure we can communicate freely in the future, let's establish a contract. With that, Kaido concentrated, and a mysterious contract rune emerged from his forehead, floating toward Vegapunk. He then explained the contract's benefits and restrictions before gesturing toward Dragon. Dragon has already signed this contract with me. Oh? Vegapunk raised an eyebrow and glanced at Dragon. A flash of understanding crossed his eyes. No wonder I noticed a significant improvement in your mental and physical energy compared to our last meeting, Dragon. So it's because of this contract? You've gained quite the benefits. In that case, I have no doubts. I trust you, Kaido. I'll accept this contract. Without hesitation, Vegapunk reached out and touched the contract rune. In his mind, he chose to accept. The next moment, the rune seeped into his soul, embedding itself within his consciousness. At the same time, he suddenly sensed a stronger connection with his various clones. Even his external brain extensions displayed the same contract rune, anchoring itself deep within his soul. It bound him completely, ensuring that he could never betray Kaido, no matter what. Even his clones weren't exempt. This revelation shocked Vegapunk. But before he could process it fully, a flood of information surged into his mind. He suddenly saw glimpses of the past and future of the pirate world, as well as fragments of history from the ninja world. His enhanced brain quickly absorbed and organized all the information. Simultaneously, various powerful techniques, including life force, chakra refinement, and crystal meditation, flooded into his consciousness. He rapidly began to comprehend and integrate these profound arts. His eyes burned with newfound understanding. This was the start of something truly world-changing. Chapter 218, The Possibility of Replicating the Human Fruit. It took Vegapunk a while to recover from his shock. When he finally came to his senses, he looked at Kaido with an expression of sheer amazement. I never expected the truth to be like this. You're actually from another world? And you even know about both the past and future of ours. Not only that, but you've created so many powerful and mysterious techniques. This is unbelievable. No wonder you were able to write such a profound book. No wonder you have the confidence to lead us in overthrowing the world government, establishing a new order, and guiding people toward a better and more fulfilling life. If he had any doubts before, they were now completely gone. Kaido noticed that Vegapunk's favorability toward him had skyrocketed again in an instant. Terrifying. This was the fanaticism of a true idealist. I'm filled with hope for our future. Vegapunk said with a bright grin. Haha. Kaido and Dragon exchanged glances before smiling. So are we. Alright, let's get down to business. Kaido waved his hand before flipping it over to reveal a devil fruit, the zone type, human fruit. He handed it to Vegapunk and said, the reason I came to you in such a hurry is that I need your help studying this devil fruit. Specifically, I want you to try replicating it. Do you think you can create a perfect copy? Oh? Vegapunk took the fruit with a puzzled expression, examining it closely before turning to Kaido. Master, you're saying this is a human fruit? Why are you so interested in this particular devil fruit? And why do you want a perfect replica? By all logic, this should be one of the most useless devil fruits, right? Unless. Is there something special about it that I don't know? Intrigued, he waited for an explanation. That's right. Kaito nodded firmly. At first glance, this may seem like a useless fruit, but that couldn't be further from the truth. Humans are the most extraordinary beings of all. This devil fruit grants the user absolute control over their body, an unparalleled ability to learn, and a tremendous boost in comprehension. It might not have any flashy special abilities, but it is, without a doubt, a near-perfect fruit. For any dedicated practitioner, this is a dream come true. What? Both Vegapunk and Dragon were taken aback. So that's why it's so valuable? Now, they understood why Kaido placed such importance on this devil fruit. In that case, I have to replicate as many of these as possible. Fortunately, this is just a zone-type devil fruit. If it were anything else, I might have hesitated. But I've already mastered the process of recreating zone-type devil fruits. Making a copy shouldn't be difficult. In fact, I've even managed to replicate mythical zone types. Though, I admit, those are still not perfect. Oh, right. Vegapunk paused and looked at Kaido. Master, have you already extracted the curse and willpower from this devil fruit? That's right. Kaito nodded. Then he asked, will that affect your replication process? He had honestly forgotten about this detail before. Thinking back, he regretted removing those aspects in such a rush. Of course, it has an impact. And a huge one at that. Vegapunk nodded affirmatively but then grinned. But it's all positive. The curse of the sea and the willpower contained within a devil fruit are actually the main reasons why they're so difficult to replicate. Without them, I might even be able to create a perfect copy of a mythical zone. With further research, I might even figure out how to replicate Parimsha and Logia-type devil fruits. During his studies on devil fruits, Vegapunk had long since noticed the mysterious sea curse and unknown willpower contained within them. He had tried many times to separate and remove them. But every attempt had failed. Worse still, whenever he tried, the curse and willpower would go berserk, becoming even more violent. This was the primary reason why artificial zone-type devil fruits often led to the death of the user, or, at best, turned them into mindless beasts. Of course, he had already found a solution to this problem. Now, he could perfectly replicate zone-type devil fruits without any unwanted side effects. Looking back, his former assistant, Caesar Clown, had only grasped an incomplete version of the technology. Thanks to the memories Kaido had given him, Vegapunk now knew about the terrible things Caesar would do in the future. He made up his mind, he had to stop him. If possible, he would try to recruit him for their cause and place him under Kaito's guidance. If not, he would have to eliminate him before he could cause even greater harm. He absolutely wouldn't allow Caesar to continue his horrific and defective giantification experiments. Oh? Kaido's eyes lit up. So it turned out to be a positive effect? That's great. If you need more test subjects in the future, I can provide you with various flawless devil fruits for your research. By the way, I'm currently working on creating a massive new area within the Dimensional Gates space. I'll set aside a dedicated research facility for you there. Once it's completed, there will be multiple experimental zones. You'll be able to conduct secret research there without worrying about being discovered by the world government. Also, you should hurry up and learn how to refine Primal Chakra and master the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Once you do, you can send your clones through the space-time gate to conduct experiments that you wouldn't be able to carry out on Egghead Island. What do you think? Or, should we just take you away this time? If possible, Kaido actually preferred that Vegapunk didn't stay here any longer. No. But Vegapunk shook his head firmly. I still need to stay here. On one hand, I can use the world government's resources and power to complete some of my research and planning. On the other hand, I can also buy us time by stabilizing the world government, keeping them patient as they wait for me to complete the Seraphim project, while secretly expanding your influence, Master. At the same time, I can provide assistance to Dragon and the Revolutionary Army. Anyway, I've already signed a contract with you, Master, so my safety is no longer an issue. If I ever face a life-threatening situation, I can be safely teleported away at any moment. So there's really no need for me to leave in a hurry. Besides, staying here has its own benefits. Other than being constantly monitored, there are advantages to being here as well. The world government has ruled this world for over 800 years. The resources they control, especially their hidden resources, are unimaginable. Is that so? Kaito nodded in understanding. Since you're determined, then stay here. But you must master the shadow clone jutsu as soon as possible to assist with my research. I'm making great progress on the bloodline limit elixirs, and I need your help to shorten the research time. Also, I need your technological expertise to advance some civilian technology projects. Once the bloodline elixirs are completed, they can greatly enhance the power of Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi. That will accelerate his plan to unify the world. I understand. I'll master those two techniques as soon as possible. However, I need you to place a seal on me in advance to conceal the chakra fluctuations that will appear after I learn them. Otherwise, the world government members here will easily notice something is off. Vegapunk nodded and made his request. Of course. Kaido had no objections. In fact, even if Vegapunk hadn't asked, he had already planned to do this. Without hesitation, he pressed his palm against Vegapunk's abdomen. Immediately, intricate sealing runes surged from his palm, swiftly covering Vegapunk's entire body. They seeped into his clothes, attaching directly to his skin. It's done. When Kaito withdrew his hand, the sealing runes quickly faded into Vegapunk's flesh and disappeared from sight. Thank you, Master. Vegapunk quickly expressed his gratitude. Kaito nodded, then asked, how long do you estimate it will take to perfectly replicate the human fruit? Can you conduct your research in the Space Gate's main dimension? Do you need me to prepare anything else? Hearing this, Vegapunk shook his head. I can't say for sure yet. I need to analyze this devil fruit first before I can estimate the time needed. But I believe a perfect replication should be possible. As for conducting the research in the Space Gate, that won't be a problem either. And I don't need you to prepare anything extra. I'll find ways to smuggle in any research equipment and resources I need from Egghead Island and the world government's restricted areas. That's not a challenge for me. Although it seemed like he was under strict surveillance here. In reality, he still had a lot of freedom. After all, the world government didn't understand research, yet they needed him. If they didn't grant him enough autonomy, it would be counterproductive. Be careful then. If you need anything, contact me through the communication space. Satisfied, Kaito nodded. We shouldn't linger here any longer. It might cause trouble for you. Let's go. With that, Kaito signaled to Dragon, dispelled the barrier around them, and the two of them teleported away, returning to the Millennium Ninja Dragon soaring in the sky above the clouds. Our business here is done. Teleport back to the North Blue and continue mapping out the region. Once the North Blue map is fully charted, return to the me. Upon returning, Kaito relayed the instructions. Understood, Lord Kaito. The Ninja Dragon responded immediately. For him, this was nothing more than an extended sightseeing trip. Good. Kaito nodded in satisfaction before turning to Monkey D. Dragon. Things here are settled. I'll head back now. You should return to oversee the Revolutionary Army's operations. All right. Dragon nodded and teleported away. Kaito followed suit and returned to the ninja world. Sensing that both had left, the Ninja Dragon then teleported away as well, heading back to the North Blue to continue charting the map. Chapter 219, The Appearance of Garp and Aokiji. The Ninja World. Kaito, what about the human fruit? When can you give it back to me? It's my turn to use it now. As soon as Kaito returned, Kushina immediately sought out him and asked. I can't give it to you for now, and we can't take turns using it anymore. Kaito was momentarily stunned but then smiled and said, because I've already handed it over to Vegapunk. I believe it won't take him long to replicate a large number of human fruits. Once that happens, we'll each have our own, and there will be no need to share anymore. Just be patient. Eh? Kushina was immediately overjoyed. You've already found Vegapunk and even got him to agree to help? That's amazing. Haha. Kaito chuckled and replied, not only is he helping us, but he has actually been contracted by me. If you check carefully, you'll see that his name has already been added to our communication network. Kushina immediately focused her mind and checked the communication space. Sure enough, Vegapunk's name was now listed there. She was ecstatic. So that means we'll each have our own human fruit soon? As long as nothing unexpected happens, yes. Kaito nodded. Alright, let's go train. Even without a human fruit, we need to work hard. We have to reach the 6 paths level as soon as possible. Kushina immediately frowned. 6 paths level? That's still a long way off. I'm nowhere near as strong as you. Besides, the Sharingan is too overpowered. It boosts combat power way too much. Unlocking the Eternal Mangekyo basically guarantees reaching the Super Kage level. It's so tempting that even I want one. Oh, right, suddenly, Kushina's eyes lit up. Isn't the research department working on a bloodline limit potion? Any progress on that? When will they be able to create Uchiha bloodline potion? When that happens, I definitely want one. What? A member of the Uzumaki clan using the Sharingan? That doesn't seem right, does it? Why not? The Uzumaki and Uchiha clans have already started intermarrying. Several couples are already married, and some even have children on the way. When the time comes, those kids will undoubtedly inherit both bloodlines. Their future potential is limitless. Kushina imagined that once the bloodline limit potion was successfully developed and mass-produced, it might be possible for everyone to have Uchiha, Uzumaki, or even Senju bloodlines. Of course, that all depends on whether Kaito allows it. It'll probably take some more time. There's been some progress, but with Vegapunk joining us, the research will definitely speed up. Once it's developed, I'll make sure to get you a top-tier dose. Kaito responded immediately. As for whether Kushina could unlock the Sharingan, with her mastery of meditation techniques, it would be a piece of cake. However, once she obtained the Sharingan, she would need to switch to the Sharingan meditation method. Luckily, the two meditation techniques were inherently similar. The crystal meditation method was actually a version of the Sharingan meditation method, so transitioning would be easy. She would also be able to retain most of her training experience and proficiency. Half a month later, in the One Piece world, near Whiskey Peak on the Grand Line, the Uchiha pirates were suddenly blocked by a marine warship with a dog-headed figurehead. Wait. Isn't that Vice Admiral Garp's ship? Looks like we're in trouble. Kaito, if possible, you and Lord Hashirama should come over in person. I might not be able to handle him alone. Koshiro, who had spotted the warship from a distance, adjusted his glasses and sent a mental transmission to Kaito's shadow clone standing beside him. Although Koshiro had grown immensely in strength over the years under Kaito's contract and was confident that he could put up a fight against Garp, he wouldn't underestimate him. After all, this was the monster who once chased down the Pirate King, Roger. No amount of caution was too much. He didn't want to make a mistake out of arrogance and end up dooming the entire Uchiha pirates. That would be an absolute embarrassment. Yeah, I can sense two monstrous presences on that warship. Their life force is off the charts, and their strength is terrifying. Tsukumo Hatake, standing nearby, also spoke with a serious expression. The sheer presence of those two figures gave him an overwhelming sense of danger. He doubted he could take them on. I sense it too. It must be Garp and Aokiji. Seems like the Marines have set their sights on us and were waiting for us here. Unless we expose our teleportation ability, escaping won't be easy. But there's no need to run. I've been meaning to test my strength against an Admiral-level opponent anyway. As he spoke, Kaito's shadow clone activated the projection of the space-time gate in his mind. In the next moment, Kaito's real body appeared on the deck, bringing Hashirama with him. Then, the shadow clone nodded at the real Kaito and immediately dispersed. Clearly, Kaito's shadow clone could use the projection of the space-time gate in his mental space to communicate with his true self at any time. This was one of the small gains Kaito had recently made in his research on the space-time gate. Didn't expect both Garp and Aokiji to come together? Then let's fight. Show our strength so the Navy and world government stop chasing us like dogs. I'll take on Aokiji. As for Garp, I'll leave him to Koshiro-sensei and the first Hokage. Tsukumo-senpai, take the rest and handle the other Marines. Sound good? After absorbing his shadow clone's memories, Kaito directly gave orders to the crew. No problem. Everyone nodded in agreement. Good. Satisfied, Kaito nodded. The next moment, he transformed into a flash of lightning and vanished, reappearing hundreds of meters away on the Navy ship's figurehead. Looking down at Garp and Aokiji, he said, didn't expect the legendary Iron Fist Garp and Aokiji to show up here just to block our way, huh? You sure think highly of us. Huh? Garp raised an eyebrow, cracking his knuckles. So you're the captain of the Uchiha pirates? Gotta say, you've got guts. Running onto my ship alone, do you really think I can't take you down? Not really. Kaito smirked. I just figured, since they sent two Admiral-level fighters to block us, running away all the time isn't a good strategy. Might as well stay and fight you guys properly. Show you our strength so you understand what you're dealing with. That way, you won't keep coming after us, it'd be such a hassle. Wouldn't you agree? Ha ha ha. Garp burst into laughter, then suddenly launched himself at Kaito, his fist swinging forward in an instant. But Kaito was faster. With a flash of lightning, he dodged and appeared atop one of the ship's masts, looking down at Aokiji. Could you use your ice fruit to freeze the sea and create a proper battlefield? If we fight on the ship, it'll get wrecked. You wouldn't want that, right? Oh? Aokiji looked up at Kaito, slightly surprised. You're a very unusual pirate. I've been watching your journey, and I can tell you're different from other pirates. Why did someone like you choose to be a pirate, anyway? Not just Aokiji, Garp was also curious. He stopped his attack, waiting for Kaito's answer. I didn't have much of a choice. Kaito shrugged. I refuse to be a lapdog for the celestial dragons, but I still want to roam the seas freely. Since I can't join the Marines, my only option was to become a pirate. Honestly, I'd rather call myself an adventurer. But clearly, to the world government and navy, adventurers don't exist. Anyone who sets sail, operates outside their control, or poses even a slight threat gets labeled a pirate. So, instead of fighting it, I just embraced the pirate title. Saves the trouble, don't you think? Aokiji frowned. You could have been a bounty hunter instead. You've been taking down plenty of evil pirates along the way. Wouldn't bounty hunting suit you better? Kaido looked young, but his strength was undeniable. He was barely a teenager, which was terrifying enough. Not to mention, the Uchiha pirates had at least 2 more incredibly dangerous individuals. If possible, Aokiji would have preferred to recruit them into the navy. At the very least, he wished they could be part of the upcoming sword initiative. Same difference. Kaido waved dismissively. We don't just target evil pirates, we take down anything we see as evil. That includes corrupt officials in the world government and scum in the navy. So even if we started as bounty hunters, we'd still get labeled as pirates eventually. Why bother taking a roundabout route? Besides, bounty hunters are just hounds for the world government and Marines. They have to bow and scrape before you guys. I can't stand that. Alright, enough chit-chat. Set up the battlefield so we can fight properly. After that, we go our separate ways, sounds good? And don't bother trying to recruit us. We're not on the same side. Well, at least not yet. Worth mentioning, Kaido wasn't using his real face in front of Garp and Aokiji. He was using a special transformation jutsu. After perfecting and surpassing the limits of the transformation jutsu, he had created the true transformation jutsu. Not only was it nearly impossible to break unless he ran out of chakra or dispelled it himself, but it also made it extremely difficult for observation haki or spiritual sensing to detect his true identity. That saved him a lot of trouble. Chapter 220, Uchiha Pirates First Battle Silence. The moment Garp and Aokiji heard Kaido's words, their expressions darkened instantly. Looks like we have no other choice. Aokiji sighed. Guess we'll just have to go all out. With that, he swiftly leaped off the battleship. The moment his feet touched the surface, ice rapidly spread out from his landing point. In just a matter of seconds, with Aokiji at the center, the sea within a radius of over 3,000 meters, including Garp's warship and the Uchiha pirates' ship, was covered in a thick layer of ice, more than 10 meters deep. Whoa. Seeing this, Kaido couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. This level of freezing. Looks like you've developed your ice fruit to an insane degree. Well then, let's have a real fight. I'm your opponent today. As he spoke, Kaido transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing 1,000 meters away on the ice in the blink of an eye. He waved at Aokiji, grinning. Over here. Come on. Let's go all out. I'll leave that side to Vice Admiral Garp, my first mate, and the battle squad captain. Hearing this, Aokiji furrowed his brows. So, you've planned this out, huh? The next moment, Aokiji activated instant transmission and shot toward Kaido at high speed. At the same time, an ice sword rapidly formed in his hand as he slashed at Kaido. In response, Kaido willed his weapon into existence, a radiant black blade appearing in his grip. Immediately, armament haki and conqueror's haki surged over the weapon. Boom. A powerful collision erupted, generating a massive shockwave. Cracks and pits appeared all over the ice beneath them from the sheer force of their clash. Sizzle. Sizzle. Due to the conqueror's haki infusion, their weapons never actually touched. Instead, an invisible barrier of energy separated them. Black and red lightning crackled between them, illuminating the battlefield. This is Conqueror's haki infusion? Impossible. Aokiji's eyes widened in shock. At your age, how could you possibly master this level of power? Unless you're just disguising your real age? No, that doesn't make sense. Your life force clearly tells me you're still young. Aokiji stared at Kaido in disbelief, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. The sheer strength and precision of Kaido's armament and Conqueror's haki were far beyond what a teenager should be capable of. Even Garp, observing from a distance, felt his pupils contract as he muttered, "Looks like we really underestimated this brat's strength. With this kind of potential, we absolutely can't let him escape. Otherwise, he'll be a massive threat to the Navy in the future." Despite his words, Garp made no move to assist Aokiji in fighting Kaido. Not only because Hashirama and Koshiro were already closing in on him, but also because a part of him wanted Kaido to grow stronger and cause trouble for the world government in the future. Ever since Roger was captured and executed, the world government had been deliberately suppressing the Navy's growth. As a result, the Navy's power had not only stagnated but actually declined over the years. This was especially evident in their waning control over the New World. If not for the emergence of Aokiji, Okainu, and Kizaru, 3 Logia prodigies, the Navy's strength would have deteriorated even further. Because of the world government's suppression, the Navy was unable to dominate the seas. This led to the rise of the 4 emperors, creating 3 major superpowers in the New World that the Navy struggled to contain. And in response, the world government proposed the 7 warlords system. On the surface, it seemed like a strategy to use pirates to fight pirates. But in reality, it was another way to weaken the Navy, preventing it from growing too powerful and becoming uncontrollable. They would rather support pirates than allow the Navy to expand further. How despicable. But what could Garp do about it? Nothing. However, that didn't mean he couldn't create trouble for the world government in his own way. For example, letting Kaido and his crew go, allowing them to grow stronger. The balance of power in the New World wasn't yet at its peak, there was still room for another 4 emperors' crew. So why couldn't that crew be the Uchiha pirates? At least they had a code of honor. They wouldn't harm the innocent. In fact, they might even take down criminals instead, wouldn't they? I can tell you 2 aren't weak. Garp said, cracking his knuckles. Let's see just how strong you really are. Ha 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 ha. As Hashirama and Koshiro approached, Garp wasted no time. He dashed forward like a bullet, swinging his massive fist straight at them. Without hesitation, Koshiro unsheathed his sword, coating it in armament hockey as he slashed forward. Clang. 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 In an instant, he was locked in an intense battle with Garp. Their blows were so fierce that even Hashirama hesitated to step in right away. He felt it wouldn't be fair teaming up against Garp. Meanwhile, Hatake Tsukumo led a squad of Uchiha and Uzumaki ninjas against the surrounding marines. Haha. I underestimated you. Garp laughed as he clashed with Koshiro. Even among admiral-level fighters, you'd hold your own. I didn't expect another powerful swordsman to rise in the world. Interesting. Let's go again. Garp grew more and more excited as they fought, feeling the razor-sharp edge of Koshiro's blade. He couldn't help but roar in exhilaration. The next moment, he unleashed an even more ferocious barrage of attacks. By now, he had completely abandoned the idea of holding back. Because he realized, there was no need to. The Uchiha pirates were much stronger than he had initially thought. This was turning into a battle he could truly enjoy. Facing Garp, who was still in peak condition and fighting at full power, Koshiro started to feel the pressure and gradually fell into a disadvantage. His grip on his sword tightened as the skin on his hand began to crack, showing just how terrifying Garp's strength was. From a distance, Hashirama noticed this and immediately stopped watching, stepping into the battle himself. Wood style, wood human jutsu. Wood style, wood dragon jutsu. With a single clap of his hands, a gigantic wooden figure emerged beneath Hashirama, lifting him high into the air as it charged toward Garp. At the same time, 2 massive wooden dragons burst from the ice, coiling and lunging toward Garp. Oh? Is this a Logia-type wood fruit? Seeing this, Garp raised an eyebrow. He easily repelled Koshiro with a single punch before swinging his fist toward the 2 wooden dragons. Crack. With ease, he smashed the wooden dragons' heads apart. Just then, Hashirama, standing atop the towering wooden giant, charged forward. Controlling the massive figure, he swung a powerful punch toward Garp. Garp countered with his own fist. Crack. In the next instant, the wooden giant's fist shattered upon impact. However, Garp was also forced back dozens of meters before he managed to stabilize himself. Ha ha ha. Laughing loudly, Garp stomped down, creating a deep crater in the ice, before launching himself at Hashirama again. It seems regular wooden giants and dragons aren't strong enough to deal with you. Let's try Sage Mode. Seeing this, Hashirama adjusted his stance, gaining a new understanding of Garp's strength. Without hesitation, he activated Sage Mode. Sage Art, Wood Style, Wood Human Jutsu. Attack. With a surge of Sage Chakra, the wooden giant expanded even further, growing to over 200 meters in height. Its broken arm instantly regenerated. Not only was it larger and stronger, but its durability had also increased significantly. Boom. The enormous fist of the wooden giant collided fiercely with Garp's small yet powerful fist. A violent shockwave rippled outward in all directions. The next moment, Garp was sent flying. Meanwhile, the wooden giant remained firmly in place, only showing a deep indentation on its fist, which promptly began to repair itself. What? Vice Admiral Garp got knocked back? Is the enemy really this strong? The Marines were shocked as they witnessed Garp being sent flying. Fortunately, Garp was able to stabilize himself in midair, landing firmly on the ice. He skidded backward for several dozen meters, leaving deep trenches in the ice before finally coming to a stop. With a serious expression, he looked at Hashirama standing atop the wooden giant and said, Looks like I underestimated you. Someone like you shouldn't have remained unknown until now. Would you mind telling me where you all came from? Garp's expression had turned grave. He could feel it, he might not be able to defeat Hashirama. This realization truly surprised him. Haha. Hashirama laughed heartily and said, "There's nothing to hide. I come from Hidden Leaf Village, a hidden village. You've probably never heard of it. We've only recently stepped into the world. So? Do you still want to fight? You're really strong. Aside from Madara, you're the toughest opponent I've ever faced." These words were part of the background story that Kaito had prepared for them. As for whether the world government or the Marines would believe it, Kaito and the others didn't really care. Believe it or not, it made no difference to them. After all, they weren't about to reveal their true origins. This mix of truth and lies, along with Hashirama's straightforward personality, made Garp believe it to some extent. Hidden Leaf Village? A hidden force? That does sound mysterious. Garp narrowed his eyes slightly. Fight. The next moment, he roared and charged at Hashirama once more. Boom. 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 The battle erupted once again. Several times, Garp attempted to bypass the wooden giant and attack Hashirama directly. But Hashirama wasn't foolish, his body had only recently been revived and wasn't in good condition for the pirate world yet. His mastery of Haki was still lacking. Naturally, he wasn't going to engage Garp in direct combat. Instead, he continued to manipulate the wooden giant to counter and block Garp's every approach. One pair of arms wasn't enough? Then the wooden giant would grow another, and another if needed. No matter how hard Garp tried to break through and attack Hashirama directly, the wooden giant's fists intercepted and repelled him every time. For the moment, Garp was forced to remain on the defensive. However, his powerful physique and endless stamina only made him more excited as he fought, showing no intention of stopping. Chapter 221, Hashirama's fighting spirit on Kaito's side. After exchanging dozens of close combat moves, Aokiji realized that he couldn't gain the upper hand against Kaito at close range. Without hesitation, he abandoned hand-to-hand combat and fully unleashed the power of his Ice Fruit, controlling ice to attack Kaito. In response, Kaito countered with the full force of his Rumble Fruit. For a while, the two clashed in a grueling battle, neither gaining a decisive advantage. However, as the fight continued, Aokiji gradually noticed something alarming. Kaito was growing stronger, adapting and improving at an astonishing rate. That realization sent chills down his spine. How is this possible? A monster like you actually exists? I can't believe you really are only in your teens. Your talent is terrifying. And you've even mastered the Rumble Fruit's power. This is insane. I can't even imagine how strong you'll become in a few years if you're already like this now. For the sake of the Navy, we can't let someone like you grow into a real threat. You need to stay here today. Aokiji's expression turned serious as he spoke while launching another wave of ice attacks at Kaito. Haha. Kaito laughed loudly, countering with lightning. Let's see if you have what it takes to stop me. Warm-up's over. Time to get serious. In the next instant, Kaito activated Sage Mode, fusing it with his Rumble Fruit abilities. His power skyrocketed tenfold. Sage Art, Lightning Style, Thunder Dragon. A terrifying Thunder Dragon erupted from Kaito's body, charging straight at Aokiji's ice. Before, their powers had been evenly matched, but this time, the ice was completely overwhelmed by the fusion of Sage Mode and the Rumble Fruit's abilities. How is this possible? Just because of that slight change in his appearance. Aokiji was shocked. He immediately increased his output to counter the attack, barely managing to hold off the incoming force. At the same time, he noticed the subtle changes in Kaito's aura and facial expression. He realized that Kaito had some kind of power-enhancing ability, and the pressure he felt grew even stronger. But Kaito had no intention of giving him time to think. His relentless attacks continued to rain down, forcing Aokiji onto the defensive, unable to keep up. Minutes passed, after delivering a brutal beating and leaving Aokiji seriously injured, Kaito finally halted his assault. As I thought, you're just a regular Admiral-level fighter for now. You're still far from your peak. Looks like I overestimated you before. Leaving those words behind, Kaito didn't finish Aokiji off. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the distant battle between Garp and Hashirama. Although Garp was clearly at a disadvantage, Hashirama wasn't having an easy time either. The main issue was that his physique and stamina were inferior to Garp's. If the fight dragged on too long, it wouldn't be in his favor. Sure, he could last for another day if necessary, but that would mean overexerting his cells, which he wanted to avoid. Kaito didn't want to see that happen either. Without hesitation, he flashed over to Hashirama's side, landing atop the wooden golem's head. He nodded at Hashirama before turning to look at Garp, who had just been pushed back again. Garp. Let's end this battle here. If we keep going, there will be real casualties. And trust me, I won't hold back anymore. You should know, we still have plenty of ways to deal with you and your crew. Oh? Garp paused, withdrawing from his attack. He glanced at Aokiji, who was lying on the ground but still alive, then looked back at Kaido with an expression of admiration. Haha. I really underestimated you, kid. To think you actually defeated Aokiji. If a monster like you keeps growing unchecked, one day, even the Navy and the world government will tremble because of you. If possible, I'd love to take you down right here and now. But unfortunately, just as you said, I can't. So, let's call it a day. I've done enough to report back. Kid, I just hope you don't stray too far down the wrong path. Garp gave Kaido a deep look before flashing away to Aokiji's side. He grinned as he looked down at the defeated admiral. Haha. Aokiji, you got your ass handed to you this time, huh? You really took a beating. And you might not even get the chance to take revenge in the future. Aokiji let out a helpless chuckle. Garp-san, you're just rubbing it in. I admit, I miscalculated. But that guy is unbelievably strong. He has some kind of power-boosting technique that lets him amplify his attack strength more than tenfold. And honestly, I don't even think he showed his full power yet. A monster like that is terrifying. Are we really just going to let them go? Garp sighed. We have no choice. We underestimated them. This pirate crew alone has 3 admiral-level fighters. If the fight dragged on, I could have eventually outlasted only one of them and won. But their side isn't stupid. They wouldn't let that happen. If Hashirama, Kaido and Koshiro teamed up against me, I'd have already lost. That Koshiro guy is definitely a top-tier swordsman, not an opponent to take lightly. Besides, the rest of their crew isn't weak either. Among them, many are at least vice admiral level. This setup reminds me of the Roger pirates back in the day. In the future, things are going to get tricky. Haha. Though Garp said that, Aokiji couldn't help but feel like Garp was enjoying this a little too much, almost as if he was looking forward to seeing Kaido Uchiha and his crew grow stronger. But considering Garp's attitude toward the world government, the 5 elders, and the celestial dragons, it made sense. Honestly, Aokiji himself felt something similar. If he had the choice, he'd want to uphold his own version of justice, to make the Marines truly embody what justice should be. Unfortunately, with the world government and the celestial dragons in charge, that justice was nothing but an illusion, shackled by politics. Maybe letting the Uchiha pirates grow isn't such a bad thing. If the world government feels threatened, they might actually ease up on controlling the Marines. Maybe they'd even let us grow stronger. Aokiji couldn't help but think about it. If the Marines could one day be strong enough to break free from the world government's control, then maybe. That would be the moment when Aokiji could finally enforce his own justice. Boom. 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 A massive explosion of thunder echoed from the distance, snapping Aokiji and Garp out of their thoughts. They turned and saw Kaido unleashing a devastating lightning attack, shattering the ice surrounding their pirate ship. Then, out of nowhere, Kaido Uchiha formed a gigantic energy construct, extending its hand to grab their ship. With a single flap of the giant's wings, the entire ship took off at incredible speed, vanishing from sight in just moments. What the? He had this move all along? If he had used this earlier in the fight, I might have lost already. Aokiji's eyes widened. And he wasn't lying. If they wanted to leave, we really couldn't stop them. Man, this is going to be a huge problem. Catching them in the future is going to be nearly impossible. Even if we send multiple admirals, it won't matter. They can fight, they can fly, how do we even deal with that? Ha ha ha. I really didn't see that coming. Garp let out a loud laugh, his tone filled with amusement. Looks like Sengoku and the fleet admiral are in for a headache. Alright then. Garp looked down at Aokiji, extending his hand. What are you lying there for? Get up. We're heading back to report. Ah, poor me. I was planning to take a detour to the East Blue to visit my poor grandson. But now, duty calls. We have to report everything about the Uchiha pirates to Fleet Admiral Kong and let him decide what to do next. What a pain. Aokiji, you guys need to step up and take on more responsibilities. Aokiji rolled his eyes. Garp-san, you're exaggerating. You're nowhere near old, you're still in your prime. As for me? I've still got a long way to go. I need to keep improving. I can't let some 10-year-old kid completely surpass me, right? As they talked, Aokiji grabbed Garp's hand, letting him pull him up from the ground. With Garp's help, he quickly made his way back to the battleship. Aokiji dispelled the ice covering the sea. The rest of the Marines returned to the ship. Before long, the battleship set sail, heading straight for Marine headquarters, Maniford. Meanwhile, on Kaido's side. So, how was it, Hashirama-san? Didn't Garp's iron fists hurt like hell? Kaido grinned as he asked. Yeah. Hashirama nodded, rubbing his arms. This kind of physical powerhouse is a first for me. Even though I suppressed him with sage art, wood style, I could tell that if the fight dragged on, I'd eventually lose. At the end of the day, my body and stamina still aren't up to par. I also don't have enough chakra. I need to train harder. Next time, he won't stand a chance against me. I'll make sure I can take him down in no time. It's just a shame that such a strong opponent, Madara, still hasn't gotten to meet or fight him yet. Otherwise, he'd be thrilled. Kinda rolled his eyes. You really can't go 3 sentences without mentioning Madara Uchiha, huh? His approval rating isn't high enough for a contract, so he's out of luck. He'll just have to wait until he's convinced. Hashirama rubbed his chin. Actually, there might be a way to raise Madara's approval rating quickly. I have an idea. Chapter 222, Hashirama's Proposal, Reviving Izuna Uchiha. Oh? Hearing this, Kaido looked at the first Hokage with some surprise. You have a good idea? Let's revive Izuna. Hashirama looked at Kaido seriously as he spoke. Huh? Kaido raised an eyebrow at this suggestion. That's actually a really good idea. Considering how much Madara Uchiha cared about Izuna Uchiha, bringing him back could definitely make Madara view me in a much more favorable light. But the key is a full resurrection. However, if I don't form a contract with him, I don't really want to bring Izuna back completely. After all, I can't show favoritism, right? Same with Tobirama, I'm not planning to revive him since he hasn't signed a contract with me yet. Rules must be followed. He wasn't about to suck up to Madara Uchiha. No need for a full resurrection. Bringing him back with Edo Tensei first would be good enough. After that, once Tobirama is fully revived, Madara will naturally figure out what to do and how to treat you, won't he? He's not an idiot. Besides, didn't you say that Tobirama has been warming up to you quite quickly lately? It won't be long before he meets the contract requirements, right? Hey. Hashirama grinned mischievously. At this moment, he didn't seem naive at all. That actually works. Kaito nodded in agreement, but then he raised a critical issue. The only problem now is that I don't have any of Izuna Uchiha's DNA, like a cell sample, to use as a catalyst for the Edo Tensei. Do you or Tobirama have anything? Or should we just ask Madara Uchiha to provide it? He distinctly remembered that Madara had personally taken care of Izuna's remains. Leave that to me. Tobirama and I don't have anything, but Madara knows exactly where to get it. After all, he was the one who took care of Izuna's body back then. I'm sure, for the sake of fully reviving Izuna, he'll agree to this. Hashirama confidently took charge of the situation. With himself as a living example of resurrection, he was certain Madara would know what choice to make. Alright, then get to it. Kaito nodded. If possible, I'd actually like to form a contract with Madara Uchiha as soon as possible and help him break through to the 6 paths level. In the ninja world, he's actually the closest to reaching that level. If we're willing to gather some 9 tails chakra and create a 10 tails, then make him its Jinchuriki, even if it's not a perfect 10 tails, he might be able to leap straight to the 6 paths level. Besides, there isn't just one divine tree in the ninja world right now. Otsutsuki Ishiki isn't completely dead yet, and he still has a malnourished divine tree of his own. Oh? Hashirama's eyes lit up. Wait, you've already found Ishiki and his divine tree? That's right. Kaito smiled and nodded. Over the past few years, I've had the 3 clans gradually map out the ninja world, and it hasn't been for nothing. Through observing the Kara organization's activities and using my own spiritual sensing, I've successfully located Ishiki and his divine tree. If I weren't worried about my own strength being insufficient, I would have acted already. He was actually waiting for his ocular abilities to fully develop. He had a strong feeling that his eyes would play a crucial role in completely preventing Ishiki from escaping. That's amazing. Hashirama was delighted. Then once Madara signs the contract and is fully revived, if we're confident enough, we can go after Ishiki and take his divine tree for Madara. If that really allows Madara to break through to the 6 paths level, then, the ninja world won't need to worry about the Sage of 6 Paths anymore. We'll be able to act more boldly and aggressively, won't we? Pretty much. Kaito nodded. Although the Sage of 6 Paths has been lurking for so many years, and his strength is likely much greater than it was 1,000 years ago, he probably hasn't surpassed the 6 Paths level yet. Otherwise, he would have noticed our movements long ago. So as long as we also reach the 6 Paths level, even if he's stronger, the gap won't be too overwhelming. We should be able to fight him on equal footing. And for now, that was enough for Kaito. As long as a 6 Paths level Madara could hold off the Sage of 6 Paths for a few years when the latter eventually took action against them, he would have enough time to grow stronger and become completely fearless of the Sage. Yes. I think so too. Hashirama nodded in agreement. Then there's no time to waste. I'll head back to the ninja world now and convince Madara to retrieve Izuna's DNA, whether it's a cell sample or just some hair. You can use Edo Tensei to bring Izuna back temporarily. Got it. Kaido had no objections. Things on this side are settled for now, so I'll just leave a shadow clone here. He turned to Koshiro and Kakashi Hatake. Sensei, Senior Sakamo, I'll be leaving the pirate crew in your hands for now. Let me know when we reach the capital of Water 7. No problem. Koshiro smiled and nodded, then curiously asked, are you interested in Water 7 because of Tom, his shipbuilding skills? Or is it because of the Pluton blueprints? Other than those reasons, Koshiro couldn't think of why Kaito would be particularly interested in that place. Both, actually. Kaito smirked. Tom was able to create the sea train. He's an absolute genius in mechanical engineering, far beyond just shipbuilding. There's no way I'd let someone like him die at the hands of the world government. Besides, even his 2 apprentices are quite impressive in their own right. As for the Pluton blueprints, of course I want them. Not because I care about Pluton itself, I already know where the real one is, in Wano. But the blueprints contain a lot of lost technology, which would be immensely useful for our development. There's no way I'm letting them slip away. Besides, don't you think the sea train is a fantastic invention, Sensei? Whether it's used in the ninja world to connect the Land of Water's islands with the mainland and boost trade, or if we claim a large territory in the New World, or even the entire pirate world, it would be an excellent mode of transportation. That thing is a revolutionary invention, pure black, top-tier technology. That's true. Koshiro nodded in understanding. Don't worry. I'll contact you as soon as we reach Water 7. Alright. Then Hashirama and I will get going. Kaito nodded. He left a shadow clone behind, just like Hashirama, and both of their real bodies teleported back to the ninja world. Then, Hashirama dragged Kaito straight to a construction site, where they found Madara Uchiha hard at work. What are you two doing here? Madara frowned when he saw them. Once, he had been a figure of unmatched prestige. Now, he was reduced to doing manual labor for Hidden Leaf Village, an absolute humiliation. If not for the countless seals and restrictions placed on him, combined with his incomplete resurrection using inferior materials that severely weakened him, he would have escaped long ago. It was beyond humiliating. Yet, he had no way to resist. Seeing Hashirama fully revived only made him feel worse. He could already foresee that Tobirama, that bastard, would likely be fully revived in the near future too. Of course, he knew Kaido had conditions for full resurrection. Without meeting them, he wouldn't make a move. That much was clear since even Tobirama had yet to be truly revived. As for what the conditions were, based on Hashirama constantly trying to talk him into liking Kaido, Madara could tell it had something to do with his attitude towards that kid. How Kaido determined someone's favorability toward him, or what the baseline was, Madara wasn't sure. He admitted that Kaido's recent actions had been impressive, even to him. But making him submit? That was impossible. Haha. Madara, don't be like that. Hashirama laughed, trying to smooth things over. We actually came to talk to you about something very important, something that involves resurrecting Izuna and you. Are you sure you don't want to hear it? Madara's expression immediately darkened. Reviving Izuna and me? That little brat Kaido would actually agree to that? Hashirama turned to Kaido. Kaido shrugged. It comes with conditions. If you don't meet them and don't make a contract with me, then forget about it. On the other hand, if both you and Izuna meet my requirements and make a contract with me, not only can I revive Izuna, but I could even bring you back in your prime. The choice is entirely yours. And as for whether I can fully revive you, Hashirama is proof enough. You already know the answer, so I won't waste words. Think it over. I look forward to the day you meet the requirements. Oh, by the way, Tobirama is already close to meeting my conditions. In a few months, he'll likely qualify. At that time, I'll fully revive him too. After saying this, Kaido grinned at Madara. As expected, Madara's expression grew even darker. He could ignore everything else, but he refused to let Tobirama be fully revived before him. Besides, the chance to revive Izuna and return to his prime was an enormous temptation. You're serious? If I make a contract with you, you'll bring me back at my peak? Are you sure you even know what my peak state is? If you really resurrect me at my strongest, most of your methods to control me will probably fail. At that point, none of you will be able to stop me. Madara crossed his arms and looked at Kaito with a mix of seriousness and arrogance. His past defeat was due to carelessness and being far from his prime. Otherwise, even 10 Kaitos and 10 Uchihas wouldn't have been enough to take him down. Chapter 223, Edo Tensei Izuna Uchiha ha, of course, I know. Kaito scoffed and curled his lips. Isn't it just the Rinnegan? Haven't you used it before? Sure, It wasn't the full version, just an enhancement of your visual prowess. That thing is powerful, no doubt, but that's about it. It's still below the 6 paths level. Besides, do you really think a contract with such high requirements would be that simple? Let me be upfront with you, once you make a contract with me, you'll be partially bound by my control. You will never be able to harm me, not even in thought. Of course, in exchange, you'll gain unimaginable benefits. These benefits will help you break into the 6 paths level in the near future, maybe even surpass the Sage of 6 Paths himself. Given how sharp you are, you must have noticed the recent abnormal changes in the first Hokage's strength, as well as the power boost in many Uchiha and Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, right? That's all thanks to making a contract with me. And let me tell you this, no matter how strong you become, even if you reach or surpass the 6 paths level, you still won't be able to break this contract. I've said enough. The choice is yours. Right now, you still have enough value for me to personally come and persuade you. A few years down the line, I might not even bother offering you a contract. Once someone else reached the 6 paths level, Madara Uchiha's value would plummet. The longer time dragged on, the more 6 paths level individuals Kaido would have under his command, making Madara less and less important. Eventually, Kaido would completely lose interest in contracting Madara. He couldn't waste too much time on someone stubborn and of little value. Hearing Kaido's words, Madara's pupils contracted sharply, revealing his shock. Clearly, he hadn't expected Kaido to be so confident in his contract, or to know so much about the Rinnegan. After a long silence, Madara finally looked up at Kaido and nodded. Alright. Then let's use Edo Tensei to resurrect Izuna first. It's been many years since I last saw him, and I'd like to talk to him, catch up a bit. Hashirama, come with me to retrieve him. Then, Madara turned to Kaido. Kaido, brat, you come too. Izuna isn't buried within Hidden Leaf Village's borders. Without you, I might not even be able to leave the burial grounds, right? Hey. Kaido chuckled. You could leave, but I could also forcefully teleport you back at any time. Since you're inviting me, I might as well tag along. Tell me the exact location. We'll teleport there directly. As he spoke, Kaido nodded toward Hashirama as a signal. The first Hokage immediately stepped forward and placed a hand on Madara's shoulder, then asked, Madara, where is it? Madara narrowed his eyes slightly and said, a valley 50 kilometers north of the Valley of the End. It used to be a secret base of the Uchiha clan. Got it. Let's go. Upon hearing this, Hashirama quickly locked onto the location using his space-time gate map. The next moment, he activated his technique and instantly teleported himself and Madara to the designated spot. Kaido followed right behind them. Glancing around the area, Kaido noticed remnants of old buildings, though most had long since crumbled into ruins. It was clear that no one had lived here for many years. However, in the center of the area stood a cluster of gravestones, which seemed to have been tended to in recent years. Among them, Kaido spotted the graves of Izuna Uchiha and Hajime Uchiha. A secluded graveyard, largely unknown to outsiders. At this moment, Madara turned to Hashirama and asked with certainty in his tone, Hashirama, that technique you just used, it wasn't the Flying Thunder God, was it? There's no way you would have left a Flying Thunder God mark here. Huh? Hashirama looked at Madara in surprise. Then, seeing the serious look in Madara's eyes, he scratched the back of his head and let out a hearty laugh. Haha. You caught me. No, it wasn't Flying Thunder God, but I can't tell you what it was exactly. Oh? Madara curled his lips in disdain. You think I won't figure it out just because you won't say it? It's obviously related to that Kaido brat, he must have given you some kind of ability, right? After all, you never had the talent to learn the Flying Thunder God technique before. Not just you, Uzumaki Mido, and many from the Uchiha, Uzumaki, and Senju clans also lacked the talent for it. If space-time abilities were that common, the Flying Thunder God wouldn't have remained an unmastered technique for so long. But now, space-time teleportation is practically everywhere in Hidden Leaf Village. It's like everyone suddenly knows how to use it, and they don't even need a marker. That's a huge red flag, Humphrey. Madara suspected that this teleportation ability was something Kaido had granted to everyone who made a contract with him. That would explain everything. At the same time, it was likely one of the major benefits Kaido had mentioned about the contract. As for the other benefits, they were probably tied to Hashirama's recent surge in strength. The specifics? Madara figured he would only know after making the contract himself. Otherwise, no matter how many hints he dropped or how he tried to pry, it was like an invisible barrier prevented him from getting the answers. More than once, he had caught Hashirama instinctively wanting to answer his questions, only to stop abruptly, as if some force had silenced him. In the end, Hashirama would always cover it up with his usual loud laughter. Before, Madara didn't understand why. Now, he finally did. It was all because of that contract. This only made him even more curious about Kaido's so-called contract. Hey. You got me. Hashirama chuckled awkwardly. You're too smart not to notice something like this. But, let's stop talking about that for now. We should focus on retrieving something from Mizuna. Looks like only his bones remain, so we'll have to take a piece of that. Since there were no special barriers set up in the graveyard, Hashirama's sensory abilities easily confirmed the situation. Let me handle this. I don't want to damage the grave, Kaito said, stepping forward. Before Madara could respond, Kaido waved his hand, and a section of white bone was instantly teleported onto the ground in front of them. Madara's eyes narrowed slightly at this display. He can teleport objects remotely. That means he could teleport people anywhere he wants to. In battle, this kind of ability would be practically unbeatable. Even if he couldn't win, Kaido could simply teleport his enemies away or escape himself whenever he wanted. Realizing this, Madara's hope of escaping dwindled even further. Besides, where would he even go if he did escape? It wasn't like he could go crawling back to Black Zetsu and figure out another way to revive himself. That would just be playing right into Black Zetsu's hands. Madara had no doubt that if he followed that path, there'd be an even bigger trap waiting for him at the end. After all, Black Zetsu was using him as nothing more than a pawn to revive his so-called mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki. And a pawn's ultimate fate? Sacrifice. Madara wasn't going to let that happen to himself. So instead of running away and falling back into Black Zetsu's schemes, staying in Hidden Leaf Village seemed like a much better option. At least Kaido had promised that as long as he met the conditions, he could be contracted and revived. Not only that, but Izuna could be brought back too. Besides, Hashirama was here. The future of Hidden Leaf Village ruling over the entire ninja world was pretty much inevitable. There was no reason to keep resisting. With that thought, Madara suddenly felt like the world had opened up for him. Edo Tensei. Madara watched as Kaito summoned a white Zetsu and placed it on Izuna's remains. Then, Kaito stomped his foot, and countless sealing patterns spread from beneath him, forming a complex array around the white Zetsu. The moment he made a single hand seal, the formation glowed brightly. Countless paper-like fragments emerged from the ground, covering the white Zetsu's body. In no time, a tall figure appeared before them. As Madara looked at that familiar face, he stood frozen, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Izuna. At that moment, Uchiha slowly opened his eyes. Hearing Madara's voice, he was momentarily stunned, unable to grasp the situation. Then, turning his head, he saw Madara standing before him. He hesitated before speaking, uncertainty in his voice. Big brother. It's me. Madara forced a smile and quickly stepped forward, pulling Izuna into a tight embrace. He patted his younger brother's back before stepping away to look him in the eyes. It's been so long, Izuna. I never thought I'd get to see you again. Especially like this. Same here. Izuna nodded, still overwhelmed by emotion. But as he took in his surroundings, his expression shifted to one of caution. He glanced at Hashirama and Kaito, then turned to Madara with confusion. Big brother. What's going on? Wasn't I already dead? Why do I feel so strange? Like, I'm not even alive? And why is Senju Hashirama here? And who is this Uchiha kid? His mind was filled with questions. After all, he had died too early. Back when he died, Hidden Leaf Village hadn't even been officially established yet. Yo. Izuna, long time no see. Ha ha ha. Hashirama waved excitedly. Seeing Hashirama's goofy, all too familiar demeanor, Izuna immediately felt a headache coming on. Ugh. You really haven't changed a bit, huh? He said, exasperated. He had lost count of how many times he had complained about Hashirama's personality. Honestly, the fact that his brother had an evenly matched rivalry with this airhead was kind of embarrassing. Even worse, he himself wasn't even a match for this idiot. That was just humiliating. Haha. Right? Hashirama laughed cheerfully, scratching the back of his head. Madara. Izuna. That wasn't a compliment, you idiot. The two brothers decided to just ignore him. Chapter 224, The Clash of Izuna and Obirama. Madara Uchiha immediately gave Izuna a rough rundown of the major events that had occurred in the ninja world since his death. At the same time, he also explained their current situation and introduced Kaito's identity. What? It's been over 30 years since I died? Hearing this, Izuna Uchiha looked utterly shocked. He glanced at Madara, then at Hashirama, and asked in disbelief, then why is Senju Hashirama still so young? And why are you dead while looking like a walking corpse, just like me? Madara sighed helplessly. I haven't had the chance to explain yet. Hashirama was recently resurrected in his peak condition. Didn't I just say earlier that he had died before? Izuna was speechless. I thought you were joking. I can't believe so many years have passed. Did you and Senju Hashirama ever manage to fulfill your dream? Madara shook his head. Hashirama might think he did, but in reality, we both failed. Our methods never brought true peace to the ninja world. Instead, they only escalated the intensity of future wars. What used to be chaotic battles between small ninja clans turned into full-scale national wars led by the 5 great ninja villages. The number of wars did decrease significantly, but their brutality increased countless times over. Since the establishment of Hidden Leaf Village, 2 ninja world wars have already taken place, countless lives lost. In fact, both wars had traces of Madara's influence behind the scenes. However, he knew that even without his meddling, they would have happened anyway. Wars were inevitable, driven by the pursuit of resources and power. He had merely pushed things along. That was expected. Izuna nodded knowingly. As long as the ninja world remains divided and lacks a unified system, a common interest that binds all, wars will never end. Division always leads to conflict. Big brother, you and Hashirama failed to see this, but how did that old bastard Senju Dobirama miss it too? Why didn't he convince you two to eliminate the other villages and unify the ninja world? Izuna couldn't understand it at all. I tried and failed. Suddenly, Senju Dobirama teleported right next to Izuna Uchiha and spoke in a low, eerie tone. Huh? Seeing Dobirama appear out of nowhere, Izuna instinctively prepared to attack. But the moment he realized that Dobirama was also in a state of undeath, he reluctantly stopped himself. Glaring at Dobirama with pure disdain, he sneered, "What are you doing here? And the flying thunder god seal you left on me still exists? You really are a sneaky bastard." Just thinking about how Dobirama had used the flying thunder god technique to ambush and kill him made Izuna clench his teeth in frustration. I just happened to notice an old marker of mine had suddenly reappeared and felt a familiar presence, so I came to take a look. Dobirama shrugged. Besides, we're both dead now, does it really matter whether I was sneaky or not? He walked over to stand beside Hashirama, folding his arms as he looked at Izuna. Despite their history, he didn't mock him. In Dobirama's eyes, Izuna was his true rival, not Madara. Sure, Madara was overwhelmingly powerful, but when it came to intelligence and strategic thinking, Dobirama considered Izuna his real equal. Ha! Izuna scoffed and walked to stand beside Madara, his eyes coldly locking on to Dobirama. If you hadn't ambushed me back then, the ninja world wouldn't be in this state. It might have been unified already. True peace could have been achieved. He knew all too well, if things had gone on as they were, even he wouldn't have been able to stop Madara and Hashirama from forming a village together. He just hadn't expected to die right before the final stages of that plan.